Let's see. Is everything set up? Yeah. So today we are just watching all of these videos. I think it's about, which is this, like 1 hour, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. It's a little bit less than 8 hours maybe. They don't all add up to 1 hour per 2 videos. This one is super long, what the fuck? Okay, let's just begin.
Our story doesn't begin in the...
Actually, let's start by shouting out this channel first, which is Vati Vidya on YouTube. Because this is where we're all getting our content from now.
Lands between. It begins in the cosmos, far away, with an outer god called the Great
Story
Will.
time, yeah!
There are a lot of outer gods mentioned in Elden Ring. You can think of these kind of like the Great Ones of Bloodborne. They're distant beings, they're all-powerful, and they're quite unknowable by design. But many of these outer gods want to make their presence felt in the world. The Greater Will, maybe most of all. To this end, it sent a golden star hurtling towards the lands between. The Elden Star's incantation tells us that this golden star was bearing a beast, an Elden beast. The Elden Remembrance calls it a vassal.
Holy shit, it's 9 hours long.
If you didn't know, a vassal is someone who holds land on behalf of their overlord. Obviously, this is fitting in this case, because the Elden Beast occupied the lands between on behalf of the Greater Will, and was a living incarnation of the concept of order.
Oh yeah, I did get this spoiler right.
This beast would later become the Elden Ring. The Elden Ring itself is made up of runes of power, some great, some small, that together represent a sort of logic for the world to follow. Thus, the Elden Ring represents order. The true nature of this order is a subject of constant debate and research undergone by fundamentalists. But two of the key fundamentals are the laws of causality and regression. You can think of the law of causality as cause and effect, where actions have consequences, and those consequences are new causes that branch out into infinity. These are the relationships between things. Then there's the law of regression that states that all things eternally yearn to converge and return to their roots. Fittingly, then, the Elden Ring is housed within the Erd Tree, which towers over the lands between. But it's very important to stress that life in the lands between did not begin with the Erd Tree, the Elden Ring, or the Elden Beast. No, the lands between were occupied well before the Greater Will came. There were other beings here. There were other factions here. There were other gods here. And there was even another great tree here before the Erd Tree. And this is where a huge twist regarding the Erd Tree comes in. So there are incantations in the game called aspects of the Crucible. According to their descriptions, these are manifestations of the Erd Tree's primal vital energies. And I quote, "They are an aspect of the primordial crucible where all life was once blended together." But how could all life be blended together in the Erd Tree if the Erd Tree appeared after life existed? Well, there can only be one answer, right? That the Erd Tree is a parasite, and it took over a tree that existed here before. This ancient tree was called the Great Tree. So the Great Tree was almost certainly the location of this primordial crucible, and it must have been a very powerful primordial force for the Greater Will to have commandeered. It might even be the reason the lands between is important to the Greater Will in the first place. It also explains why spells and enemies related to the Great Tree's crucible would eventually be looked down upon. For example, the knot talisman is fashioned from a knotted vestige of the crucible, and it was considered a signifier of the divine in ancient times, but is now increasingly disdained as an impurity as civilization has advanced. Enemies related to the crucible are the Omen,
you can move the CC?
Misbegotten,
what the? I didn't know you could. What? You can move this?
All three of them would be shunned,
what
enslaved, or imprisoned. Those who speak for the Erd Tree don't want you to know its roots, so to speak. According to the spell, protection of the Erd Tree, in the beginning everything was in opposition to the Erd Tree.
I'm just gonna put like
countless victories in war, it became the embodiment of order.
In Marika's own words, the Erd Tree governs all. The choice is thine. Become one with the Order, or divest thyself of it, to wallow at the fringes, a powerless upstart.
But the Greater Will needed more than a big tree. It needed loyal agents in the lands between.
Agents?
To this end, it has the Two Fingers, who are its envoys. The Two Fingers heirloom has a weird picture of them, but it reads, "Of course, fingers cannot speak, yet these are eloquent. Persistently they wriggle, spelling out mysteries in the air. Thus did we gain the words of our faith." These words are interpreted by the finger readers. These are the undying old crones that you would have found throughout the lands between. They pass down the wisdom of the Two Fingers.
These
or
are
at
so
least
weird.
They used to.
Your fingers, please. Your
Also be posted on
fingers.
YouTube, yeah. As
I
always.
can read them.
Most of them appear to have lost their purpose, and they're desperate to read your fingers and tell you annoying riddles, since their two fingers are likely dead. And yes, of course, there are multiple sets of Two Fingers. You would have found their corpses on the tops of the divine towers. Atop
Volume
these
is too loud for me
towers,
already,
you
man.
root the fingers in order to
I can help
activate
it.
the true power of a great rune. Specifically, though, you are giving benediction back to your great rune. You're taking a blessing back from the two dead fingers, essentially. This is just one of many blessings that the Two Fingers can bestow, and my point is kind of that the Two Fingers clearly have more than just influence. They have real power on some level. The Greater Will needs these powerful envoys and agents because, while it's obviously incredibly powerful, it does seem limited by a few things. First is space. The Greater Will didn't come to the lands between itself, it sent an Elden beast to do its bidding instead. Second is time. There is a moment later in the game where your pair of Two Fingers goes still because they're forced to commune with the Greater Will for guidance.
When they are finished, the fingers will again offer their guidance.
Never understood these
But
guys in the game.
thousands, if not tens of thousands, of moons must first pass. No matter for me. But you, how will you ever manage to wait?
I'm not
So
a
the
big
Greater
volume,
Will
dude.
needs a physical manifestation.
It's already hitting yellows
It
in
needs
Anobius.
envoys to convey its will, but what it also needs is a god. Introducing Marika the Eternal. I have this utterly enormous mind map of Elden Ring's lore, and there's a reason she's
What
at the center.
the fuck?
She's
Well,
essentially the equivalent
holy,
of
what
Gwyn.
is that?
Is a
Where
god.
was that?
Is a god. Introducing Marika the Eternal. I have this utterly enormous mind
What?
map of Elden Ring's.
What the fuck? It's like Always Sunny in Philadelphia with the crazy conspiracy board, where everything points to everything.
Lore, and there's a
Oh,
reason
what? I like how it branches out here to like another, like a whole thing.
she's at the center. She's essentially the equivalent of Gwyn from Dark Souls, except unlike Gwyn, Marika didn't just crawl out of the dark and find power. To an extent, it seems like she earned it. We don't know much about her origins, except that she is of the Newman race, which is actually an origin that you can choose in the character selection screen. Newman come from outside the lands between, and are supposed descendants of denizens of another world, long-lived but seldom born. At some point, Marika was chosen as an Empyrean. What is an Empyrean? Well, an Empyrean is a being chosen by the Fingers as a candidate for godhood. As an Empyrean, Marika received the aid of a shadow to do her bidding. So what is a shadow? Well, it's a wolf, shadowbound to its Empyrean by the Two Fingers. Luna Princess Rani is another example of an Empyrean with a shadowbound beast. You would have met Blythe. These creatures are the Empyrean's very own shadow. They are completely loyal to their needs and, by definition, incapable of treachery. Marika's shadow was a beast called Malakath. Every Empyrean uses their shadow in different ways, but Marika's sole need of her shadow was as a vessel to lock away destined death. So what is destined death? Well, according to Enya, it's the rune of death.
The rune of death goes by two names. The other is destined death.
We mentioned earlier that the Elden Ring is made up of runes, and at some point, maybe when she was chosen as a god, Marika plucked the Rune of Death from the Elden Ring. She gave the Rune of Death to Malekith, her totally loyal shadow, who bore a black blade imbued with this rune. It's kind of genius, really. In a single act, she removed the concept of death from the lands between, while also commanding total control of death through her shadow, who could deliver it at her whim. Now, some of you might be asking, if death is removed from the lands between, how come I can kill this dog? First off, shame on you. Second, from a lore point of view, that dog isn't really dead. It's simply in the process of its spirit, or its soul, returning to the Erd Tree. Catacomb dungeons, for example, are specifically constructed near the roots of the Great Tree for this reason, so that the Erd Tree can reabsorb their ashes back into it. This process replaced the concept of a death that you were destined to have, but this random spirit outside of a catacomb dungeon says it best. As another example of this theory, when you kill a major boss, you receive a remembrance of them. These are spirits, and they are hewn into the Erd Tree. In this way, thanks to the Erd Tree's grace, their spirits are immortalized, in a sense. This new form of death also explains what's happening.
Why does he even show up there then? So weird, no?
Ash and return to the Erd Tree.
However, some spirits never return to the Erd Tree, and they rise within death as corpses or skeletons instead. So this was the new order, and it's important to stress that it was in this moment, when the Rune of Death was removed,
Well,
when
God
Destined
creates
Death
him?
was
That's
taken,
weird.
this is when Order became the Golden Order.
The forbidden shadow plucked from the Golden Order upon its creation.
Specifically, this was Marika's Golden Order. So not only did she become a god and a vessel for the Elden Ring, she became renowned as Marika the Eternal for her removal of Destined Death. It was a huge part of her character and her reign as well. However, Marika had more than just death to conquer. She had wars to fight, as the world was occupied by many forces that could threaten her Golden
This
Order.
guy.
There was war with the Stormlord, who likely ruled over Stormvale, and there was a war with the Giants, who were masters of a flame that could burn the Erd Tree. There was war with the ancient dragons, who incidentally had stones that could twist time and thus slay a god. And finally, there was war brewing with the Carrion royalty, who had previously obeyed laws which contravened the Golden Order. Thus, sort of similar to how the Greater Will needed an Empyrean to enforce its will, Marika herself needed someone to wage war. So, there was to be a husband, a consort, an Elden Lord.
A wife.
The man chosen was Horalu, a ferocious warrior
Our
who
wife.
became known as the Lord of the Battlefield. His crown was warranted with strength, and while it was for this strength that Marika married him, he was also required to take a vow to conduct himself as a lord. To suppress the ceaseless lust for battle that raged within, Horalu took the beast regent Sarosh upon his back. You'll notice this is another example of a beast being given for the purpose of serving order. Thus, in this moment, he went from being Horalu, warrior, to Godfrey, the first Elden Lord, consort to Queen Marika, and a certified demigod. Godfrey and Marika had 3 demigod children together. There was Godwyn the Golden, who you saw being killed in the opening trailer, and there were also the reviled Omen twins, Morgoth, who guards the Erd Tree, and Mohg, who became Lord of Blood. You might think that Godric was another demigod child, but he actually wasn't. Instead, he was probably descended from Godwyn. Anyway, we'll talk about the demigods more in detail in another video, so subscribe for that. But for now, just know that Godfrey and his offspring were the first demigods, henceforth known as the Golden Lineage. In his wars, Godfrey led his 16 Crucible Knights into battle, who
Are all
were
16
named
in the
so
game?
for they fought with the primordial powers of the Erd Tree.
Did I kill 16
Their
of them?
incantations were aspects of the Crucible itself, and they likely fought giants, dragons, the Stormlord, and more to usher in their age, the age of the Erd Tree.
In Marika's own words, hark, brave warriors. Hark, my lord Godfrey, we commend your deeds. Guidance hath delivered ye through each ordeal to the place ye stand. Put the giants to the sword and confine the flame atop the mount. Let a new epoch begin, an epoch glistening with life. Brandish the Elden Ring for the age of the Erd Tree.
The Erd Tree would go on to be largely seen as a blessing for all of those in the lands between, especially those close to it in Leyndell, the capital city of the Erd Tree. The tree bestowed blessings. For example, the dew that dropped from its branches were like jewels. It loomed overhead as a constant reminder of order, and its roots reached far and wide, relieving many of the burden of death. In fact, Erd Tree burial was one of the highest honors a hero could receive. One by one, the previous factions of the world fell. The giants were put to the sword.
I like how he shows the bird first.
By Marika herself. The ancient
The faction of the
broke
birds.
down the walls of Leyndell, but met fierce retaliation. However, I think the House of the Erd Tree encountered the most trouble against the land to their southwest, Leonia. Here, the House of the Moon repelled their offensives time and time again. And I mean that literally, because there was not just one, but two wars fought here. And in both of these, there was no victory for the Golden, nor for the Moon. And I suspect it was probably because of these lobsters. These damn things can snipe you from like a mile away, and it's bullshit. Actually, it was probably because of the Carrion
The
Knights,
fuck?
who, according to their weapons,
Fucking
were able to wield
lobsters.
sorcerous battle skills, and despite numbering fewer than 20, this power made them a match for even the champions of gold in battle. These enchanted knights were anointed by the Lunar Queen, a young astrologer who went on to establish the House of Caria as royalty in this land. With her bewitching lunar magic, she won over the Academy of Raya Lucaria, where glintstone sorcery was studied, and united the Carian royal family and the learned scholars of Raya Lucaria defended their home from the golden aggressors. At the head of this great golden army was Radagon.
Lord Radagon was a great champion, possessed of flowing red locks. He came to these lands at the head of a great golden host. When he met Lady Renala in battle,
These two champions
Lady Renala at home.
fell in love and joined their houses.
Radagon once cleansed himself with celestial dew, repented his territorial aggressions, and swore his love to Renala. The Order of the Erd Tree and the fate of the Moon were conjoined, and all the wounds of war forgiven.
You might think it strange that the Greater Will would permit this union, but it's not too odd, all things considered. As with most From Software games, sorcery and faith are just two sides of the same coin, and both of these powers stem from the cosmos. Radagon and Renala were known to have 3 children together. Lunar Princess Rani, who
My wife.
inherited her mother's propensity for lunar magic, Radahn, who took after his father Radagon and would go on to master gravitational magic, and Rykard, who pioneered new hex sorceries and would go on to feed himself to a great serpent. It follows that at some point after this, Marika began to harbor doubts. Doubts about the Golden Order, that she had had a hand in creating.
In Marika's own words, I declare mine intent to search the depths of the Golden Order through understanding of the proper way. Our faith, our grace is increased. Those blissful early days of blind belief are long past. My comrades, why must ye falter?
And it's at this point that we should talk about Marika's motivations, her character. This is surely going to be one of those huge points of debate in the coming years, but for now, my working theory is that she wanted to discover the truth behind order and the truth behind the greater will, and she believed that bonds had to be broken so that they could be better understood. She believed that there was great meaning to be found in
Even
hardship.
Vati doesn't know. It's
Marika
hopeless.
has high hopes for us, that we continue to struggle unto eternity.
For Lord Godfrey, his struggle ended at the end of his campaigns. According to his armor, he led the war against the giants, faced the Storm Lord alone. And then there came a moment when his last worthy enemy fell, and it was then, as the story is told, that the hue of Lord Godfrey's eyes faded. In truth, he was robbed of his grace. Then Marika sent him away.
My lord, and thy warriors, I divest each of thee of thy grace. With thine eyes dimmed, ye will be driven from the lands between. Ye will wage war in a land afar, where ye will live and die.
This became known as the Long March of the Tarnished, as Godfrey and his tarnished descendants walked away from the lands between. But Queen Marika absolutely had a plan here, that Lord Godfrey and his descendants would one day return stronger, having struggled outside of grace.
Then, after thy death, I will give back what I once claimed, return to the lands between, wage war, and brandish the Elden
Those are
ring.
fat titties.
Grow strong in the face of death. Warriors of my lord, Lord Godfrey.
Soon after, she found a new husband. Either that or a new husband was found for her.
When Godfrey, first Elden Lord, was hounded from the lands between, Radagon left Rennala to return to the Erdtree capital, becoming Queen Marika's second husband and king consort, taking the title of Second Elden Lord. The mystery endures to this day as to why Lord Radagon would cast Lady Rennala aside, and moreover, why a mere champion would be chosen for the seat of Elden Lord.
Whatever the case, as a part of this union, Radagon's prior 3 children with Rennala became demigod stepchildren, granted grace thanks to their new family tree. Rennala was broken by this, and so was her country, Leonia. The Queen's set reads, when Rennala, head of both the Academy of Raya Lucaria and the Carian royal family, lost her husband Radagon, her heart went along with him. And then those at the Academy realized that Rennala was no champion after all. In the wake of Radagon's betrayal and Rennala's poor judgment, Leonia struggled with civil war, with the Academy of Raya Lucaria on one side and the Carian royals on the other. And it's here, during the age of the Erdtree, that Luna Princess Rani, daughter of Rennala and Radagon, stole a fragment of the Rune of Death.
It happened during the golden age of the Erdtree, long before the shattering of the Elden Ring. Someone stole a fragment of the Rune of Death from Malekith, the Black Blade.
As mentioned previously, Malekith was Marika's shadow, and he had sealed destined death.
How do you
in a
steal
black
something
blade.
like this?
Then a fragment, only a fragment, of this Rune of Death was stolen. And once this happened, Malekith went a step further in protecting destined death. He bound the blade within his own flesh, such that none might rob death ever again. It was too late, however. This fragment of the Rune of Death was used immediately, that night, to kill a demigod, Marika's own son, Godwyn the Golden.
That was the first recorded death of a demigod in all history, and it became the catalyst. Soon, the Elden Ring was smashed, and thus sprang forth the war known as the Shattering.
Now, there is a lot of really credible evidence that Marika was behind this plot to have a fragment of the Rune of Death stolen. There's also a ton of evidence that Marika is behind the entirety of your tarnished quest, but we'll talk about that in another video. For now, all you really need to know, in terms of the timeline at least, is this. After the marriage of Marika and Radagon, and after a fragment of the Rune of Death was stolen, Marika went on to shatter the Elden Ring, and Radagon attempted to repair it, to no avail. The Elden Ring had been broken into runes, some great and some small.
You know, it's said that Lord Radagon harbored a secret. A famed sculptor of the Erdtree capital was once summoned to render Lord Radagon's likeness in giant stature, when he glimpsed the skeleton in Radagon's closet. And as such, it's said the great statue harbors his secret too.
Of course, the huge twist in Elden Ring is that Radagon is Marika, Or depending on what you believe, he became her, for she knew it was going to happen.
In Marika's own words, O Radigan, leal hound of the Golden Order, thou art yet to become me. Thou art yet to become a god. Let us be shattered, both. Mine other self.
You can tell when From Software is keeping something a little bit open-ended, and of everything in Elden Ring's lore, this will also go on to be one of the biggest unknowns as we move forward. For example, the wording, thou art yet to become me, reinforces that Marika and Radagon were two separate entities before the shattering. However, in contrast, there is also evidence that Radagon was always part of Marika. For example, Enya says that
The demigods are each and all the direct offspring of Queen Marika.
but how can this be if Radagon married Renala and had those demigod children? The only way that makes sense is if Radagon was always Marika and he just went over there to seduce Renala long ago. I'll present more concrete theories in the future, but on this matter, the most important thing is, what do you think? While you can figure out a ton of Elden Ring's story, not all of it is open to interpretation. Certain things are, and this is one of them. And your interpretation is a big part of what makes
I
this
really
story
hope they explain
special.
Marika's story
At
in
any
DLC.
rate, the union of Radagon and Marika seems to be a union of two fundamental opposing laws of the Golden Order. We mentioned these laws earlier, actually. There's the law of
And Mikaela,
causality,
yeah.
and Marika is an agent of cause and effect. And there's the law of regression, as Radagon is a character who aspires to be complete and regress together. So I have a theory that forcing these two beings that represent these concepts together would have corrected Marika's deviance. But even so, she was imprisoned in the Erd Tree for the crime of the Shattering.
Marika's trespass demanded a heavy sentence. But even in shackles, she remains a god and the vision's vessel.
The conjoined Radagon and Marika even had two demigod children of their own, Mikaela and Millennia. These two children were born afflicted. Mikaela was cursed with eternal childhood, and Millennia harbored a horrific rot within. Even so, these two children were both chosen as Empyreans. They were immensely sacred beings, and eligible to inherit godhood from the Greater Will. Perhaps the Greater Will was just
Dude, this
desperate
cutscene's
to
so fucking
find
cool.
a worthy successor, and indeed in the Shattering War to come, many would try to claim the shards of the Elden Ring, and they would try to take the throne, including, of course, the Tarnished, who returned from their long march at long last, which we'll talk about in the next main lore video. I should probably also mention here that if you become a patron, you'll see upcoming lore videos early, as that's one of the rewards you get if you pledge to the $3 tier. And if you think my channel really adds a lot of value to the Souls games for you to the point where you pledge $20, then in this new tier you'll receive a new mug every 3 months that has a unique design on it, to do with the games by From Software. There are 4 to collect. The first one you'll get is inspired by Dark Souls, then Elden Ring, then Sekiro, and finally Bloodborne.
What the fuck? He has
They all
mugs?
have fantastic art that I worked on with an amazing artist named Chu. But anyway, I figured this is the right place to end this video because the information here is going to be overwhelming. I bet it probably was too overwhelming, you know? It took me ages to commit these names and the relationships they had with other characters to memory, so I hope you guys are doing alright. One thing that helped me a lot was that we designed an enormous mind map with pretty much all of Elden Ring's lore, all of its item descriptions, all of its dialogues, all of the relationships between
This is
characters
some
that we can think
psychopath
of.
shit.
We added all of this together, and it helped a ton in learning about the story and visualizing it all. And one day I will make this asset available to you all, because I think after doing it, I think this is the quintessential way to piece together the story, and I think giving you guys this asset eventually will make that accessible for people. So I'm really excited about that. I want to thank Absa and Zard for accepting the paid task of helping me put all the raw data into this mind map so that I could better understand everything. I want to thank Parrygod for fulfilling all of my footage requests and creating so many cinematic scenes for this video and for you all to enjoy. And I last of all want to thank John Devlin for the incredible thumbnail. And of course, thank you for watching. There are some really exciting things ahead, and I actually believe this might be the best story that From Software have ever put together. I just think not only are there so many amazing item descriptions, but so many of them are impactful. There are so many moments where you piece together the story and have like a eureka moment, and I'm enjoying it so much.
Next!
But now I'm gonna go and play the game a little bit because I've been editing this video for too long. So, see you next time.
Demigods explains.
Each
Wait, let me check my sub source. Dicky up, thank you for 23. Would I ever consider going back to the Warhammer 3? No. I think I'm pretty much done with that game. Malfine Chill, thank you for the 2. Monica Manix, thank you for the 77. RBRTDD, thank you for the 20. Seretta, thank you for the 37. Stealth Weep, thank you for the 61 months of 52. And Trolls Pop, thank you for the 39, man. I didn't actually learn that much from this one. I think I figured out most stuff from just reading
direct offspring
things in game.
of Queen Marika. There was Godwyn, Morgoth, Moog,
Baguettes.
Radahn, Rykard, Rani, Mikola, and Melania, Blade of Mikola. Melania, Blade of Mikola. Melania, Blade of Mikola. And Melania. Not again. All of these demigods had fallen from grace by the time the shattering occurred. But in this video, I want to mostly talk about the origins of these characters. Who these demigods were before the fall. And some of these demigods fell a long way indeed.
Oh, yo, the explanation for the fishman.
This unsightly mess, Godwyn the Golden was quite the heroic figure. He was born of the promising union between Lord Godfrey and Queen Marika, and he achieved great renown for his bravery in one of their wars at least, the War of the Ancient Dragons. This war began when Gransax, a great ancient dragon, rained calamity down upon Leyndell, marking the only time in historical record that Leyndell's walls had fallen. It's not clear why Gransax first attacked, but fortifying themselves against lightning, the Knights of the Erd Tree weathered his assault and Gransax was defeated. However, this was only the beginning, and a bitter war against the ancient dragons was to follow. During this war, the Erd Tree Sentinels had an epiphany that the only way to truly protect the Erd Tree was to become dragons themselves. And so, despoiling the corpses of their foes, the grotesque Sentinels served the Erd Tree, but fought with the claws of the enemy instead. In the end, the ancient dragons were routed once again. In a graveyard of swords by the Stormcaller Church, the end of the war is commemorated. Here, we learn that during battle, Godwyn the Golden defeated Fortisax, called the mightiest dragon of them all. However, he did not kill Fortisax. Instead, he befriended him. And it was in this act that the powers of the ancient dragons truly became a part of Leyndell. After all, only those loved by dragons can survive the ordeal of cladding their bodies in lightning. So, from an unlikely friendship, an ancient dragon cult was born in the capital city, and the Knights of Leyndell learned to worship the dragons and wield their lightning. Lanciax, sister of Fortisax, even took human form to better commune with the knights. It was officially decided that the worship of the ancient dragons did not conflict with belief in the Erd Tree, and it was all thanks to Godwyn, commander of the Dragon's Golden Lightning, and a true child of the Golden lineage. But now, let's talk about Morgoth and Moog, the Omen twins, who were also born of Godfrey and Marika's Golden lineage. First, what is an Omen? Well, to put it simply, an Omen is an accursed child seen as impure, as they are born with horns on the body and face. When this happens, the correct thing to do, culturally at least, is to cut off the horns of the Omen, an act which usually causes them to perish. It's pretty messed up, but some Omen do survive this process, and some Omen are even given a cleaver, crafted specifically for them and awarded as a tool of war, although these weapons are bestowed with a readiness to take them away. We find one such Omen in an Erd Tree camp upon the Altus Plateau. Before you fight it, you might have noticed another Omen nearby writhing in its sleep. It's said that Omens see evil spirits in their nightmares, and I think this Omen is dreaming, haunted by the vengeful spirits of its accursed kin. This brings us to the Omen Killers, who are horrifying butchers of twisted conscience. They wear these horned masks that make a mockery of the Omen's nightmares, and these butchers hunt the Omen and amputate their horns. The first Omen killer was named Rollo, a famous perfumer who had to imbibe a physic to rid himself of emotion so that he could better perform his tasks. Remember,
What the fuck?
it seems many Omen have their horns excised when they're very young. That's definitely disturbing enough to warrant an emotion.
Look at that thing, dude. There's a baby. Wait, look at what? What the fuck?
It's definitely disturbing enough to warrant an emotion-killing physic in my book. However, if the Omen is born of royalty, then their horns are not cut off, but the Omen is kept underground, unbeknownst to anyone, and imprisoned for eternity. By way of example, you would have seen all kinds of Omen confined to the sewers beneath Leyndell. But why are Omen considered to be accursed in the first place? Some of them are clearly intelligent, so what's inherently wrong with being born with horns and great strength? Well, it's important to remember, I think, that this curse might only really exist in the context of the Golden Order. After all, those afflicted with Omen horns are not able to return to the Erd Tree for rebirth, and are said to be born outside of its grace. But why does the Golden Order disavow the Omen, then? Well, it's hard to say for sure, but my working theory is that it's to do with the Crucible. According to this ancient incantation, horns were once an aspect of the Erd Tree's primordial crucible, where all life was once blended together. And with the exception of a couple of Crucible nights in and around Leyndell, we know that the Golden Order has started to distance itself from most things that touch upon the Crucible. While things like horns, knots, feathers, and scales once grew on the human body and were considered signifiers of the divine, now they are disdained as impurities as civilization has advanced. We learn this from the knot, scale, and feather talismans, all of which are guarded by Omen, or dropped by Omen killers, no less. Unfortunately for the Order of the Erd Tree, these once divine impurities seem to crop up in some births, whether they like it or not. Almost like it's a genetic trait, as if it touches upon the crucible at the root of the Erd Tree. And so you have to ask, is it really a curse to be born as a graceless Omen? Well, as with most curses in these games, I think that depends on your perspective. In any case, Mohg and Morgoth were Omen royalty, and thus they were born into a wretched mire far below the earth, horns and all. Here they were kept under the strictest confinement. Each of them were bound with charmed shackles that were covered in roots or thorns and bathed in golden magic. It seems very few people were supposed to know that they even existed. Morgoth, for his part, renounced and despised his accursed Omen blood, but his brother Mohg embraced it. Deep underground, Mohg stood before an outer god, a being called the Formless Mother who craves wounds, a being capable of bestowing power upon accursed blood. In this moment, Mohg's accursed blood erupted with fire, and he became besotted with the defilement that he was born into. Here, deep below the earth, he would go on to build a dynasty of blood in reverence of a mother, something it seems he never truly had. As for Morgoth, he was born into the same accursed fate as his twin brother, but despite not being blessed with grace, he loved the Erd Tree all the same, and even took it upon himself to crawl out of the sewers and become the Erd Tree's protector when the Erd Tree needed him most. In the end, he rightfully became the Omen King and Lord of Leyndell. Omen or not, he was, after all, born of Godfrey and Marika's golden lineage. Of course, the marriage between Godfrey and Marika would be ended, and before long, Marika remarried with another man, a champion named Radagon, who Marika calls her other half. He became second Elden
This is such a
Lord,
weird part of the
the
story.
king consort, but he also brought with him 3 children from a previous marriage that he had had with a Carian queen named Renala. These children were Rani, Rykard, and Radahn, and they all became demigod stepchildren after Radagon's reunion with Queen Marika. Possessed of his father's flaming red hair, Radahn was fond of its heroic implications and
I always thought that was a
considered himself
helmet
to be
thing.
born of a great champion. Yet he also looked up to another man, Godfrey, the first Elden Lord, Queen Marika's first husband and the Lord of the Battlefield. But Radahn wasn't just the son of Radagon and an aspiring Lord of the Battlefield, he was also the son of Rennala, who was head of the Academy of Raya Lucaria and Queen of Caria. So as a Carian royal, inclined towards sorcery, Radahn bent his will towards mastering gravitational magics. Rock sling, gravity well, collapsing stars. These techniques were taught to him in Celia, the town of sorcery, all so he would never have to abandon his beloved but scrawny steed. That said, before long, his powers would be put towards a more cosmic purpose than simply allowing him to ride his own horse. Radahn was taught gravitational magic by an Alabaster Lord, a member of a race of ancients with skin of stone who was said to have risen to life when a meteor struck long ago. And when his lessons were complete, Radahn uttered these chilling words.
Thank you for your tutelage. For now, I can challenge the stars.
And, of course, he did conquer the stars.
That sounds
The very
suspiciously much like
constellations would be
Vati.
halted by his strength. But of course, you kind of have to ask, why? Why was it necessary to conquer the stars in the first place? Well, I have a couple of theories. Theory one is that it was done in self-defense. After all, according to the Sword Gravestone, Radahn was protecting Celia. What's more, gravitational magic has destructive power, and many gravitational beasts are proof of that destructive power. A being named Astel had even come down to the lands between in the past and destroyed a place called the Eternal City. What's more, Celians are descendants of the Eternal, positioned right above the Eternal City underground, so there is an argument to be made for Radahn purely defending Celia for some reason here. But it's possible for Radahn to have fought in this conflict and to have made the first move as well. So this is theory 2, that Radahn conquered the stars as a preventative measure in service to the greater will. According to a set of astrologer items, the night sky cradles fate. There's even a banished sect of people called the Nox, who live deep below the earth in eternal anticipation of the coming age of stars and their Lord of Night. Long ago, these people invoked the ire of the Greater Will.
It's kind of
So
cute.
it would make sense that those in service to the Greater Will might have sought to arrest the stars and put an end to this fate. What's more, Radahn was just a huge fanboy of Godfrey, and he seems to have more loyalty to the Erd Tree than to the moon. Finally, the telescope item description says that the fate once writ in the night skies had been fettered by the Golden Order. So surely this is referencing Radahn's actions, and it levels the blame at the Golden Order. But putting Radahn's motivations aside, it's a fact that the stars were held back, and that this had great consequences for many, especially for the rest of his Carian royal family.
Let me explain. The fate of the Carian royal family is guided by the stars, as is the fate of Lady Rani, first heir in the Carian royal line. But General Radahn is the conqueror of the stars, who stood up to the swirling constellations, halting their movement in a smashing victory. And so, if General Radahn were defeated, the stars would once again resume their movement, as would Lady Rani's destiny.
Lunar Princess Rani was the daughter of Radagon and Rennala, and sister to Radahn. Interestingly, if you look at her true body atop the Divine Tower, it looks like she might have also inherited the red hair of Radagon. Cool detail. But unlike her brother, Radahn, she quite clearly took after her mother more, who was Rennala, head of the Carian royal family. The House of Caria has this storied history, one that seems to go way back to the astrologers. In the Carian Manor, we find one of their treasures, the Sword of Night and Flame.
Op.
It reads,
This weapon.
astrologers who preceded the sorcerers established themselves in mountaintops that nearly touched the sky and considered the fire giants their neighbors. Rennala herself was an astrologer, always chasing the stars in her youth. Then she met the full moon, and in time, the astrologer became a queen, establishing the House of Caria as royalty. Caria appears to have a matriarchal hierarchy, with multiple princesses and Carian knights that serve as their retainers. Now, however, there is only one princess, Rani, daughter of Renala. And at the time of her birth, she would have been set to inherit quite a lot of power indeed, for the Carian royal family was at its height, and her mother was not only queen, she was also head of the Academy of Raya Lucaria, having bewitched them with the enchanting power of the full moon. Leading the young Rani by the hand, Renala guided her daughter to a meeting with a moon of her own. What Rani beheld was cold, dark, and veiled in occult mystery. A dark moon, a sort of twin to Renala's own full moon. You can even see both of these hanging in the sky if you stargaze from the heights of the Moonlight Plateau.
Fuck?
Another who guided Rani was
This
a
game has
character
2
called
moons?
the Snowy Crone, who the young Rani encountered deep in the woods. When you look at Rani, it's actually the likeness of this snow witch that you're seeing, as the doll that now houses Rani's soul was modeled after her, probably as a sign of respect. Clearly, Rani looked up to this mysterious woman. She became Rani's secret mentor, and she even knew about the Dark Moon, teaching the young Rani to fear it as she imparted her cold sorceries. So, what do these moons represent? That's just a theory, but I think the moons kind of act as guides. The lost black moon of Noxtella, for example, was the guide of countless stars. What's more, Rani and Renala were heavily influenced by their moons. Renala's moon bewitched the academy that she became the head of, and Rani's dark moon, for its part, also imparts wisdom and leads a voyage.
I'm using my last
in
character for
the Age
DLC.
of Stars ending. They could even be outer gods. And yet, for all of this guidance, Caria and Leonia as a whole have experienced steep decline. Radagon betrayed the House of the Moon. Radahn locked the stars out of motion. The Academy town is flooded to the north. Caria has been ruined in the west, and the stars and moon have gone their separate ways. Nevertheless, Rani, last princess of Caria, remains, carefully setting new plans into motion. Sibling to Rani and Radahn was a man named Rykard, who was Lord of the Volcano Manor. There is evidence that Rykard was friendly with his siblings. He conspired with his
This guy is
sister
really
Rani
mysterious.
later on, and there's even a portrait of Radahn hung in the Volcano Manor, as well as a portrait of Rykard himself before the fall. Item descriptions mark Rykard as stern, ambitious, heroic, and blasphemous. A part of this blasphemy was opposing the Erd Tree, which actually drew many knights to his banner, for Rykard believed in taking by force, just as the gods did, and clearly many believed that he would usher in a new age. The armor set of the Gelmir Knights reveals to us what were once very loyal soldiers. The crest of red feathers are there to symbolize Rykard's pedigree as Lord Radagon's son, and the emblem upon their chest piece represents a lord who had lofty ambitions. However, as Rykard delved into the ancient secrets of Mount Gelmir, he came across the immortal Great Serpent, an ancient deity that aligned with Rykard's ambitions. And so, Rykard fed himself to the Great Serpent so that he might devour, grow, and live eternally. Alas, this was too much for his knights, and they believed that their master's heroic ambitions had degenerated into mere greed. So they searched desperately for a weapon with which they might halt their lord, and they found it too. The immortal serpent had lived for a long time, and so there was also a weapon to kill it that had been designed long ago as well, a serpent hunter. But it was too late. As the lord lost his dignity, so too did the knights lose their master. Not that it bothered Rykard.
Now we can devour God together.
Next, we need to discuss Melania and Mikola. These two were twins as they were born. No, Rykard, please. Anyway, as you know, Radagon's marriage with Renala did not last. Afterwards, he returned to the Golden Order and became Queen Marika's consort. But what I haven't yet mentioned is that, together, they were blessed with 2 demigod children, the so-called twin prodigies. Now, in the last lore video, I briefly proposed that these 2 twins were born after the Shattering, after Radagon and Marika had merged together to become a single god. However, I've since changed my mind. I think Millennia and Mikola were clearly born before the Shattering. There's just so much proof that these two twins were a force that were influencing the world long before the Shattering took place. Anyway, both of these twins were born afflicted. Specifically, in the Japanese text, it's said that their births were vulnerable.
Oh, what? It's
Mikola
different?
was born afflicted with eternal youth, and Millennia, for her part, was vulnerable to rot. Interestingly, Millennia's scarlet rot is actually an outer god. This outer god, like
Translation
many others
issue.
in the game,
Oh,
seems
interesting.
to have an order that is able to be imposed upon the world via an Empyrean vessel, and Millennia was that vessel. And while the scarlet rot is pretty terrible,
I
you
didn't even
can
consider
sort of argue
that.
that it's got a beauty to it. According to Gowry, the order of rot is resplendent. It's a cycle of death and rebirth. Kind of like the lotus flower, which is a flower that blooms anew, beautiful and fresh from mud. I actually have art of this flower hanging in my home. I always love the symbol of it. I actually have lots of art hanging now, and I'm going to talk about all of this artwork that you can buy at the end of the video. Anyway, so Millennia the Empyrean was vulnerable to and afflicted by the scarlet rot. There was said to be no cure to this, and while fire and consecration seemed to be somewhat effective at warding it off, Millennia would slowly lose her physical self to the rot. Interestingly, old legends of the Scarlet Rot have persisted in the world for generations, and we learn more about the Rot God from the Blue Dancer charm. The dancer in blue represents a fairy who, in legend, bestowed a flowing sword upon a blind swordsman. Blade in hand, the swordsman sealed away an ancient god, a god that was rot
Just by
itself.
himself? He just did it?
Specifically, this
What the
god
fuck?
was long ago sealed away in the stagnant water that is downstream of the Ainsel River underground. And wherever rot appears, the kindred of rot appear as well. These are pests and servants of the rot. And now, in the current age, these are servants that have been forsaken by Millennia, who is their new goddess. So, this blind swordsman with the flowing curved sword actually went on to become Millennia's mentor. So technically it's him that we have to blame for this goddamn attack. The prosthesis wearer heirloom tells us more. A talisman engraved with a scene from a heroic tale. Though born into the accursed rot, when the young girl encountered her mentor and his flowing blade, she gained wings of
Never realized the
unparalleled
pictures
strength.
were so clear on the
Millennia's
talismans.
ridiculous attack is called the waterfowl dance, and aesthetically it makes sense that, flowing waters would counter the effects of rot. For just as still waters turn foul, stagnation turns to decay. Thus, warriors must remain ever drifting. And indeed, Millennia does resist the call of the rot. There's a lot of evidence that she's not really a willing vessel, but through sheer will and sense of self, she resists the rot. And only when she is truly pressed in battle will she abandon this will and bloom into the goddess within. Millennia's first bloom was during her fight against Radahn, and releasing her scarlet rot was a last-ditch effort that would forever taint the land of Caelid and cripple Radahn. So,
What a
whatever she was
fucking
fighting
sore
for in
loser.
this fight against Radahn, somehow it was worth this terrible act. In general terms, at least, it's clear that Millennia was fighting for her brother. Apart from the times where she relapses into being the goddess of rot, she is known as the Blade of Mikola. She actually goes to great lengths to tell you this. I don't know if you heard. Despite being the toughest boss in From Software history, she's actually fighting for his right to godhood, not her own. In Millennia's own words, her brother Mikola possesses the wisdom, the allure of a god. He is the most fearsome Empyrean of all. For his part, Mikola did a lot to earn his sister's dedication, not the least of which was inspiring her armor and a prosthetic of unalloyed gold. And it's not just his sister that loved Mikola, many people did. The Bewitching Branch is an item that you can use to turn enemies into temporary allies, and it reads, "Indeed, he has learned very well how to compel such affection." For his father Radagon, Mikola fashioned and gifted to him a fundamentalist incantation called Triple Rings of Light. Radagon then returns the favor, gifting back an incantation called Radagon's Rings of Light. These interactions show some of Miquella's positive connections with his father and also Golden Order fundamentalism. And yet, the young Miquella abandoned fundamentalism, for it could do nothing to treat Millennia's accursed rot. This was the beginning of unalloyed gold. So, what is unalloyed gold? Well, an alloy is a composition of metals, so unalloyed gold is pure gold, essentially, with no external mixtures. This gold apparently can ward away the meddling of outer gods, and so Miquella bent a lot of his efforts towards creating an unalloyed gold needle. Specifically, this needle was crafted for his sister, to ward off the rot god and forestall the effects of the incurable rotting sickness. We see the bond between the siblings as well when we visit Miquella's Halig tree. We see a statue of a one-armed woman embracing a child, Miquella. In this place, we see the biggest example of Miquella's benevolence, the Halig tree, and the society that was built into the brace that supports it. This was a promised land, seen as a salvation to many who were shunned or persecuted, provided that they can actually find the path.
I'm watching this for the first time, yeah. I never seen any of this.
Like many other Empyreans, Miquella seems to have had the will within them to create a new order, and his is an order that's somewhat modeled on the ones that came before it. The biggest thing is that the Halig tree is clearly inspired by the Erd tree. But the difference is that Miquella's Halig tree is said to be accepting of all, even those the Erd tree shuns. Miquella himself was once embedded inside of the Halig tree, and he watered it with his very own blood since it was a mere sapling. Tragically, however, he was ripped out of this womb during the shattering, and his Halig tree ultimately failed to grow into an Erd tree, becoming a misshapen husk instead. But that's the story for another day. There's also a ton of cut content to do with Miquella.
Cut content, he doesn't know yet. It's 2 years old,
who
this
I'm
video.
sure we'll learn about more later. But there is one more thing that I want to mention before I go. It's kind of one theory I had during the making of this video. So, Miquella and Millennia each have their own butterflies. Millennia's is the Aeonian butterfly, which inhabit the swamp of Aeonia and are rumored to come from the wings of the rot goddess herself. And I think it's fair to say that Miquella's butterfly is the nascent butterfly, which appears as if it's just emerged from its cocoon for its entire life. This is a reference to Miquella's eternal youth and his cocoon in the Halig tree. But there is, of course, a third butterfly, right? There's the smoldering butterfly. It's said to be an eternally burning butterfly that serves as kindling. Now bear with me, but it's my theory that this butterfly is a reference to Melina, who the Blade of Calling calls the kindling maiden and the one who walks alongside flame.
Hold up, dude. Even the butterflies have meanings in this fucking game? I thought they were just random animals on the fucking map. The fuck?
This might suggest that Melina is a sibling to
That's absurd.
and Miquella. Again, that's just a theory, but what I really want to talk about here is that, at the very least, Melina is almost certainly the daughter of Marika. We learned this a long time ago from looking at her name in the game's files, and we can further infer it from her dialogue, as she has a few lines that refer to mothers and one that says that she was born inside the Erd tree. So, her being the daughter of Marika is also just a theory, but this one is much more concrete than the butterfly one. Although the reason I like the butterfly theory is that it gives us a hint as to who Melina's parents might have been. Her parents would have been Radagon and Marika, which is to say, Marika herself alone, I guess, because Radagon is Marika. Honestly, Melina as a character has only become more mysterious since the game was released, and I'm really only scratching the surface with this theory. But speaking of times before Elden Ring was released, back then, a long time ago, I commissioned this piece from a renowned artist named Marco, and now I'm so excited to reveal it for the first time. This storybook scene is heavily inspired by the early looks we had at Elden Ring, with a red-haired protagonist, spirit companions, a mount that looks like Yakul and a bit like Torrent, and a few other hidden details in the piece. This piece and all of my other prints are now available over at Spring, where you can actually buy them fully framed and ready to hang. They actually ship with a beautiful frame. The frame itself is a nice black satin finish, and you can even opt for a white border around the print, which I think looks really classy in certain cases. I think these posters are a cool way to support the channel and artists, and for you to actually get something in return that will make your room look better. So check out my prints if you're interested, but this is the end, and thank you for watching. I'll see you next time.
Next. Jibijan, thank you for the free. Tyler the 7, thank you for the 27. Nitus, thank you for the 18. Elke Real, thank you for the 23. Zero Product, thank you for the 43. And Minami, thank you for the 25, man. Oh shit, bosses now.
Where do you go after death? What is the right way to die? Can death be overcome? And if it can, what are the consequences of such a thing? These questions are at the very heart of Elden Ring's story, and in order to answer them, I want to go over a set of bosses that are defined by their relationship to death, those being the Deathbirds, the Ancestral Spirits, the Tibia Mariners, the Godskins, the Burial Watchdogs, and the Black Knife Assassins. Understanding these bosses will teach you so much. In Elden Ring, one's self is separated into two distinct entities. There's the body, which is one's physical self or corporeal flesh, and then there's the spirit, which is essentially the soul that commonly persists after death. In the age of the Erd Tree, the bodies of the dead and their spirits are returned to the Erd Tree. This is done via a process called Erd Tree Burial, where great tree roots in catacomb dungeons absorb the dead so that they might be immortalized with the Erd Tree. But it was not always this way. In fact, the entire culture of death had a different shape in the earlier days of the Lands Between. Back then, instead of Erd Tree Burial, death commonly burned in Ghost Flame. Ghost Flame, also known as Spirit Flame, is a cold, white flame that is created when bones are burned to ash. We learn this from the fallen hawks who prowl the underground rivers. When the last embers of their torches were used up, they were forced to burn the bones of their fellows instead, and acquired the cold Ghost Flame. This process appears to help separate the spirit from the body. And while a lot of these spirits appear to be vengeful based on the Ghost Flame spells, I think in general having the body separated from the spirit in this way would have been a desired outcome. I speculate that we see proof of this even in the current age, where the wandering dead at Agheel Lake gaze at the sky, praying that the dragon Agheel might burn them to ash. Perhaps this was simply the acceptable way to put a tired body to rest. The keepers of Ghost Flame were the Deathbirds, who tended to the flame in their graveyards, raking out the ashen remains of the dead from their kilns. So I like to think of the Deathbirds as serving the old process of death, and delivering death by reducing bodies to ash so that spirits might be better able to move on. Now, admittedly, a lot of these spirits are vengeful, and that's how Ghost Flame is sort of weaponized by the Deathbirds and sorcerers, but I do think that at its core, Ghost Flame was important just because it separated the body and the spirit. After all, the explosive Ghost Flame sorcery compares this process of death to the Erd Tree's process of death, which was pretty all-encompassing, so I think it's safe to assume that Ghost Flame was just really important to the process of death, and it was more than just, vengeful spirits and a weapon to be used. And next we should talk about the Twin Bird, which was the mother of the Deathbirds. We don't find this creature in-game, but we can find its likeness painted vividly
DLC boss, the Twin Deathbirds.
one of the Deathbirds drops. The design might remind you of a phoenix, which is traditionally drawn with bright colors and a crest of feathers and a longish neck. Of course, the phoenix is a creature that rises from the ash when it dies, which is obviously extremely fitting for this story. So the Kite Shield tells us that the Twin Bird, or this phoenix creature, is said to be the mother of the Deathbirds. But not only that, it's also called the envoy of an outer god. So we can kind of compare the Twin Bird to the Two Fingers, then, who are also envoys to an outer god. They are envoys to the Greater Will, and similarly, I assume the Twin Bird probably communes with some outer god of death. And while we're definitely left wondering what greater purpose this outer god might have, the mere fact that it exists lends a lot of significance to the Twin Bird and its Deathbirds as well. A variation on the Death Bird is the Death Right Bird, which is an alternate boss, and it's a far more threatening foe, as it actually seems to use power that it's gained from certain spirits and Ghost Flame. And if you look really closely at its ethereal wings, you might even spy little spirits lurking within. And when I saw these, I was really excited because I recognized the weapon they're using, and the weapon explains who they are.
This one is up too.
They're holding a little death ritual spear, and that item reads, "The priests became the guardians of the..."
Yesterday's vault is missing? I'm literally looking at it right now. It's up and published. Yeah, it's literally just up.
Birds through the rite of death, which is a part of their contract for a far-off resurrection. So deathbirds have a lot to do with sacrificial rites. You know, they don't just attend to the ghost flame, they also deliver death, and they also perform rites of death. So we can assume that these priests were sacrificed in a rite of death so that they could lend a sort of spiritual strength to the deathbirds. But we're still left wondering about the nature of their contract with the deathbirds, which promises a far-off resurrection for them. You know, what agreement did these priests come to with the deathbirds? I wonder what has to happen for their contract to be fulfilled, and how will they even be resurrected? In terms of where the deathbirds appear, they kind of appear everywhere, and I think that might be a hint that their influence was once present far and wide. And while their importance in the current age is likely quite diminished, they still definitely are relevant in the Lands Between. In fact, many other enemies actually make reference to them, and some even successfully channel their powers. Even Ghost Flame lights the way in Catacomb dungeons to this day. But in general, there is a lot of power that can be gained from death in the Lands Between, which brings us to the Ancestral Spirit. In the flourishing landscapes underneath the Lands Between, you would have found the bodies of 3 large stags enshrined by the ancestral followers. These warriors, hunters, and shamans believe heavily in the principle that life sprouts from birth, but also from death. I think this principle is sort of represented by horns, because in real life, horns continue to grow throughout the lifespans of animals, with their primary function usually being to convey a social hierarchy. And here, the largest and most influential creature is a giant stag. And in the world of Elden Ring, since life continues after death, it makes sense then that this creature's antlers continue to bud and grow even after its death. We learn this from defeating the regal ancestor spirit and looking at the horn of this fallen king. New growths bud, glowing with light. Thus does new life grow from death, and from death one obtains power. Long-lived beasts like this are worshipped by the ancestral followers, a race of beings who keep their distance from the Erd Tree and are just content to await new buds and new growth. If a being does not show signs of budding horns or new growth, then they are sacrificed with an axe called the Winged Greathorn. Interestingly, the twin blades of this sacrificial axe are called Envoy's Wings, which might be a reference to the twin bird we mentioned earlier, which was also a winged envoy. According to the Horn Charm talismans, the ancestral spirits specifically arise from long-lived beasts, and I think this touches on another commonly repeated theme in Elden Ring, which is that there are benefits to living life to its fullest potential. To quote some more Deathbird items, the most glorious end awaits those who cling tenaciously to life, and it is important to render up a death worth offering. Those who lived a heroic life were even able to go on and see a unique version of grace in the afterlife. We currently think that this grace is red, and that these are the same red rays of grace that you might have noticed when you first explored the Forbidden Lands. So this might be the most intriguing part of the video. Let me explain. Past the Forbidden Lands and deep within the consecrated snowfields is a Tibia Mariner, and this one drops Helfen's Steeple, a great sword that reveals just a mind-blowing amount of lore for one item. First, it reads, "Greatsword patterned after the black steeple of the Helfen, the lampwood which guides the dead of the spirit world." So the word steeple is commonly used to describe the tall spire found on churches, and indeed, the design of Helfin's steeple echoes that of the Morion blade from Dark Souls, which also referenced the spire of a church. However, while I think Helfin is likely to be a sort of church, I don't think it's a building. Instead, this item seems to be describing the shape of a black tree in the spirit world, a so-called lampwood, or lamplight tree, that serves as a guidepost for the heroic dead. The item goes on to say that lamplight is similar to grace in appearance, and it is said that it can only be seen by heroic spirits or those who met their death in battle. So the black tree of Helfin is almost like this dark mirror of the Erd tree.
It's the
but in
fucking
spirit
shadow
world.
of the Erd tree,
So
dude.
interesting that it even gives off its own guidance of grace, and there's a few reasons we speculate
shit.
that this grace might be red. First, a red gem.
Wait, look at his video age. 1 year ago at the minimum. I mean, it's pretty much 2 years ago at this point. What the fuck? He pieced it together now.
Found at the very tip of Helfin's steeple, and a gem on the rolled medallion as well. Plus there's a red glow visible from the sword's gem, and a red glow from the rolled medallion when you hold it up at the Grand Lift, where it takes you to the Forbidden Lands, where we speculate that you can briefly glimpse this lamplight, or red grace, filtering between the trees. So you might be asking, why can we see the grace when we're not dead? But technically Tarnished are defined as the dead who yet live, so it might make some sense that we can see it. The next question is, where does the lamplight lead? And I think there's two options. One is that the lamplight might lead back to Helfin itself. That is the source of the light after all, and Helfin's steeple can be enwreathed in ghost flames, so maybe the dead are sort of put to rest here. Alternatively though, I guess it's also possible that the lamplight has plans for the heroic dead, just like Grace has plans for the Tarnished. It might lead them somewhere else as well. We just don't know. In my discussions with Quelaag, who helped with these theories, she pointed out the similarities that Helfin has with Valhalla of Nordic folklore. If you don't know, Valhalla is a place where brave spirits would be invited to dine with the gods. And it seems that Helfin is inspired by that same sort of folklore, since only heroic spirits can see the light. Not to mention, Hel, with one L, is actually the name of the world of the dead in Nordic folklore. And speaking of folklore, this finally brings us back to the Tibia Mariner, the boss that dropped Helfin's steeple in the first place. The Tibia Mariners themselves actually have no written lore to speak of, which is kind of a shame. But what they do have is an incredible visual design, and it kind of carries them from a lore perspective, because this visual design is steeped very heavily in appropriate
It's the ferryman of
So,
River Styx.
In Greek mythology, there is a stretch of water
Of
called
course.
the River Styx, which marks the boundary between Earth and the underworld. And to help souls of the deceased cross this river, you have to find the river boatman and pay him to safely take you across. Just so, I kind of imagine the dead in Elden Ring are being drawn to the Tibia Mariner in a similar fashion. You know, he has a purple lantern and a loud horn, and he might offer a similar sort of guidance to the underworld. There is one spell that references this boss briefly. It's Tibia's Summons, and it says, "For time immemorial, the dead have been those who are lost and require guidance and leadership." Suffice to say, death was a very important facet of life in the Lands Between, even for the gods at one point. Which brings us to the Godskins, an order of apostles that were born to deliver destined deaths to the gods long ago. I kind of like to think of them as a counterbalancing force to the influence of gods, wielding sharp tools for boring and slicing through flesh, and incanting spells that mocked the wrath of the gods. It seems these Godskins actually succeeded in hunting many gods, if their name is to be believed. Their robes were made by sewing together patches of smooth skin, and the nobles' robes include subcutaneous fat, which makes them plump and soft. Known for their seven-faced aprons, these nobles are the most ancient apostles, and they're deeply inhuman. Their weapon is not a slicer, but a stitcher, and they wield it with a skill that is unmatched by any lowborn. These beings were elevated to a social class above the lowborn because they served a queen, a Glowmide queen, The black flames they wield are actually channeled from that queen's greatsword, and it was this queen who raised them from birth in the first place, cradling her newborn apostles in godskin cloth, so that they might grow to become the death of the gods. This Glowmite queen was powerful, but what makes her character so important is that she was also an Empyrean, chosen by the Fingers. Now, remember, an Empyrean is a candidate chosen by the Two Fingers to become a god, so despite being such a dark character, the Glowmite Queen was still a valid choice for godhood. And all of this, of course, was before the Rune of Death had been removed from the Elden Ring, and it was from this Rune of Death that the Black Flame originally got its power. We only know of one other Empyrean alive at this time, and that would have been Queen Marika. Naturally, at some point, Marika and the Glowmite Queen clashed. Though, according to the Godslayer Greatsword description, we know that the Glowmite Queen was defeated by Malakath, who was the shadow of Queen Marika. He is credited with defeating the Glowmite Queen.
It's unpublished for some reason, actually.
Sealing off the Rune of Death, which again was the source of their power. What's not clear to me about all of this, though, is whether Marika and the Glowmite Queen were rival Empyreans competing for godhood, or if Marika was already a god and decided to take out the Glowmite Queen because the Glowmite Queen was an Empyrean threat to her age. But at any rate, it seems like Marika and the Glowmite Queen are opposites. You know, the Glowmite Queen ends ages, but Marika wished for an age eternal, so it makes sense that they'd clash, but there's still so much we don't know about them. But after all of this, Marika's Age of the Erd Tree began, and during this age, you were supposed to wait for the roots of the Erd Tree to call to you, so that your spirit could return to the Erd Tree after death to be immortalized with it. Specifically, these roots were found in catacomb dungeons, and there's even a statue found across the lands between that was designed to help people find these catacomb dungeons. This is the statue of Rosus, the Usher of Death, and he shows the dead the path towards catacomb dungeons. The catacombs themselves were built in the Age of the Erd Tree. This is proven by root resin, which states that the roots here were once linked to the Erd Tree, and it was for this reason that catacombs were constructed around these great tree roots. So at this point in history, Queen Marika had implemented her new concept for death in the lands between, and in her eyes, a proper death meant returning to the Erd Tree. Thus, in the days where catacomb roots were connected to the Erd Tree, these catacombs were valid sites of Erd Tree burial, and I think we literally see this taking place, as corpses can be seen being absorbed by the roots at the end of every catacomb dungeon. The process of Erd Tree burial, though, is described as an honor reserved for heroes, and this process of Erd Tree burial is presided over by Erd Tree burial watchdogs, who protect the catacombs with their impish servants. These creatures are golems, and I think that they might have been created specifically during the period of history where Liurnia had an allegiance with Leyndell, since they serve the process of Erd Tree burial, but their weapons actually have glintstone embedded in them. Furthermore, when hit by impure crystal darts, they malfunction, which I think is further proof of their glintstone origins. In some catacombs,
what kind of random counter is that?
Physical bodies of the dead have begun to rise. Now, these beings are defined as those who live in death, and they are a relatively recent phenomenon in the lands between. Instead of having their body and spirit return to the Erd Tree, they rise in an act that is completely at odds with Marika's concept of death, Erd Tree burial, and the Golden Order. I'll go into more detail on this later when we talk about Godwyn, but basically, this all began when Rani stole a fragment of the Rune of Death from Malakath, and then she imparted its power onto the knives of the Black Knife Assassins. You can tell the assassins have quite a lot of secrets in their lore. We do know a few things, though. We know that they're all women, they're all Numen, and they have links to Queen Marika and the Eternal City as well. We'll have to go into more detail on them later, though. But with their knives imbued with the Rune of Death, they carved a curse mark into two demigods, Rani and Godwyn. The curse mark itself is an obtainable item, and it reads, "This curse mark was carved at the moment of death of the first demigod, and should have taken the shape of a circle. However, two demigods perished at the same time, breaking the curse mark into two half-wheels. Rani was the first of the demigods whose flesh perished, while the Prince of Death perished in soul alone. So interestingly, these assassins and the knives imbued with the Rune of Death had the power to cleave life from the physical body and from the spirit as well. Specifically, Rani was the one whose flesh perished, and she became a disembodied spirit, free from her corporeal flesh, which is what she wanted, and she now occupies a doll.
Maybe that's why Godwin doesn't get back up
became the Prince
from
of
Fia's
Death,
quest.
living without a soul and spreading the Rune of Death across the lands between through Deathroot. Now, according to item descriptions, Deathroot is the Rune of Death itself, and it acts as a source that gives rise to those who live in death. Now, what I find really interesting is the fact that this Rune of Death that is embodied by Deathroot and those who live in death, it clearly has aspects of both death and life as well, which makes sense based on what you should have learned from this episode, right? Because death isn't just the end, it's life as well. So it makes sense that those who live in death would have aspects of death and life, all contained in these beings that were brought to life, in a sense, by the Rune of Death. And while those who live in death are a bit unnatural because they do come from this fragmented Rune of Death, this half of a curse mark, they still have life in death, and so you can argue that they still have a right to life. And in fact, that's entirely what one of the endings is about.
I don't know
At
what's
least
up with
how
the
I
VODs. I think it's a
understand
Twitch
it,
issue.
and I'll try to explore it more thoroughly later on. These beings are persecuted and hunted down by fundamentalists of the Golden Order, and whether these fundamentalists are truly serving the fundamentals of order in the first place is just a topic that is very interesting to explore. So, in conclusion, maybe it shouldn't be a sin to live in death. After all, to quote Fia, "In death there is only peace, for in death there can be no sensation." Thank you for watching. Special thanks to Quaylarg for looking over this script. She has an awesome channel that you really should go and check out, and it's been great to have someone to just discuss my ideas with. But I'd also like to thank Eve, the sponsor of this video, who'd like me to talk about Spectrum, which is their high-end gaming monitor. Now, I ignore 99% of the sponsorship emails that come my way, but this one caught my eye because I follow a lot of tech YouTubers, and I already knew that they had a lot of good things to say about this product, so I'll leave links to those more detailed reviews in the description, but let me just explain a little bit about the Eve Spectrum first. So, the Spectrum is a high-end product, and it has a high but fair price tag to match. It's a 27-inch panel with tiny bezels, and at 4K resolution, games like Elden Ring look absolutely gorgeous. I've also been blown away by the color accuracy and clarity of this monitor while editing. Furthermore, if you're into any competitive FPS games, you'll especially love that it also has a 144Hz refresh rate and a 1 millisecond response time, which is very impressive considering it also does 4K resolution. The thing I like most, though,
I bought
is that
400.
even with all of these gamer specs, it presents as a clean, professional monitor without any RGB or overt branding. If you're in the market for a high-end monitor, then you can click the links in the description to pick one up yourself. But thank you for watching, and I'll see you next time.
Next, the lore of Elden Ring bosses that serve the Golden Order. A PC here, thank you for the subgift, and Keon, thank you for the 15, man.
Many of Elden Ring's bosses serve Marika's Golden Order in some shape or form, whether they're loyal to it or enslaved by it. So let's discuss all of these bosses, starting at a time before Order had even come to the lands between. To the north are Mountaintops of the Giants, a name that makes it abundantly clear just who dominated this region of the world. However, it was not always this way. According to the Borealis' mist incantation, the ice dragons were once lords of the mountaintops long ago, until they were defeated by the fire giants and chased from the peak. And perched upon this peak stands an enormous forge. Interestingly, the chain rings of this forge depict dragons, which might be a reference to the dragons that once dwelt here, and while I don't think we can say for sure who built this forge, the art of smithing is said to have originated among the giants, and the craft was even once considered divine. So, it seems likely that at the very least, they made good use of this fire. Sparks from this forge would fall down and fertilize the smoldering flowers that bloomed upon the mountaintops.
No way video
and
volume
it
is
seems
low.
like it was a pretty
It's hitting
crucial
yellow on
part
OBS.
of life in this region. The most ancient giants here were called fire giants, and according to the Burn o' Flame incantation, they have long held a solitary curse to serve as keepers of the flame for eternity. Now, traditionally in From Software games, curses are the domain of the gods, and indeed, the fire giants are cited to have borrowed power from one such god, who is represented here by a single large red eye. This god is called a god of the flame, and it's believed to be able to inhabit fire itself, as well as the bodies of the fire giants who worshipped it. The giants shared borders with the astrologers, who, according to their legendary Sword of Night and Flame, established themselves in the mountaintops and considered the fire giants their neighbors. The relationship here is implied to be friendly, even collaborative, maybe, as the sword does combine the power of both flame and the power of the primeval current that's glimpsed within the night sky. The sword would go on to become a treasure of the Carrion royal family, and the Carrions themselves are likely descendants of the astrologers. Generations later, these Carrion royals would call upon their old giant allies for aid, but we'll get to that in a moment.
What is that guy even holding?
The fire giants also had another neighbor, with whom relations were not so amicable. Further down the mountains, just past the Forbidden Lands, roamed the Knights of Zamor. According to their armor, these long-lived warriors, clad in biting, freezing winds, are said to have been the mortal enemies of the fire giants since time immemorial. According to their weaponry, these beings were devoted to winter itself and had weapons styled after icy winds and bodies that were cloaked in swirling ice storms. It makes good sense that such cold beings would be natural mortal enemies of the fire giants, and they commonly did challenge their larger rivals. But it seems like their true chance came when Queen Marika waged war against the fire giants, and the Knights of Zamor gladly joined her offensive. They earned great renown amongst the Order of the Erd Tree, and many ancient heroes of Zamor became hailed as heroes, as the fire giants were largely wiped from the face of the earth after this war. Now, up until now, I've resisted calling the giants evil, but the reality is that in pretty much every item description, their god is described as a fell god, and the giant's flame is a flame of ruin. And to be fair, their god doesn't seem like a super nice guy. I mean, it only really opens its eye when the fire giant boss sacrifices a leg, which is pretty metal, but I'm sort of giving them the benefit of the doubt because I think it's pretty clear who's writing the history about this fell god here. The many mentions of this god as evil clearly come about because fire itself was just this extremely taboo topic during Marika's Age of the Erd Tree. And it's not just Giant's Flame items that mention this. Fire in general was prohibited to those who served the Erd Tree, which was a pretty smart defensive measure, especially considering that many rival outer gods also have a flame of their own. The Formless Mother has Blood Flame, the Three Fingers have Frenzied Flame, the outer god of death has Ghost Flame, but Giant's Flame in particular was capable of burning the Erd Tree, and that is a fact that clearly inspired the inevitable war with
And
the
it never
giants.
destroyed the forge.
So the giants were deemed mortal enemies of the Erd Tree, and they allegedly desolated nature, triggered avalanches, and whipped up storms of flame with their roars. Clearly those who served the Erd Tree were afraid, and perhaps rightfully so. And so, led by Lord Godfrey,
Maybe on purpose,
forces
yeah.
of the Erd Tree went to war. The fire giants borrowed from the power of the fell god to fight against the Erd Tree, but were defeated nonetheless. According to the Burn o' Flame incantation, this released the fire giants from their curse to serve as keepers of the flame, all except one, who the fell god still hides within. And upon realizing that the giant's flame would never die, Marika left this last giant alive, knowing it was bound to protect the flame for all eternity, and thus leaving it cursed. Cursed to protect the flame from someone like us. In addition to the Knights of Zamor, many lesser giants were also roped into the war against the fire giants. These lesser giants are called trolls, and are confirmed to be a race that is descended from the giants. This relationship is clearer at the mountaintops, where the trolls here still cast giant's flame incantations. Troll hammers were even once used as ancient ceremonial smithing tools. Thus it seems evident that the trolls and the fire giants coexisted for a time, and then fell further and further apart. Because while some trolls are assumedly still fire giants
This is weird. Like, none of them ever have stomachs. All of them missing it.
at heart, many now are not. In fact, at the heart of most trolls is nothing. There's this suspicious hollow here, almost as if something has been ripped out of their torso. And when you consider
Something
what's
you just
upon
noticed in the game.
torso of the last remaining fire giant, the truth becomes pretty clear, right? Every single troll is now missing that giant eye of their outer god. And if you manage to look really closely here at a troll, we realize that in its place is this strange stone tablet that is held in place by what look like roots. As pointed out by Quelaag, these rooted tablets are very reminiscent of the rooted shackles that were created to bind the Omen twins, Mohg and Morgoth, which might suggest that the trolls are also being shackled or suppressed by Marika in some way. This is just speculation, of course, but Marika does have this suspicious set of stone tablets in her chambers, and I think it's a good theory, for sure. A sword gravestone in the mountaintops elaborates further on the trolls' role in the War of the Giants. Here, champions battled, and allegedly, the trolls betrayed. But what was the nature of this betrayal? Did these lesser giants resent their larger kin? Or did Marika force this betrayal in some way with the stone shackles? I think that's largely up to you guys. But whatever the case, nowadays the trolls are said to have lost their minds and are inseparable from the weight of their rusty swords, which have long since lost any trace of gold. So whether they carry coffins or mine down at the bedrock of the earth, their sad state brings to mind enslavement now, more than anything else. That said, some trolls do seem to have a little bit more dignity, and these are the ones that fought against the Erd Tree later on. These were the enchanted troll knights, deemed comrades of the young Renala, and they were called into service when the queen invoked an oath that they swore long ago. As mentioned earlier, the trolls go way back to when the fire giants and the astrologers were still neighbors, and back then it seems, for whatever reason, they swore an oath to the astrologers. And later, when the Carians went to war against the Erd Tree, I assume, the trolls were finally called into that service to be treated as true knights of Caria, wielding swords embedded with blue glintstone and summoning enormous glint blades. They fought arm in arm with their long-lost human comrades. Iji is another such example of that relationship, by the way. He became the Carian family's royal blacksmith, and unlike the Stone Digger trolls, he actually uses that weapon for its intended purpose as a blacksmith's hammer, and now he serves the Lady Rani, who he's known ever since her childhood. Next, I want to talk about the Knights' Cavalry. These recurring bosses wander the dim roads at night, and were once led by the Fell Omen. Now, this description specifically references Margit's title as the Fell Omen, not Morgoth's title as the Omen King, and I think this is important because Margit represents this undercover extension of Morgoth, who scouts further out in the world and takes out champions who approach all the way from Stormvale Castle. Morgoth's big role in the story is that he's a stout defender of the Erd Tree who wouldn't dare betray the Golden Order. He calls all the other demigods willful traitors all, simply for fighting over the great runes of the Elden Ring. Even Radahn, who has a lot of signs of being quite loyal to the Golden Order, is called a traitor, simply because he fights at one stage another character who has a great rune. You can even see Morgoth in one of these opening cutscene cinematics leaping onto what looks like Radahn, and managing to even get an attack off on one of the mightiest of the demigods. Actually, a channel named Smotown has a really good little video discussing whether this is indeed Radahn, and I'd highly recommend you go and check that out. Anyway, my point is, the Knights' cavalry seemed to fulfill a similar role to Margit. According to their armor, they were deliverers of death for great warriors, knights, and champions. Simple as that. No motive is listed, except that they have a reputation for taking out the greatest warriors of the world. And that makes sense that that would be their aim, because only the strongest can acquire 2 great runes and approach the Erd Tree, so it's almost as if strength itself must be stifled so that Morgoth's failing order might be maintained. As for why Margit defends Stormvale, I like to think that he's fighting here because he recognizes that Godric is the weakest of the demigods who yet remains, so he's bolstering his strength in that sense and trying to maintain this unsteady stalemate. Having a strong defense is essentially the guiding principle of those who serve the Erd Tree, especially as you get closer to the capital. There are numerous examples of this. The soldiers of Leyndell fight their battles defensively. The Knights of Leyndell always put their shield before the sword, and Leyndell itself, the city, is built to withstand siege, with layers and layers of defensive measures built in. And the protective standard to which all defenders of the Erd Tree aspire is that of the Tree Sentinels, whose order became the living rampart of the Erd Tree, embellished with golden tree-crested armor and shields that can retaliate with bolts of light. They turn defense into offense, and that's the idea in Leyndell. Defense is the best offense, and the way this idea is presented is just such beautiful storytelling. So many characters in other areas of the lands between long to return to the blessed land of the Erd Tree, and even for you it's this goal that looms over you the entire game. So the path is designed to repel everyone getting close. You know, the highway through Leonia has fallen apart, so you need to take this secret waterlogged route up through the mountain. This was my favorite part of the game, by the way, finding this secret path through the mountains and infiltrating the Altus Plateau. And then when you finally get there, there are countless ballista and golem archers, and they're all positioned facing outwards. And finally, you even find a side entrance to Leyndell, and that is even guarded by a tree sentinel. And it's not just any tree sentinel. This one is actually a draconic tree sentinel, which is
I guarded this tree sentinel.
This variant of sentinels arose after the ancient dragons attacked Leyndell in its history, and we talk more about this event in the video about the demigods. But in the end, the ancient dragons were befriended, and worship of the ancient dragons was deemed acceptable alongside belief in the Erd Tree. Dragons were conjoined with the Golden Order, so to speak, and the dragon cultists took after them in a physical fashion. Also instrumental to the rise of the Erd Tree were the Crucible Knights. They were eventually scorned for their strength, for their appearance, and for their close resemblance to Chaos, and how that inspired who they originally were. 16 of these knights served Godfrey, the first Elden Lord, and all 16 of them yet remain across the lands between. One is imprisoned in an Everjail, 2 appear to be dead and are summoned to fight you as spirits. A number of Crucible Knights still patrol Leyndell, some protect great tree roots, though most just stand dejected in lost corners of the earth, and one of them has even found a new blasphemous master. So, the next time you fight these, think carefully about where they are and who they're fighting with, because each knight is a distinct character, with purpose, or lack thereof, even though they were all once united by a common purpose and a single lord. Many of these knights fight with different aspects of the Crucible. Some fight with wings, some with horns, fire, and tail, but what they all have in common is their mastery of their Lord Godfrey's signature stomp attack, which breaks up the earth beneath their feet. This is such a cool homage to Godfrey. You know, knowing the lore is great. It definitely makes dying to it feel a little bit better, right? Anyway, I think it's important to remember that Godfrey and his Crucible Knights existed in an age before the Erd Trees, an age with the Great Tree in its primordial form, back when there was this red-tinted crucible of life, and these were warriors who drew power from its chaos. Eventually, however, they were brought on board with order, which is best exemplified by Godfrey being tamed by the Beast Regent upon his back. There are two types of ornamentation that the Crucible Knights can have. There's axe ornamentation, which is worn by Crucible Knight Ordovus and his men, and I think the axe is a bit of a homage to Godfrey again. And then there are some knights that have great tree ornamentation, and these are displayed by the knight Soluria and her men, which is of course a reference to the great tree itself. And I'd like to quickly talk about the great tree. In one of my first lore videos, I proposed that there was a great tree that must have existed before the Erd tree, and that the Erd tree might have even replaced this great tree. This was based on the English root resin item description, which has the word great tree capitalized and as one word, which
Translation
certainly
issues
makes
again?
you think that it's a distinct tree, right? The line is, the roots of the great tree once linked to those of the Erd tree, which is a line that seems to clearly set up that these are two separate trees. Except the Japanese translation doesn't say that. The Japanese translation says, these roots are said to have once been connected to the golden tree. It does mention the great tree earlier, but it seems to just be referencing the Erd tree as that great tree, because it is a really big tree. Some people have taken this to mean that there was no great tree before the Erd tree, and you know, while that's certainly possible, I do think it's still fair to argue that a great tree existed before the Erd tree. For one, many of the Crucible Knight items reference a primordial form of the Erd tree, and they have ornamentation and history that is based on this primordial holiness that is not the holiness of the Erd tree. So calling it a great tree might just be referencing that tree. And secondly, Soluria defends a giant tree in the deep-root depths. It's one that has this hollowed-out
I thought that was just a random tree.
Reminiscence of the entrance at the Erd tree as well.
Like a whatever tree.
So maybe there's something here. I just kind of wanted to set that straight for now. But the reality is that we don't really know for sure, and hopefully DLC will shed a light on some of these past ages of the world, which seems to be a common trend with From Software DLC, and there just really are so many remnants of previous ages in this game, and I'd love to see a little bit more about what their cultures really were like. It kind of makes you resent just how all-encompassing the Erd tree became. So many of these cultures have been lost, and I guess that's how a lot of characters in-game feel as well. They feel upset by that, and knowing this fact helps you understand why so many of these characters are okay with burning down the Erd tree. They're totally fine with that. And this brings us to our next boss, because in the act of burning down the Erd tree, you release a slew of ulcerated tree spirits from it. These spirits lie suffering beneath the ash until you come along. But of course you fight many of these tree spirits across the lands between, even before the end game. There's an ulcerated tree spirit at the husk of this minor Erd tree, there's a bunch in catacomb dungeons by great tree roots, there's even one at the husk of the Halig tree. There's a lot of these. Some might even say there's too many of these bosses. I think they're the worst boss in Elden Ring. But anyway, understanding their lore might make it a bit more palatable. So, while these creatures fight near the trees, I don't think they're defending them. Rather, I kind of think they're this corrupted byproduct of dead or dying trees. We know that one of the new purposes of the Erd tree is to accept spirits and allow them to live on, and it's almost like these ulcerated spirits are this horrific failure of that process. One of Miyazaki's favorite themes in these games is the idea that life is not supposed to be eternal, and I think these spirits are a physical manifestation of stagnation and decay. They're this product of an age of an Erd tree that really should have ended a long time ago. Most tree spirits drop golden seeds, which are also found at the base of smaller illusory trees, and they read, "When the Elden Ring was shattered, these seeds flew from the Erd tree, scattering across the various lands, as if life itself knew that its end had come." A talisman also goes on to say, the Erd tree was once perfect and eternal, and thus it was believed that Erd tree seeds could not exist. This was back when there was an age of plenty, when blessings literally dripped from the boughs of the Erd tree like sap. And the Erd tree's warm light healed those who bathed in its rays. The Erd tree flourished with abundance, yet it was only for a fleeting moment. Such is the course of all life. Then the leaves began to fall, and as you know from the introduction and the endings, the fallen leaves tell a story. The story is that the Erd tree was withering. Scattered across the lands between are minor Erd trees, where you go to collect crystal tears. Basins were placed at the feet of minor Erd trees in order to collect these tears, though in some cases these tears are dropped by Erd tree avatars instead. When the Elden
I love
Ring
fighting these
shattered,
guys with my new
the
class,
avatars emerged,
my new builds.
wielding ceremonial staffs that depict the Erd tree in its historic radiance. These creatures are the will of the dying Erd tree, made manifest, I think. They are literally part tree, after all, and they fight desperately to protect the minor Erd trees, which are the offspring of the withering Erd tree itself. Some avatars placed in Caelid and Miquella's Halig tree are rotten avatars, and they even have this uniquely designed staff that festers with rot, just as they do. Remember that Halig tree is also an emulation of the Erd tree, so it makes sense that it has its own avatars as well. And they fight on, because to many of these creatures, any Erd tree, whether it's minor or a copy or doomed, is something worth protecting. So, if you've made it all the way to the end of this video, then chances are you love this kind of long-form content, so an Audible subscription might also be just right for you. Sign up at audible.com/VartiVidya or text VartiVidya to 500 500 and you'll get a free credit for the first month and then again for every paid month thereafter. But this time I'd recommend you spend that credit on The Sandman, which might be just one of the most unique audiobooks that you've ever listened to. It has its own cast of voice actors, including the author, Neil Gaiman himself, who narrates, as well as sound effects and music. It's an incredible introduction to the story that a lot of people are talking about right now. Have a listen and see what I mean.
The year was 1916. Roderick Burgess conceived a plan.
In my power.
He would capture death. Did Burgess know what he had got?
Damn you! You are death. At last, finally, I am free.
So, if you'd like access to this or to thousands of other
Didn't know they
audiobooks
voice
or
acted stuff like that in
then visit
audiobooks.
audible.com/VartiVidya or text VartiVidya to 500 500. Thank you to Audible for sponsoring this video, and thank you for watching. I think
Cheryl, thank you to 32. Next!
everyone.
This part
at
is something
moment
I
in
didn't know
Elden Ring.
anything about.
You find a building hidden in the forest of Limgrave's Mistwood, and the door mysteriously opens of its own volition to reveal an elevator down that just keeps going and going, on and on until you forget that you're even underground. The cavernous roof is now so far above that it might as well be a false night sky, and the world below has life, light, and a culture of its own. But what's interesting about the environment down here is that it's actually a fusion of cultures. There are the dynastic remains infested with claymen, and then there's the ancestral grounds brimming with wildlife. But built amidst it all, between the ruins, beyond the ancestral grounds, and even hanging from the ceilings, are the incredible eternal cities inhabited by the Nox. For now, think of the Nox as just these enemies, the monks, swordstresses, and night maidens of the eternal cities.
My maiden.
The word Nox means night in Latin. Some of you might remember this from the phrase Verio Nox in Dark Souls, which was commonly held to mean fear the night. And this theme has carried over to Elden Ring, where fear and respect for the night is conveyed by characters like Rani, who seek to usher in an age of stars.
Here beginneth the chill night that encompasses all, reaching the great beyond. Into fear, doubt, and loneliness.
And just like the Age of Dark in Dark Souls, the coming Age of Stars is presented as a bit of an inevitability in Elden Ring. Or at least it might have been, were it not for Starscourge Radahn, who locked the stars out of motion and fettered the fate once writ in the night sky on behalf of the Golden Order. Again, this is just like in Dark Souls, where the coming Age of Dark was stolen from mankind by a greater power. Yet, even now, the Age of Stars continues to be championed by a people called the Nox, Except now, the Nox have been banished to the underground, and here they live in this state of eternal anticipation, just endlessly waiting for a fate that has been taken away from them. We're never explicitly told which act it was that led to the Nox's banishment, but my best guess is that it has to do with this, the Fingerslayer blade, which we loot beneath the giant's throne in Nokron. A part of its description reads, "This blood-drenched fetish is proof of the high treason committed by the Eternal City and symbolizes its downfall." So, what was the nature of the Nox's high treason, then? Well, this is a Fingerslayer blade, one that is able to harm the Greater Will and its vassals. This blade is drenched in blood and proof of high treason, so it seems like the weapon was successfully used, but we can only really speculate on which pair of two fingers this blade might have been used on. Of course, it might have just been high treason to create this blade in the first place. This weapon is said to be born of a corpse, so let's take a closer look at its icon. Doing so reveals a spine running up the blade and two arms that form the hilt. So clearly this weapon is born of a corpse, but it's not the only weapon in game that's like this. Remember that moment at the end of the game where the Elden Beast reaches into the ground and pulls a sword from Radagon's corpse? That is the Sacred Relic Sword, and it too is a spined spiral blade with a human forming the hilt. So to some in this item's description, this weapon represents the end of an age, and to others, the beginning. Now, I kind of doubt that the Fingerslayer blade is made from a corpse that's as powerful as Radagon, just because it seems so much smaller, broken, and limp, but regardless, it clearly was an attempt to bring about the end of one age and the beginning of another. Just so, the Fingerslayer blade can only be wielded by Rani, who needs the weapon to claim her fate and achieve her ending. But this can only happen when you defeat Radahn and unlock the fate in the night sky, because doing so sets free a star from the cosmos, which crashes into Limgrave, revealing the path to Nokron, the Eternal City, where the Fingerslayer blade lies hidden. There are multiple Eternal Cities that are spread widely across the lands between and located deep beneath the earth. First, we have the city of Nokron that lies beneath Limgrave. The entrance to this city is torn open by Radahn's meteorite when we explore it, so all of the foremost buildings are ruined, but they form the path leading to this undisturbed, multi-layered city that's sort of tucked behind the dynastic remains and the ancestral environs that were built here long before. Then there's Nokron's twin, the city of Nokstella, which is located beneath Liurnia. I think most people would have got their first hint of this city when they wound up in the Ainsel River fighting the Dragonkin soldier of Nokstella, but the true city is further up from here, stretching out between long sections of ant-infested tunnels. Here, the Nox have actually learned how to ride these ants, though the ants will happily turn on them if given the chance.
Oh my god!
But there's a third city, a completely devastated, nameless city located beneath Lane Dell, which is a place we'll have to talk about a little bit later in this video. These three cities just have incredible architecture. I love Nokron's massive inverted towers, and it's cool how Nokstella's shining city is built right into this low-hanging false night sky. Now, the game isn't really clear on whether these cities existed before the Nox's banishment underground, or if they were built afterwards. However, I'm inclined to think that they actually existed before their banishment. Take the Fingerslayer blade's description, for instance. This weapon is the most likely reason for the Nox's banishment, and it lays the high treason at the feet of the Eternal City. It doesn't blame the Nox, who would have existed above ground at some point. It blames the Eternal City. But regardless, while they at least might have already had these well-developed cities down here, their banishment was still a brutal punishment, because
I didn't take the DS3 lore videos, no.
from the true night sky, which was a core part of their culture. As some small comfort, I speculate that they created these false night skies, which are made of suspended white fragments. This they accept as they wait for the Age of Stars to begin. In order to learn more about these cities, though, I'd like to look at some data mined information. Of course, you have to take this with a grain of salt, but in version 1.0 of Elden Ring, the Eternal City buildings are frequently listed as Marika's ruins, and the Eternal City pavilions are Marika's pavilions. What's more, the Nox themselves are actually called Marika's descendants. This obviously has pretty huge implications, so let's try to break down Marika's ancestry and see if we can arrive at the Nox. So, Marika herself is of the Numen race, who, according to the character creation screen, are supposed descendants of denizens of another world. The only other supposed Numen in-game are the Black Knife Assassins, who, according to their silver armor, were all women and rumored to be Numen, who had close ties with Marika herself, and we have proof that these Numen Black Knives were tied to the Eternal Cities.
They say the assassins who carried out the deed were scions of the Eternal City.
So if we take Roger at his word, then it seems like Numen are indeed tied up with the genealogy of the Eternal City, and that Marika herself is likely one of the Nox's ancestors. You could go as far as to say that Marika is actually from an Eternal City too. She is called the Eternal, after all. But again, remember, this is data mined information that we're not really supposed to know. But at any rate, while the Nox might be descended from the Numen, I think enough time has passed that most Nox aren't really considered Numen anymore. If anything, they're now more akin to the Nightfolk, which is actually another descendancy you can choose for your Tarnished in the character creator. Nightfolk and Nox share similarly hued skin, and Nightfolk are a race that was said to bleed silver long ago. So let's finally actually talk about the Nox monks, the priestesses, the Night Maidens, and the silver that they wield. The monks of the Eternal Cities are all men, and they fight with flowing weapons of liquid metal. So too do the Swordstresses, a female caste of the Nox who are agile warriors and serve as the personal guards of the Night Maidens. The Night Maidens themselves are said to be of the highest clerical rank, and it's definitely interesting that a group of maidens would be of the highest clerical rank. It's almost as if the Night Maidens exist as a sort of parallel to the Kindling Maidens of the Two Fingers, who serve the Tarnished so that they might become Lord. Because remember, a core part of the Nox culture is also about searching for a Lord to serve. Except unlike the title Elden Lord, the Nox are waiting for a Lord of Night. In a way, this Lord of Night is almost an imitation of the Elden Lord, which would make sense because the Nox are extremely well versed in the art of imitation. So let's talk about that. I think I speak for a lot of us here when I say that a core part of so many of our late game playthroughs were the Mimic tier Spirit Ashes, which copied the form of their summoner. And from a lore point of view, the whole point of this Mimic tier is actually to mimic the Tarnished who might become the Elden Lord. Its description reads, Mimic tiers are a result of an attempt by the Eternal City to forge a Lord. However, the description also says that their mimicry does not extend to imitating the summoner's will. This makes it seem like Mimic tiers are this tool, right? They're something to be used to achieve the Eternal City's ends. So it's important to point out here that Mimic tiers are actually more accurately Silver tiers, and Silver tiers literally are tools, because they're wielded by the Nox as weapons. The Nox Flowing Hammer and the Nox Flowing Sword are forged from the liquid metal of Silver tiers and tempered to hardness. This gives them the ability to extend, bend, and when wielded by the Nox, to drastically change their form into spiked shields and even giant hands. And what's kind of chilling to realize is that these weapons are actually living beings. This is all quite clearly inspired by ancient alchemical conceptions of mercury, or quicksilver, which was this compound that was believed to be able to shift between liquid and solid states, as well as life and death. In-game, Silver tiers are called formless life, able to be reborn again and again into imitation. They are as much a substance as they are a living organism, And we see this in their multitude of forms: silver spheres, trolls, and even nightfolk, to name but a few. There's even this entire cut questline that would have had you bond with a silver mimic tier called Asimi.
Ha!
In the cut dialogue files, this mimic tier claims to have grown a desire for life and knowledge and lordship.
What? That's
and
so bizarre.
She desires to share the throne with you.
You could have become Elden Lord, and I could have become Sovereign Eternal.
I think, and I know a lot of you guys did as well when I mentioned this last time, I think this would have gone a really long way towards making players relate to the story of the Nox, and it would have made them question the Order of the Erd Tree even more.
My mimic wife.
And after learning about this questline, I can definitely see why mimic tears and artificial life might have been this enormous threat to the Erd Tree's authority. The Nox were, after all, messing with these crucial things that the Erd Tree had come to govern. They were messing with the powers of life, death, and rebirth. Of course, we know that death was sacrosanct to the Erd Tree during its age. As I discussed in my video on death, many ancient methods of death came to be abandoned or shunned in favor of returning to the Erd Tree's roots instead, through the process of Erd Tree burial. All the old ways of death were abandoned. And as for rebirth, well, the Erd Tree is never really explicitly said to be able to rebirth beings. I think a lot of people just assume that it's implied, but there is a bit of evidence. Many depictions of the Erd Tree actually show human forms growing along its branches, just as they show human forms being absorbed in death by its roots. And you can't forget that an entire great rune of the Elden Ring explicitly governs rebirth. This is Renala's Amber Egg, and inside it is the great rune of the Unborn.
In the end, Lady Renala was left alone, cradling the Amber Egg Lord Radagon bequeathed her. Now she devotes herself to it through forbidden rite, the grim art of reincarnation.
I think Miriel calls Renala's reincarnation a grim act here, because reincarnation already has a bit of a history with the Nox in the Lands Between, and Renala isn't the Erd Tree, so I can see how what she's doing might be a bit sacrilegious. She's even capable of using larval tears from the Eternal City, so Miriel, speaking as any follower of the Erd Tree would, understandably decries Renala's
How can his dog even
rebirths
speak?
as forbidden rites. And when I searched for this phrase, forbidden rites, in my dialogue spreadsheet, I stumbled upon cut dialogue from Thops, who confirms that forbidden rites like this did indeed originate in the Eternal City. I don't think it's a coincidence that forbidden rites is the same phrase used for Renala and by Thops as well.
Oh, one more thing. Beware the Albinorics, accursed souls born of a forbidden rite of the Eternal City.
So, the Albinorics. Albinorics seem to be a reference to the ancient notions of artificial life, and that's something that's supported by the Albinoric blood clot description, which calls them life forms made by human hands. According to the Albinoric shield, Albinorics are said to have been created from a primordial drop of dew, which, to me, evokes the Erd Tree's own imagery of dew, where drops of life dripped from the Erd Tree's branches. It's sort of imitation in that way to me. The ripple blade that is wielded by young Albinorics echoes this, stating that ripples are thought to be at the origin of their species. Obviously, these are all references to liquid, and it suggests that Albinorics are born of the same liquid silver that we just discussed. An older description of the blue silver set also confirms this.
I've watched these Dark Souls videos before, but not the Elden Ring
There are a
ones.
few different types of Albinoric that can be encountered in-game. There are first-generation Albinorics who have withered legs and are called the Albinorics of old. And then there are second-generation Albinorics who resemble frogs and are called the young Albinorics. Let's discuss these first-generation Albinorics first. As far as enemy models go, there are the men, who are commonly the subject of torture and genocide, and then there are the women, who seem to have learned to defend themselves as Albinoric wolfback archers. this is probably a good time to mention, this isn't the only example in this video where the women of the culture are far more dexterous than the men. All of the Black Knives are women, the Nox Swordstresses defend the Knight Maidens, who are of the highest rank, and if we're talking about rank, then Caria and its princesses as well are a prime example of that. Speaking of Caria, actually, Pidia is an example of an Albinoric man that serves Caria, and other Albinoric men in Caria have clearly learned Glintstone sorcery. Not
Never heard of
Loretta,
YMFAH.
but maybe that's the story for another time. Moving on to the second generation Albinorics. As newer Albinorics in the lands between, the formula for these artificial humans seems to have been improved, as they now have legs, which they put to comically good use, although Thops in his cut dialogue does say that they've lost the use of their tongues. So they really haven't got the formula quite right.
What did he try?
There's something also
This
going on with
Thompson
their
guy.
heads, which From Software themselves call dumpy and frog-like. You can even loot the Albinoric mask, which is literally just their own face, skinned in an act of malicious mockery. And I really shouldn't laugh, but it is kind of funny, admittedly, that even Elden Ring players are also guilty of genociding helpless Albinorics. There's this site in Mogwin Palace where it's just far and away the best way to farm runes, and thousands of players just kill these Albinorics over and over again. And it's just the perfect example of gameplay matching lore. Anyway, with all of this terrible shit happening to Albinorics, frankly, just for the sheer audacity of them simply existing, it's no surprise that they see Miquella's Halig Tree as a haven, but in talking about that, we're getting far away from the Eternal Cities, so let's get back to there. So, it appears the Eternal Cities weren't content with just birthing Silver Tears and Albinorics, because the Dragonkin, too, were born in the Eternal City. There are a tragic few that you can fight down there, and unlike the real stone dragons up above, they knew no true sky nor true lightning. It seems these Dragonkin were created, I think, with the intent of achieving a sort of immortality, something that is suggested by the Dragon Scale Blade, which is an ice lightning weapon that reads, "A weapon made by sharpening a gravel stone scale, thought to be the source of ancient dragon immortality into an unclouded blade." Alas, the Dragonkin soldiers never attained immortality and perished as decrepit, pale imitations of their skyborn kin. There's the word imitation again. And interestingly, just like the Fingerslayer blade is this hidden treasure of the Eternal City that is capable of...
What is this guy even? What the fuck? I remember looking at this one too. There's another one guarded by another one of these dragon soldiers, and he's just sitting there, you know?
Harming the greater will. Ancient dragon smithing stones
That's Bob,
too,
huh? Okay.
are a hidden treasure of Faram Azula, capable of creating weapons that can slay a god. So, like so many other things in this video, the Dragonkin almost seem like they are imitations that were born with a malign purpose. But just like Renala's children and the first-gen Albinorics, these imperfect births only led to withered legs and a pitiful existence.
That's why they have fucked up legs. I never considered that. What?
And now we finally arrive at the third
I thought they were just like
the
weak
nameless
and
Eternal
I don't know,
City,
like rotting
which
or
is located
something.
deep beneath the Erd Tree at the deep root depths, and it's lost its sky, its name, and even all traces of the Nox. And I believe we know exactly what is to blame for all of this. Astel, Bastard of the Void, is responsible. According to Astel's remembrance, it is a malformed star, born in the lightless void far away, and with all the force of a falling meteor, it seems, Astel destroyed an Eternal City and took away their sky. Logically, this nameless Eternal City is that Eternal City he destroyed, since it's absolutely devastated and it is missing its false night sky. And when the description says Astel took away their sky, I believe that's really literal. I think Astel really did take it away, far away. Because we don't fight Astel anywhere near the nameless Eternal City, we fight it way further south. Almost as if Astel ruined the nameless city, then flowed all the way down the Ainsel River to the south, past Noxtella and into an enormous cavern where it set up a suspiciously familiar night sky. The Eternal Darkness spell tells us that it's this manifestation of the despair around the ruin of the Eternal City, and the spell in question is essentially this black hole with a powerful gravitational force drawing everything into it. The Estelle don't seem like these super sentient beings to me, so what if they were mere animals, just drawn towards a sort of black
Can't look at this
hole,
word animal anymore.
maybe towards another powerful gravitational force, like a moon? Which brings us back to the city of Noxtella. Exploring Noxtella's tallest towers rewards you with the legendary Moon of Noxtella talisman, a treasure of theirs that represents the lost Black Moon. This moon apparently was once the guide of countless stars, and might have served as a sort of artificial moon below ground. But tragically, it seems this black moon was shattered into pieces, because fragments of this moon can be found in memory stones, which have a really similar gameplay function to the talisman, granting you additional memory slots. These stones are rightfully treasured by sorcerers, and above ground, towers evoking those of the Eternal City would be built to protect these precious artifacts. I'm not sure how these fragments were stolen from the city, though over in Nokron there are examples of foreign forces making incursions into the city. These beings are members of the Company of the Fallen Hawk, a company of slaves.
I have never noticed how fucked up they look. Look at this guy's eyes. The absolute ghouls.
That were ordered
fuck?
to explore the Eternal City. Logically, these soldiers are slaves of the
Oh
Golden
shit.
Order. But who were the Fallen Hawks before their enslavement? Well, there's this one little theory that I quite like by user NoContribution15 on Reddit that suggests that these Fallen Hawks could have once been common soldiers of Stormvale Castle, because these soldiers once had hawk crest shields and even a Stormhawk king, dating back to ancient times, back when there was a true storm in Stormvale. And so, as the theory goes, the crest for this company became that of an inverted hawk, symbolizing their fall and perhaps referencing the inverted towers of the Eternal City that they were doomed to explore. As for why they explore the city, the first thing that comes to mind is that they might have been sent here to look for the Fingerslayer Blade, which is the hidden treasure of Nokron, where the Fallen Hawks were sent, although this is mostly all just speculation. Whatever the case, it really helps to characterize these enemies for you. Otherwise, the only other observation we can make is that many of the Fallen Hawks can be found digging hopelessly in the ground, hands bloodied by their long efforts to this day. Torches are an important part of their design, and this reinforces the idea that they're here looking for something, to the point where the band's last embers were used up in their long search, and then they began to burn the bones of their fellows, acquiring the cold ghost flame, and with this new flame in hand, they became dwellers of the underground for all eternity. Like with the Fallen Hawks, there are some really open-ended parts to the stories of the Eternal Cities, some things that are curiosities to me, and I welcome you to try and answer them. For example, the giant thrones with the giant Nox skeletons on them, they're almost a complete mystery, I think. The only place the game references these thrones are in the symbols for night sorceries and bubble sorceries as well. Beyond that, they're clearly a central part of Nox culture, though we don't know what purpose these beings had. Below each one, though, you can loot Great Ghost Glovewort, which were given in tribute to those who died the most glorious of deaths, in the hope their stories would become legend.
This scene.
So it seems the Nox not only venerated these beings with giant thrones, but that their spirits as well were considered to be heroic, for their deaths were glorious. Another curiosity is the distorted bodies that are found in the Eternal Cities. These erupt from the ground, and many buildings as well, of the Nox. Are these other inhabitants of the city? Are their deaths related to the giants? What are these? And finally, there are the gargoyles that are found in the nameless Eternal Cities, with misshapen, ruined bodies. None of these gargoyles have been mended, but those that are mended with black corpse wax, and they serve Malakath, the Black Blade. Many of you will remember that 2 valiant gargoyles defend the path from Nokron to the Deeproot Depths, where the nameless Eternal City is. And interestingly, it's a coffin that takes you up there, suspended on a golden script. This golden script reminds me of the description of the cipher Pater, which reads, "The furtive inscription appears to hang in the air, the language of light spoken by the 2 fingers." It makes sense that the 2 fingers would be aligned with these gargoyles that serve Malekith, and maybe some power of the 2 fingers is what takes you up to the nameless Eternal City in this coffin. Speaking of coffins, there's another coffin that you ride down from the Grand Cloister to Astel's lair, and there are a ton of coffins found in the Eternal Cities in general. Beyond being some absurd method of transport, perhaps sending remains along the river was some sort of burial rite? At any rate, many of these coffins have been waylaid along the Ainsel River tunnels, where ants feast upon the remains. And there's something fascinating going on with the ants as well. A lot of these have these enormous abdomens. These ants in particular are based off honeypot ants, which essentially function in nature as these living sources of food storage for the colony. And the Elden Ring variant drop one of the most valuable runes in the Lands Between. They drop a Newman's rune, which makes a lot of sense because these ants are feasting upon corpses, and we did speculate earlier that Newman are indelibly tied to the Eternal Cities. I could speculate further, but again, I'd welcome your thoughts on these curiosities. Exploring the Lands Between in the modern era, it's clear that the Eternal Cities have had their significant cultural impact upon many things that we find above ground. You can take the walking mausoleums, for example. These have really explicit Eternal City architecture.
Oh, what?
Which
I never
is something
noticed.
that you can't help but notice when you see one of them wandering down in the
What
nameless
the fuck?
Eternal City.
Can't help but notice?
These
I never
mausoleums,
noticed.
it
Not even
seems,
close.
were appropriated from the Eternal Cities to
Never
house
considered.
the remains of soulless demigods of the Golden Order, something that suddenly became very necessary to do after Godwyn's death. And this tracks because the Eternal Cities do have a bit of a history with spirits. We mentioned earlier that they entomb their heroic spirits with legendary glovewort, but even the rebirth monuments above ground that you need to summon spirits look kind of like Eternal City constructs. So I speculate that these might have been pioneered by the Nox, who, even if they didn't use these to summon spirits, they definitely might have used them to summon puppets, because puppetry is an invention of the Eternal Cities. To create a puppet of someone, you need them to drink a potion made of starlight shards, which are a prized item that was once used in the Eternal City as an ingredient in intoxicating draught.
I was chugging these.
Starlight shards are used for this because the stars command people's fates, and even the fates of the demigods, and so they can be used in potions given
Yeah, I was
to
chugging
create
those, man.
puppets with commanded fates. We know of 2 such puppets from the Eternal City, the Night Maiden and Swordstress puppets, who became puppets of their own volition. So keen were they, it seems, to serve the Eternal Cities. But when you look at all the puppet summons that you can get in Elden Ring, these 2, the Night Maiden and the Swordstress of the Nox, these 2 are a bit of a special case, because most puppets we find are actually controlled against their will and are extremely unwilling to serve their masters. An excellent example of this are the puppets that are controlled by Celivis, or should I say Pidia, who turn on him immediately when they're given the chance. These puppets are Knights of the Cuckoo, a faction that are explicitly aligned against Caria, and yet these knights are forced to fight on Caria's behalf here in Caria all the same. Carians also seem to have appropriated a lot of the tools of the Eternal Cities, like puppetry and inverted towers as well, which is only natural considering how much they actually have in common with the Eternal Cities. Carians are descended from astrologers, who also venerated the night sky. Another example of an invention of the Eternal Cities that the Carians use is found at the Church of Vows, which features a Nox statue taken straight out of the Eternal Cities. Here at the church, Radagon famously repented his territorial aggressions and cleansed himself with celestial dew. Celestial dew is another draft of the Eternal Cities. It's called a Night Tier, which reverses all antagonizations and moves fate backwards, in a sense, to a time or a feeling before those antagonizations took place. Eventually, faraway descendants of the Eternal would finally be found above ground as well. This is in Celia, within Caelid. Gowry calls Celians descendants of the Eternal, and in addition to having one of those signature thrones at the center of the city, there's also a couple of Nox bosses here.
Oh, that's where you
Finally,
find these guys here.
Celians were famed for their Night class of sorceries, which their assassins made good use of. The Celians were also really proficient at turning invisible, which is an art that the Black Knives used, since they are, after all, also scions of the Eternal Cities, and it's just amazing how it all overlaps in the end. And in the end, another group would seek inroads to Nokron. This is when we play the game. These were Iji, Blythe, and Rani. Rani is a character that inherits a lot of the Nox's legacy. She becomes the final chapter in a story that they started to tell so long ago. Prepare to cry, because I can't wait to cover her story properly, as it deserves. But before I go, I want to share a quick word about Audible. Speaking of people banished to the underground, I actually have the perfect audiobook to recommend to you guys today.
Isn't this Metro?
And that's Metro 2033. Yeah. New members can try Audible free for 30 days. Just visit audible.com/VartiVidya or text VartiVidya to 500 to get your free trial started today. This is the story that inspired the video game of the same name, and it reveals this world where mankind are resigned to the train tunnels underground after some sort of nuclear disaster.
He's playing on a
turned the
controller.
surface into this
Oh no.
radioactive wasteland. Bandits, monsters, and other horrors live below now in the tunnels, and listening to this audiobook will really transport you there. Check out this sample.
It made Artyom shudder to imagine the tunnel beyond the 700th meter.
20-hour
It was horrifying just
audiobook?
to think about it. No one had the guts to go beyond the 700th meter to the north. Patrols had made it to the 500th, and having illuminated the boundary post with the spotlight on the trolley and convinced themselves that no scum had crossed it, they hastily returned. Even the scouts, big guys, former Marines, would stop at the 680th meter. They'd turn their burning cigarettes into their cupped palms and stand stock still, clinging to their night vision instruments. And then they'd slowly, quietly head back, without taking their eyes off the tunnel, and never turning their backs to it.
The narrator for this title is really good, and they really nail the Russian accents and just the voice acting as well for your immersion. New members can listen to Audible free for 30 days. So, to listen to this, head to www. Long ago.
Okay. I'm gonna get a drink first. BRB 1 sec. The videos are getting longer? Dude. This one's fucking 2 hours. Hello? How can it be 2 hours worth of lore on dragons? What the fuck, dude?
An astrologer looked.
Okay, let's do this on 1.25. My attention span is, it's lacking.
To the sky and found something called.
Oh, it's perfect, right?
Current in the stars above. Then, miraculously, what they saw in the cosmos actually manifested in reality, and the very amber of the stars rained down on the lands between. This glintstone of the cosmos would go on to inspire those that studied it, but there was also a darkness up there between the stars, and what some saw would break their minds and inspire a fate that was worse than death. This is the story of Elden Ring's cosmic sorcery, a force that would define an entire era of life in the lands between. It all began with the founding Reign of Stars, a legendary sorcery that was the founding glintstone sorcery. You might have missed this spell in your playthrough, but it's located here, hidden along an illusory path leading to the heretical rise within the mountaintops of the Giants. Its description reveals that it is the eldest primeval sorcery, said to have been discovered by an ancient astrologer. Now, we don't know who this astrologer was, but we know they were not alone. For
I also just learned today you can move the subtitles
closest to the sky that the astrologers who preceded the sorcerers established themselves. And with ancient tools of astronomy, they looked to the cosmos above and read fate in the stars. But this was more than mere stargazing. The stars quite literally govern fates in Elden Ring. We learn this from the starlight shards and amber starlight items. The former is a pale blue shard. It's what remains of a passing flash of starlight, and the latter is the same, except it has a pale amber glow, and it tells of the belief that if the stars command our fates, then amber-hued stars must command the fates of the gods. During Seluvis's questline, the blue starlight shards are distilled into this blue tonic, which can be given to other NPCs to turn them into summonable puppets. You are quite literally using starlight to forcibly control and take away their fates when you do this. These exact same intoxicating drafts had historically been used in the Eternal City, as is exemplified by the Night Maiden and Swordstress puppets, who actually chose this controlled fate for themselves, presumably so that they could better serve the needs of the Eternal City. You can learn more about that in this video, where we discuss the Eternal City in its entirety. But the Nox of the Eternal City weren't the only ones that were drawing power from the stars in this way. The Royal House of Caria, too, drew great power from astrology. The telescope item, for example, is actually a smaller part of a larger astrological tool that was once used by members of the Carian royal family for their own brand of Carian astrology that revolved around Renala and the full moon rather than the stars. But to most, the moon was not considered equal to the stars, and it was actually the stars that most would draw upon for their sorcery. These sorcerers would come together at Raya Lucaria, a place of learning that institutionalized the practice of glintstone sorcery. And this is our little triumvirate of three factions. There's the Nox,
put it at 125, yeah.
There's the Carians, and there's the sorcerers of Raya Lucaria, who all trace their origins back to astrology. These factions overlap at times, they interact and clash, and their shared history is fascinating and complicated, but it all comes back to the cosmos in the end. But let's return once again to the founding Reign of Stars, which tells us that the glimpse of the primeval current that the ancient astrologer saw became a reality, and the stars amber rained down on this land. But what exactly is the primeval current? Well, let's break down the term. The word current means it's a moving flow, or torrent, and the word primeval means that this torrential flow likely existed from the very beginning of time. And thanks to the description for Comet Azure, we know that the primeval current is a distant starry expanse, something that is visually similar to the torrential comet generated from this spell. But what's truly amazing about this cosmic force is that somehow this ancient astrologer managed to manifest a rain of stars upon the earth merely after glimpsing it in the primeval current of the cosmos far away. And I speculate that starlight shards are actually another example of this phenomenon. The description reveals that these are what remains of a passing flash of starlight, and we exclusively loot these at the foot of giant stone astrolabes, which are these ancient stargazing tools. Thus, rather than being a piece of star that has fallen to the ground, I think these might be a byproduct of the act of looking up at the stars. Why else would we loot them here? And so, in this same manner, first established with these starlight shards and then the founding Reign of Stars, glintstone sorcerers would go on to replicate this phenomenon, using their powers of comprehension to conceive of new cosmic elements that could be manifested in reality. Or, put another way, they formulated spells that let them throw giant rocks.
Isn't this so fucking creepy? Imagine you're looking at the stars and it reacts to you like it knows. What the fuck?
At each other, and it was a huge hit with everyone. But among these glintstone sorcerers were some who wished to truly understand the mysteries of the primeval current, no matter the cost. These were sorcerers like Lusat and Azur, who would literally become crystal in order to sync up with and better understand these powers of the cosmos. And then there was Selen, the Graven Witch, who threw all ethics to the wind and wished to see humanity ascend no matter the cost. And make no mistake, the stars are alive, in a sense. Look at Estelle, for example. This is a malformed star, but a star nonetheless, birthed from a void, or so it is said. But I'm getting ahead of myself. Most sorcerers, it seems, would just be content with merely manifesting cosmic power, and so they would embed a piece of physical glintstone into a staff and then use that glintstone as a sort of catalyst for the stars above. And since glintstone was needed to channel spells, and since sorcerers needed glintstone to study, I think having access to physical glintstone would have been a really important thing. And luckily for the sorcerers, glintstone, being sourced from meteors and comets, had fallen to the lands between before. So these valuable crystals were mined and put to great use. And so, atop and amidst enormous quantities of glintstone in the lakes of Leonia, a place of learning was built, an institution known as the Raya Lucaria Academy. Sorcerers, as a whole, were powerful. They could read fate in the stars, fire cosmic projectiles at their enemies, and potentially even command the fates of others. So, naturally, there needed to be an institution for their power, a place of learning, but also a place of hierarchy and even governance, where rules about sorcery could be debated and enforced. When you journeyed through Raya Lucaria, you would have collected these symbols of their institution. These are stone masks, called glintstone crowns, and not just anyone is supposed to wear these crowns. They are a symbol of achievement, and they represent one's mastery of a certain conspectus or school of learning within the academy. They also make a good weapon, if all else fails. But why was this design specifically chosen as a symbol of achievement? Well, according to many item descriptions, there isn't just life in stone, but there is a wisdom contained in stone as well. So their masks were crafted with stone and set with glintstone. The glintstone is typically set upon the eyes and or the brain, a tradition that I speculate originated with the sorcerer Azur, who was one of the first, if not the first, glintstone sorcerer. His blue-green glintstone crown was set with crystals and eventually replaced his own brain and skull altogether, which enhanced his powers by helping him catalyze with glintstone, though it clearly came at great physical cost. And I speculate that this crown eventually replaced his own brain and skull, because glintstone kind of does that. It corrodes, it consumes. We see its effects best on other creatures, like the dragon Smaragd, who was a devourer of sorcerers with a body that became corroded over time by
some
their
cherry tomatoes and
thanks to that strict sorcerer diet.
mini cucumbers.
But as with Azur, this corrosion did not come without benefits, and he now breathes a powerful glintstone breath. The sorcerer Azur was an early sorcerer of the primeval current, but he wasn't the only one. There was also the sorcerer Lusat, who experienced a similar glintstone convergence of body and mind. Together, these masters of sorcery each glimpsed a part of the primeval current. And from what I gather, the primeval current seems like the sort of thing that can only really be glimpsed once before it either breaks or terrifies the viewer. Azur and Lusat only have one primeval current spell each, after all. For instance, when Lusat glimpsed into the primeval current, he conceived of the spell Stars of Ruin as he beheld the final moments of a great star cluster, and upon seeing it, he too was broken. And when Azur glimpsed into the primeval current, he saw darkness and conceived of the spell Comet Azur, but was left both bewitched and fearful of the abyss. Both Azur and Lusat clearly had a prominent role at the Academy, but Azur specifically was the first founding glintstone sorcerer to have an impact upon Raya Lucaria, for there is a line of research called the Carolus Conspectus, dubbed the oldest of the Academy's lineages of study, begat by the sorcerer Azur. Sorcerers who follow in his footsteps by studying this conspectus pursue the mysteries of comets, leading to new kinds of comet sorceries like glintstone comet shard and shard spiral. Each conspectus appears to be named after a founding individual. These stone crowns are designed after actual people, after all, people you can see in the flesh upon their matching portraits in the Academy. So even though the Carolus Conspectus follow the path began by the sorcerer Azur, their conspectus of learning must have been sort of formalized by someone named Carolus. But as time went on, more conspectuses needed to be created as new lines of inquiry were discovered, and so logically, the Olivinus Conspectus should have been the second to be created, for this line of research is also concerned with the study of meteors in the primeval current, except this conspectus began with the sorcerer Lusat. Their spells study clusters of stars, with lesser spells like glintstone stars and star shower, all echoing the great Stars of Ruin spell that originally broke Master Lusat. Lusat and Azur were true masters at the Academy, after all. They were actually dubbed Grandmasters, specifically, with special robes that reflected that, and it seems like no one ever went on to achieve such a rank or sacrifice as much as they did. And they sacrificed a lot. They can barely even move anymore, and when Selen talks about them, she talks about their bodies rather than a traditionally living person. Perhaps they've actually ascended to a higher plane of existence. That might explain why they weren't really around anymore to form their own conspectuses, something that was left to Carolus and Olivinus.
So what about Selen then? That's gonna come up, I guess.
With such enigmatic founders, many dedicated themselves to the study of glintstone, taking vows of virtue and austerity. In return, they received the deep blue robe of Raya Lucaria and were able to study on its grounds. Some nobles of Leyndell were even permitted to study here clearly, though their meagre accomplishments never warranted them earning a stone crown, and fittingly, you only see them casting glintstone pebble in-game. To assist in their learning, a powerful spellcaster would often go and cast a spell called Terra Magica from the tallest belfry of the Academy. This sigil would be cast with such strength and allow for such a vivid experience of spellcasting success that it turned many a fledgling into a true sorcerer in a flash of understanding. But not all learning took place at the Academy. In fact, a couple of signature spells were specifically given to those who departed from the Academy to embark on journeys. Starlight is a spell that guides such sorcerers in dark places, and it reads, "Even during the blackest nights, sojourns underground, or imprisonment in jail, the stars are never far from a sorcerer's side." And then there was Glintstone Arc, which would allow these fledgling sorcerers to cleave through the ranks of the fools that would outnumber them on their journeys. Such journeys were encouraged by the Academy. There was even a conspectus for this practice called the Hierodus Conspectus, with a crown that was granted to scholars who engaged in nomadic study away from the Academy.
I've never seen their faces before, no.
By errant sorcerer Wilhelm, who fights with night sorceries and wields the Staff of Loss, which enhances night sorceries. This staff doesn't even have a glintstone embedded in its tip, and supposedly it can only cast night sorceries as a result. That's how important asceticism was to some sorcerers, and they believed that it was a powerful path towards discovery. This conspectus also seemed to see value in depriving the senses. The crown of Hierodus is blindfolded, after all. We see this same practice of veiling the eyes down in the Eternal City as well, and the Nox's descendants were of course accomplished practitioners of night sorceries, which
so crazy how stuff just connects together at some point.
To this blindfolded, ascetic embrace of the void. Moving on though, this habit of sending fledgling sorcerers away
so much thought into it, all of it.
Problem, however, as when war broke out in the lands between, Raya Lucaria would close and seal its gates, preventing access to most, including its journeying fledgling sorcerers. The only way to get back inside was to use a
the dining room must have a lot of people in it.
The warp magic within the seals. These keys only seem
lots
to belong
and lots of
to
people reviewing what they're making.
They remember their users, meaning that thieves or bluntstones like Thops could not get inside. In the current age, Thops mentions that the Academy closed its gates after declaring that they wouldn't interfere with the shattering. Now, this suggests to me that the Academy might have had a bit of a habit of striving for a sort of neutrality or indifference in world affairs. Indeed, they had developed an entire conspectus who sought power in order to quell conflict. These were the battle mages of the Heimer Conspectus, who wielded stone clubs and spells of cannon and gavel. A gavel is commonly used as a symbol of judgment, but rather than interfering with outside affairs, I believe the Heimer Conspectus mainly functioned as the Academy's judiciary. Their crown is even blindfolded, which is widely regarded in the real world as a symbol of unbiased justice. And with their preparedness for combat, the Heimer Conspectus were cited as being the only ones who dared to venture outside whenever war had broken out. And just like the blindfolded members of the Hierodus Conspectus, the battle mages of Heimer believed that seclusion was no way to foster discovery, and instead believed that it was only a convenient form of escape. That said, we do find sorcerers of other conspectuses outside the Academy as well, though you can sort of infer that they're a bit wary to be away from home because they're often accompanied by marionettes. The marionettes are dolls, constructs that were crafted and animated by the sorcerers who are their masters. There are a couple of variants. There's an avian variant with curved swords that can fly and throw fire pots, and then there's the typical marionettes with spiked spears, short swords, and short bows. Lots of short bows. These will commonly drop down upon you in ambush, and while they like to go a bit ballistic, they do act as crudely effective support for a ton of the sorcerers that you'll meet in-game. You'll even find a few of these down in the Raya Lucaria Crystal Tunnel, where glintstone miners are hard at work extracting glintstone and ore. These miners don't use conventional tools, though. Instead,
nah, just
they
kidding,
mine
man.
with a digger's staff, embedded with a glintstone, casting spells such as Shatter Earth or Rock Blaster. A fascinating little detail here, though, is that these mining spells carried enormous stigma at the Academy because they marked their user as a failed scholar, perhaps as someone who had to turn to menial labor, lacking the intelligence to pursue the complex mysteries of the cosmos. Indeed, the Overseers attack by crushing scraps of glintstone rather than with any advanced sorceries. At the end of the crystal tunnel is a crystallian, an inorganic being that was hewn from crystal long ago. But these are more than mere constructs. They are ancient and even possess a faint sort of intellect dubbed the wisdom of the stone. Long ago, they even
What?
made
I thought it was a cute
concord,
woman.
or an
What the fuck is
agreement
this?
with the Carian royal family. We don't know the nature of this agreement, but some can be found chilling upon the moonlight altar, allowed to stay in close proximity to their crystals, perhaps. And for their part, we do know that the Crystallians did teach the Carians a spell called Magic Downpour to mark the occasion. And Raya Lucaria sought kinship with these beings as well, for they are close to the ideals of the primeval current, and so are revered guests of the sorcerers. The best example of this might be down in the dimly lit Academy Crystal Cave underneath Raya Lucaria, a crystal cave that is not mined, perhaps out of respect for the Crystallian duo at the end of the tunnel. There are even living quarters down here, and I suspect these belong to a group of sorcerers called the Crystal Cadre, which was a group that was founded to research the wisdom of stone possessed by the Crystallian. However, just like the primeval current, these sorcerers clearly don't have all the answers on these beings. They call them inscrutable, and note that they have but one clear purpose, and that is to safeguard their crystals unto the end. Though there is one theory on these beings, and it's that they are waiting, yearning for the return of their creator, who will carve for them new brethren. A few sorcerers down here near the Crystallian are in possession of the Twin Sage Helm, which marks them as members of the Twin Sage Conspectus. These were the elites of the Academy, permitted to study and excel in sorceries of all kinds, and I assume it was these members, these elite members, who would climb out of this cave and cast the legendary Terra Magica that would cover the entire Academy's grounds from this tall belfry that we mentioned earlier. But the Twin Sage Helm wasn't the only mark of a proficient scholar. There was also the Witch's Glintstone Crown, which was granted to a scholar who excelled in her studies, which also merited the title of Witch. And again, you can see most of these Conspectus portraits hanging in Raya Lucaria. For example, here is the Witch, the Twin Sage, Carolus, Olivinus, and all of these portraits are hung in the debate parlor of the Academy, where members would likely have engaged in argument in order to test and help validate their ideas about sorcery. It's also where I assume they argued about whether certain things even should be allowed to be learned here, or whether certain members should be exiled, but we'll get to that shortly. Because first, the final conspectus that we haven't yet mentioned is the Lazuli Conspectus. These sorcerers studied lunar sorceries, a quote-unquote heterodox pursuit that views the moon as equal to the stars, with a robe coloured in the hue of the full moon, which signifies their heresy. And of course, these sorceries include many signature spells of Caria. And so we finally arrive at Caria. This is Carian Manor, and to the south are their stargazing grounds, both situated upon the western coast of Leonia, which, according to the map, has always been closely associated with Carian royalty. They have been around for a long time, a really long time. Specifically, Caria traces its roots
I hope
all
he
the way back
explains
to
the
ancient
hands.
astrologers that existed alongside the fire giants. This is most apparent when you're looking at two items. First, the Sword of Night and Flame, which became a storied sword and treasure of Caria Manor. It was clearly crafted to commemorate the astrologers' early experiences with the primeval current and their shared experiences with the fire giants as well. And the fact that Caria inherited this sword suggests that they trace their ancestry back to the time of this sword. And then there's the Stargazer heirloom, which tells of the rise of Caria as a house of royalty through Renala and her full moon. The young astrologer gazed at the night sky as she walked. She had always chased the stars every step of her journey. Then she met the full moon, and in time, the astrologer became a queen. This royal house continued this tradition of stargazing and raised princesses and Carian knights to serve as their retainers. One of the foremost Carian knights was named Loretta, a woman we talked about recently in the video I did on the Eternal Cities, as it was rumored that she was an Albinoric. Albinorics, as you may know if you watched that video, were widely despised in the Lands Between, though Caria is one of the few factions that seems to be pretty friendly with them. Albinoric sorcerers are found all throughout Caria Manor, and one, named Pidia, is literally called a Carian servant, linking the Eternal Cities with Caria in an alliance perhaps that might have allowed them to learn more about the stars from the Albinorics. At any rate, Renala, with her full moon sorceries, was the champion of Caria, a prominent one too, apparently. And it's no surprise when you look at the powerful characteristics of her full moon. It has immense gravity, and it eclipses all other magics. It lowers defenses. It is enchanting. And Renala used all of these traits to charm the Academy, to bewitch them, and become not just the Queen of Caria, but also the master
Isn't her
of Raya
stature
Lucaria
so weird?
itself. And so, of course, here is her portrait, displayed most prominently in the
It's like her
Academy
head
of
is so
Raya
small.
Lucaria, right next to what many assume is a portrait of Selen. For if you unmask her in-game, then she actually looks very similar to this witch, someone who was worthy of an entire conspectus and apparently was the most promising sorceress in the history of the Academy, but even Selen with all her promise, or perhaps because of her promise, would not be tolerated in the end.
If you recall, I was exiled from the Academy of Rhea Lucaria. It was for attempting to restore the primeval current of Glintstone sorcery. The toothless pedantry peddled by the Carian royal family can rot for all I care. I want Glintstone sorceries that open our minds, unbound by terrestrial
Open your minds.
For Selen to know so much about what she calls toothless pedantry peddled by the Carian royal family, I assume she was a part of the Academy during Renala's reign over it, and that it was Renala's influence that finally led to the Academy's intolerance of primeval current research. And Selen wasn't the only one expelled from the Academy. The Masters Azure and Lusat, two of the founding masters of Glintstone sorcery, were at some point driven from the Academy as well. And it's easy to see why. The primeval current is dangerous. Lusat's mind was broken after watching a star cluster break apart. Azure saw a darkness in the primeval current and was left fearful of its abyss. And imagine something so dangerous that just looking at it can damage your mind irreparably. In this way, the primeval current is almost Lovecraftian in its horror. We can't pin down the exact truth of why it terrifies, but we see its terrible effects on others and are left to wonder. What's more, this cosmic current is primeval. It's one of the first, if not the first thing to exist in the universe, and the fact that our cosmic origins might be terrifying really is kind of a bizarre and bewitching thought, right? I mean, I want to know what's in this current that's driving everybody insane. Although I will mention again, we kind of know that at least creatures like Estelle are up there, and Estelle kind of is a signature horrific Lovecraftian monster, so yeah. At any rate, Rhea Lucaria was an institution now, with power and influence in the lands between, and with these things, naturally, there would have come a need for self-preservation. And the biggest threat at this stage wouldn't have been external, it would have been internal. The biggest threat was probing the primeval current too deeply. And so, while primeval current research seems to still be okay as long as it's under the Karalos or Olivinus conspectus, a line was drawn, and the Masters Azure and Lusat were eventually driven from the Academy, as was Selen the Witch. When we first meet her, Selen states that glintstone sorcery is rooted in the study of the stars, and she laments that most sorcerers have forgotten that fact. She resents that the sorcerers took their power and then sort of turned a blind eye to deeper research in order to protect themselves, and it's kind of easy to empathize with her and to see her as this underdog fighting for the truth against an enormous institution. Even Thops thinks she's a good person in the end, but can you really blame Rhea Lucaria for taking a stand when you see this? This is a school of graven mages, a mass of sorcerers fused together so that they might be fashioned into the seeds of stars. As the lore goes, this was apparently a valid line of research into the primeval current, and that in the name of this research, fellow sorcerers should be collected and fused together in a cluster to, I guess, create a star made of life. These creations were considered the nightmare of the Academy, and rightfully so. They represented Selen's complete loyalty to the truth, no matter the cost, to her fellow man. Naturally, such a thing had to be forbidden, but then you have to empathize with Selen a little bit and agree that it is a bit ironic that the exact line of inquiry that gave rise to the Academy was the very thing that posed a threat to its existence in the end. Eventually, the Academy would seek to rid itself of Caria's influence, but the Carian royal family had long prepared for the disloyalty of the Academy. There's a reason why the Carian Knight's shields are extremely magic resistant. There's a reason why there are many spells based on a policy of Carian retaliation, where magic can be absorbed and then turned back against its caster. There's a reason why their knights were specifically sworn to the moon, not the stars. Renala, as a proficient astrologer, might have even foreseen the eventual disloyalty of the Academy, although that's just speculation on my part. But before that, there was another war that would come first, a war against the Champions of Gold, which Caria was extremely prepared to face as well. The Order of the Erd Tree had conquered fire giants, the Stormlords, and Caria and the Academy were next, it seems. Led by Radagon, who we now know was a part of Marika, a great war began. But here, the Order of the Erd Tree actually met their match. Despite numbering fewer than 20, the Carian Knights were a match for even the Champions of Gold in battle, and enchanted Troll Knights fought on Caria's side as well, called into service from an ancient oath made with Renala, back in her youth atop the mountaintops of the Giants. And so, instead of weathering a stalemate, a truce was proposed between the two parties, and sealed in holy matrimony.
Radagon once cleansed himself with celestial dew, repented his territorial aggressions, and swore his love to Renala. The Order of the Erd Tree and the fate of the moon were conjoined, and all the wounds of war forgiven.
And of course, we all know that Radagon is Marika, but no one else did, and so secrecy was of the utmost importance to Radagon, and he imposed this need upon his newly acquired vassals. These are the Carrion Preceptors, essentially professors of sorcery who serve the Carrion royals. They wear these blue robes embroidered with cosmic designs, which is a reference to Carria's astrological heritage, surely. But when Radagon married Renala, he ordered the Carrion Preceptors to wear an additional piece of attire, a mask with the mouth sewn shut with gold thread in that signature crisscross pattern that is emblematic of Radagon, to make it clear that all their matters
is
were to be
so
kept strictly
specific
private.
and such
For, of
a
course,
small
Radagon
detail.
was hiding something that
What the
might
fuck?
be able to be seen if anyone looked at him too closely. Indeed, this desire for secrecy was well founded, for someone did look at him too closely during this time. A sculptor who secretly rendered this dichotomy between Radagon and Marika into his work. But no one else discovered Marika Radagon's secret, not until we came along. And long before that, Radagon would leave Renala, and her heart would go along with him. And it was then that those at the Academy realized that Renala was no champion, after all.
Talking
When
about
we
the
see her,
pattern.
we realized that she was likely
The
left
crisscross
quite
one.
witless and innate after this loss of Radagon, and so it was no surprise that the Academy took this chance to rebel against the Carrion Royals. With Renala essentially held hostage and safely locked in their grand library, the Academy went to war with Caria, focusing their assault upon Caria Manor, for that is where a siege commemorated by this graveyard of swords took place. The enchanted soldiers who fought on behalf of the Academy were named the Knights of the Cuckoo, wearing red and blue surcoats that depict their namesake and carrying shields that boasted high magic damage negation. They were explicitly purposed as mage hunters and have been quoted as stating, "Our enemy is none other than Caria itself." They also throw Albinoric pots, which reference the torture of Albinorics and the hatred of Albinorics that the Cuckoos have. And again, the Albinorics are found throughout all Caria, so these Knights of the Cuckoo were fighting against some true enemies here. But despite some of their descriptions saying that the Cuckoo Knights were sworn to the Academy, I think that's actually just wishful thinking by Raya Lucaria. The Scholar's armament and shield spells, for example, were actually spells that were, quote-unquote, taught to the Knights of the Cuckoo as payment for their contract. So they were getting paid to fight, and learning these low-intellect spells suited them because they were not proficient sorcerers. For example, instead of casting spells, they would crush broken clumps of glintstone, dubbed faux sorceries or fake sorceries by the Academy. But most telling about their loyalty is the Cuckoo Knight armor, which says, "Its left breast is emblazoned with a peering cuckoo, whence came their name," which straight up admits that perhaps the bird's shrewd gaze is an expression of their refusal to be mere servants of the Academy. And in the end, the Knights of the Cuckoo failed pretty hard. They were not only defeated in the siege of Caria Manor, but they were turned into puppets there, and many now fight on Caria's behalf. We get an idea of how much they must resent this when they somehow break free and confront Pidia, a Carian, an Albinoric, and a mage. Three things that they absolutely hate. But unfortunately, guys, that's where I have to leave things for now. There's an entire summary I also wanted to do about Celia, the town of sorcery, as well, but honestly, I feel like Celia is very difficult to speculate on and puzzle out, so considering how long that would take to put into words, I think it might have to wait until another video. But please subscribe, because I will talk about it eventually, and
I'm gonna
I think
grab
I'll
a
also
hoodie.
give Selen her own Prepare to Cry episode as well. Hers is going to be amazing. There's some good things ahead, as always. Special thanks to Quelag for reviewing the script, and of course to Miss Pap1, who did all of the incredible visuals in this video. He's a true master, and I'm lucky to be working with him.
What hands?
But I'll see you in the next one, guys.
The hand
Thank you for
monsters.
watching.
You know, the big fuckers with the ring in the
many
middle.
things. A fun
They're completely unexplained in the whole game. Silver Scalp, thank you for the 34. Win, thank you for the 40 months of tier 2. Monstark, thank you for the 28. Blocker Jump, thank you for the 26. Monkey D Drago, thank you for the 5. You got into an Uber and you saw the driver with a koala. You hope he is qualified to drive. Gabi, thank you for the 14. And H1000, thank you for the 51, man. 32 Dash, thank you for the 49. Okay, let's go. Wait, what's this one called? The Lore of Elden Ring Slumbering Demigod. Is this
creator of the Halo
the DLC one, I guess, but it's old.
Lord of the Eclipse, Saint Trina of the Cradle Song, and not just a demigod, but a fearsome Imperium who has been captured but is unresponsive for now. And
A DLC
watching this
prediction video.
I think you'll agree that Mikola is a topic that almost has to be explored further in some upcoming DLC. But how could they not be? Their character is surely too major, too foreshadowed, and too intriguing to just ignore. So, let's learn everything that there is to know.
I mean, a lot of people called
Miquella
it.
is the demigod child of Queen Marika and King Consort Radagon.
He just appeared in too much things without actually having any interaction.
The timeline of events
He
from
definitely needed
videos,
like a
but
free update or a
basically,
DLC.
After Radagon left Renala, the Academy told Radagon to go fuck himself, basically.
Whoa!
But Radagon took that literally, and he sired a third set of demigod children.
He said him.
All on his own, who were the twins Miquella and Melania. These children appear to be represented by the butterfly items in the game, and the nascent butterfly appears to represent Miquella. Its description elaborates on his state of eternal childhood, stating that it appears as if it's just emerged from its cocoon for its entire life. Indeed, the word nascent means that something is just coming into existence and beginning to display signs of future potential. And that nascence is eternal for Miquella, and I think that this eternal nascence is incredibly important for his character. For Miquella and Melania both seem to occupy different sides of the life and death cycle. That's not to say that Miquella represents life and Melania represents death, rather it seems like both land somewhere in the middle of each process. Melania is constantly resisting her scarlet rot and is in this perpetual state of dying, and Miquella is in this constant state of nascence. He is newly born, showing an abundance of life and burgeoning potential. Special thanks to Quailag for making this clear to me. So Miquella is nascent, but he's also abundant, and I think that's another extremely key word for him. For example, there's this cut weapon called the Abundance and Decay Twin Blade, which symbolizes the twins and suggests that the twins were born from an inseparable fate and hold the runes of both abundance and decay between them. Not to mention, the word abundance is also literally spoken by Miquella in his cut content, and thanks to a very recent discovery by Sekiro Dubi, we know this cut dialogue I'm about to voice
is this OP weapon.
And here, he appears to be leading you towards a unique ending for the game, and he talks about his ability to make life flourish, stating, "This is for thee, mine abundance, my drop of dew. Quench thy thirst throughout thy frame, blossom and burgeon, time and again, grow larger, stronger, until the day cometh.
Oh, they modded it in.
Share in my dream. Elden Ring, O Elden Ring, beget order most elegant from my tender reverie." And before I go on, I do want to say that Miquella talking about his abundance is cut content, and you shouldn't really take it as canon, but I think it does give us a deeper look at not only the powers that Miquella might have had, but also the world that he could create. He goes on to say, "If thou covetest the throne, impress my vision upon thine heart. In the new world of thy making, all things will flourish, whether graceful or malign." And I love that final line. All things will flourish, whether graceful or malign, because Miquella isn't enforcing any real notions of good or evil here. Instead, in the new world of his making, he simply wants all things to flourish, and I feel like that is a very unique viewpoint for a character in a Souls game. Not to mention, Miquella is certainly one of the few beings that is capable of creating this new world. That's because he is an Empyrean. He is one of the very few who were candidates chosen by the Two Fingers to succeed Queen Marika and become a god, to usher in a new age. Now, we could go into an entire debate about why the twins are valid Empyreans and why they were born afflicted, but honestly, that could almost be an entire video of its own, so for now I'll just give the simple answer, which is that these twins were probably valid Empyreans because they have singular parentage from a god, but that this singular parentage was probably also responsible for their afflictions as well, due to the almost ancestral implications of such a thing. Why do I feel like it was George R.R. Martin that wrote this part?
Yeah, George does like his incest.
Let's move into the early childhood years of Miquella's eternal childhood. Miquella's early years were clearly quite inspired by their father, Radagon, who fostered a bit of a fundamentalist streak in his prodigal son, and Miquella would go on to invent fundamentalist incantations of his own, dubbed Discus of Light and Triple Rings of Light, which he gave as gifts to his father. These gifts reveal that Radagon and Miquella had a good relationship, and Radagon must have been proud of his son because these two spells do represent those two key fundamentals.
Doesn't
of
this
the
look
Golden
like
Order, namely that there is
like
a law
an anime
of
move
causality,
almost?
which is a branching cause and effect
Anime
that goes
pose.
outwards, but also that there is a law of regression, that all things yearn eternally to
like a dance or something.
once again. And in gratitude, Radagon countered with
Oh shit, it is.
Radagon's Rings of Light. These incantations would go on to become core fundamentalist spells, as they are true to those two concepts that form the basis of the Golden Order. But there is another aspect of Golden Order fundamentalism, and that is the persecution of those who live in death. Hunters of these undead would attempt to stamp them out with spells such as Order's Blade and Litany of Proper Death, which deal additional damage against those who live in death and prevent them from resurrecting. To recap, those who live in death exist because of Godwyn the Golden, who was one of the early sons of Marika and Godfrey, who was eventually killed with a fragment of the Rune of Death, and then the Rune of Death would eventually spread its undeath throughout the lands between via Deathroot. And there is an entire debate that we could have here about whether the persecution of those who live in death is even true to the core principles of fundamentalism. Goldmask certainly doesn't seem to think so. In fact, according to the Order healing spell, Goldmask laments the hunters of those
No idea what the final boss is going to be for DLC.
Fanatics, who wanted nothing more than an absolute evil to contend with. And the reason I bring up this debate at all is because you could argue that Miquella was on the side of these fanatic hunters, as he created multiple weapons that were capable of effectively slaying those who live in death. For example, this is Golden Epitaph, and it is a sword that was made to commemorate the death of Godwyn the Golden, first of the demigods to die. It is infused with the humble prayer of a young boy and reads, "O brother, Lord brother, please die a true death." So this weapon is an effective tool of killing those who live in death permanently, and clearly the young boy who created it was Miquella. We can infer this because the sigil that appears when you use this blade's skill is the Halig Tree sigil, and once activated, this ability, called Last Rites, imbues the sword with a holy power that prevents those who live in death from reviving. But beyond this being a potential tool to slay those who live in death, is that this weapon points towards an early kinship between Miquella and Godwyn, a relationship that might have made it all the more painful when Godwyn's soul would perish and his body would remain, spawning Deathroot. This is interesting, as it gives Miquella a legitimate emotional grievance against those who live in death. And it's almost a bit hypocritical, I think, for what I believe to be Miquella's character, as we previously established that he might have been this character who wants all life to flourish, but I guess that principle might not extend to those who live in death for him. This sword might not be the only representation of Miquella's relationship with Godwyn. That relationship is potentially strengthened even more when we consider this statue found in Elfale before the Halig Tree. It depicts a larger figure who is clearly embracing the two Empyrean twins, Miquella and Melania, but then who is this larger figure? It could be their parent, Marika or Radagon, but then it doesn't have their signature hair braid, and instead it has this long, wavy hair. What's more, the statue asset is flat-chested, which appears to rule out Marika, at least. And after reading a good amount of debate online about this, I think it's a fair conclusion to say that this statue represents Godwyn, who himself does seem to have long, wavy hair. And this statue being enshrined here really tells a story. It's a story of two gifted but afflicted siblings who were supported by their older brother, but then they were left alone, as their older brother would become the first demigod to die. And this isn't the only statue in this location. Far more prominent in the area are these statues, which depict two siblings left alone after their brother died. There was one sibling, Miquella, who was forced to remain as a young child, and another who grew up in great pain, eventually losing vision and limbs to rot and decay. These statues are everywhere in the Halig Tree, and they tell that sorrowful story. They are an early sign of Miquella's extreme empathy for his sister, and they foreshadow his desperate attempts to give her relief from her terrifying condition. And so the young Miquella abandoned fundamentalism, for it could do nothing to treat Melania's accursed rot. This was the beginning of unalloyed gold. So, what is unalloyed gold? Well, an alloy is something that's created when you combine metals, usually because you want to create a stronger compound at the expense of its purity. So, if we were to view Marika's Golden Order as if it were a metal, which I think is something that the lore wants you to do considering the implications of the tarnished and everything like that, then Marika's Golden Order would definitely be an alloyed metal. Just think of all the foreign powers that it's absorbed in the interest of strength. For example, Godfrey and his Crucible Knights were enlisted to devastate Marika's enemies, the Ancient Dragons were won over and eventually became a part of Leyndell's forces, even the House of the Erdtree and the Moon were married at one point. Literally. After all, as Muriel puts it, all things can be conjoined under the Golden Order, so I think Marika was definitely open to fusing factions and ideologies to an extent, as long as it made her treasured Golden Order alloy stronger. So hopefully now you understand what I mean when I say that Miquella's gold is unalloyed, it is pure, it is untainted, and it is, perhaps, a singular ideology. And if you subscribe to the idea that the cut content is still representative of Miquella, then I would say that his ideology is what I had Miquella quote earlier, that in his new world all things should be allowed to flourish, whether graceful or malign, and that is his pure ideology. Though, of course, that is my speculation
What is this
based
letter
on cut
even?
content as well, so please keep that in mind. But Miquella's unalloyed gold couldn't have just been this metaphysical concept of pure ideology, it was a physical material as well. For example, this is an unalloyed gold water lily, said to have been beloved by Miquella. This is a bewitching branch, blessed with an incantation of unalloyed gold. Unalloyed gold decorated the armor and shields of his soldiers, it was inserted into their weapons, and most importantly, perhaps, it was forged into a set of armor for his sister, Melania. Because, remember, the whole reason Miquella embraced unalloyed gold in the first place, it seems, was because he thought that it could treat his sister's accursed rot, while fundamentalism could not. And he was right, for Melania's scarlet rot is no mere disease, it's literally the divine essence of an outer god, and Melania is its vessel that will one day bloom into a true goddess. But unalloyed gold is one of the few materials in the game that can ward away such meddling of the outer gods. Another example are the mirror helms, like the one that EG wears, which literally reflects the influence of the outer gods. And personally, I think the reason that unalloyed gold inhibits the meddling of the outer gods is because it is a pure metal and potentially a pure ideology. But if that's not enough reason for you, then Quelaag actually has a great video where she breaks down potential reasons.
Holy shit, what the fuck?
But at any rate, reasons aside, Miquella crafted needles of unalloyed gold, which could be inserted into the tortured flesh of one afflicted by rot to alleviate their suffering and forestall the effects of the rot. And true to the needle's descriptions, the outer god of rot isn't the only one affected by this. Our character actually uses the final version of this unalloyed gold needle to subdue the outer god of frenzy, which is something you might want if you decided to be a terrible person and burn down the world. Anyway, when we first find Miquella's needle, it's been broken, snapped in half, and picked up by a commander at the very center of the Scarlet Swamp. But once this needle has been prepared, we can give the golden needle to Millicent, proving that it does indeed work to forestall the rotting sickness, to remove pain and nightmares from the afflicted. It is, after all, lovingly crafted by Miquella himself.
Well, well, this is a marvel indeed. The work of a true artisan, a meticulous, bold craftsman who grasps the essence of life.
In crafting these needles and pursuing unalloyed gold, Miquella is attempting to save his sister from her affliction. It seems like this objectively good deed, which is a rare sight in Elden Ring, especially for a demigod, whose strengths have been known to tip them towards madness, and that is what makes Miquella such a pure and likable character in Elden Ring. So it's no wonder really that Melania venerated her brother. She is a character of undefeated prowess, and she's an Empyrean, no less. And yet, she dedicated her blade to Miquella, and Miquella alone, for she believes that he possesses the wisdom, the allure of a god, and that he is the most fearsome Empyrean of all. The story of their bond and duty to one another is legendary, and that's something that becomes quite clear when we explore Miquella's Halig tree and see these statues depicting their embrace all around. And if you were one of the many defiled outcasts in Elden Ring, you too might have felt inspired by this story, and you might have felt inclined to earn Miquella's favor and make the long pilgrimage towards your salvation, towards the distant divine Halig tree and its brace that was Miquella's domain. So first, what even is the Halig tree? Well, it's pretty obvious that it's a sort of Erd tree. For one, Erd tree avatars have clearly emerged from it, which they only do in order to protect the Erd tree's own offspring. And then there's the Halig tree knight armor, which confirms that the Halig tree ultimately failed to grow into an Erd tree. And one thing I've been wondering is, when exactly was the Halig tree planted then? If we knew when, then we might be able to guess at its purpose. Was it planted before or after the shattering of the Elden Ring? Because when the Elden Ring was shattered, golden seeds flew from the Erd tree, scattering across the various lands as if life itself knew that its end had come. These seeds create these little illusory trees and likely spawned the minor Erd trees as well, so I think it's a fair assumption that Miquella might have planted the Halig tree from an Erd tree seed. And if that was indeed the case, then it should have happened after the shattering, for before that, the Erd tree was considered perfect and eternal, and it wasn't even believed that Erd tree seeds could exist. But on the flip side, the golden epitaph sword that we mentioned earlier likely existed before the Shattering, as it was created to commemorate Godwyn's death, and this sword displays the Halig Tree sigil when its weapon art is activated, so one could infer that the Halig Tree must have existed at this point too, right? So I guess it's always possible that Miquella somehow procured an Erd Tree seed before the Shattering, or simply grew it from his own being, as he is a scion of the Golden Bough after all. But whatever the case, Miquella clearly decided that growing such a tree was important, and he even went so far as to water it with his own blood. This confirms that the Erd Tree is indeed a blood-sucking parasite. Just kidding. Sort of. I mean, you have to admit, it is pretty disturbing that an Erd Tree could flourish in such a manner. But this does lead us to the final question, which is, why was the Halig Tree planted? What was the point of it? And at the end of the day, the main reason is always going to be because it's like the Erd Tree. It's natural to compare them, and the item descriptions seem to want you to compare them as well. The Erd Tree is this enormous icon of power and faith in the lands between, so evoking that and inspiring worship is clearly a valuable thing. But the Erd Tree was only really an icon of faith in its later years. Before that, it was a symbol of abundance, with light as warm as the gentle sun that could gradually heal all those who bathed in its rays. But perhaps most importantly, during this time of abundance, it would drip sacred dew, sap, or tears that could bestow blessings, form crystal tears, and even be embedded into talismans. These were treasured things, and naturally, this was an extremely valuable symbol for Miquella to evoke, since he is himself associated with dew and abundance in the cut content. And his Halig Tree did drip with dew. The greenish amber of the Halig Tree can even be seen in cut content items. It even looks as if it's mingled with a bit of Miquella's own blood. And that signature green hue of Halig Tree amber is also seen in the Halig Tree Knight sword, which is not a cut weapon, and this was modelled after the Carrion Knight's own swords, except it was embedded with amber from the Halig Tree instead of glintstone. Okay, so the Halig Tree is a great symbol of faith and power and abundance, and Miquella is related to abundance in the cut content, but what else does the Halig Tree add in terms of value? Well, the Halig Tree itself is something of a vessel, fit for a god. Miquella plants himself inside it later on. Melania returns home to it, and speaking of it being a home, many other creatures have made their home within the tree, and within the brace that supports it as well. And I guess you could also argue that the Halig Tree might be a sort of a tool to be used. After all, Marika puts the Erd Tree to use in such a way, using its roots to absorb people after their death, and perhaps even its branches to rebirth life. And then the Erd Tree is later used as a prison, with thorns that are almost entirely impenetrable. But I don't think Miquella planned to use the Halig Tree in such a way. Perhaps the biggest difference between the Halig Tree and the Erd Tree is that the Halig Tree was built in a largely inhospitable region. It is extremely difficult to reach, and unlike the Erd Tree, it might not really be designed for the benefit of the vast majority of the world. As it stands, the Halig Tree strikes me as being more like the Painted World from Dark Souls. It's a place for the outcasts, the heretical, and the malign, not to mention the low and the meek, who are specifically named in the description of the Sacred Crown Helm. While many of the Scarlet Rot-afflicted seem to be here because of the eventual decay of the Halig Tree, I think that there are a number of refugees here that would have been here before that, namely the Misbegotten, the Crystallian, these astray mages of Raya Lucaria, and of course Loretta, who deemed this place to be a great haven for the despised Albinorics. The second generation Albinorics even carry a weapon called the Ivory Sickle, which reads, "These weapons are evidence of their dedication to the Halig Tree, despite never having entered its presence." And we really don't find a single Albinoric within the Halig Tree. I'll admit, I do find this a bit strange. You do find quite a few Albinorics so close to the Halig Tree. It's a bit strange to me they don't go just that little bit further. The reason given for the first generation of Albinorics not being at the Halig Tree is given by Albus, who says that their faded legs are the reason for that. But yeah, we find them defending Miquella and his Halig Tree all the same, at the Ordina Liturgical Town, which takes us to the Halig Tree via a puzzle within an Everjail. The word liturgical means relating to public worship, and this town is fittingly filled with many statues of Miquella sitting alone, cradling what might have become the Halig Tree back when it was still just a sapling. I also find it interesting that the Halig Tree is never called out as competing with the Erd Tree, or never called out for housing all these undesirables. Perhaps the House of the Erd Tree was happy to see ungraceful folk leave their lands. Perhaps the Halig Tree was extremely well hidden from everyone and they didn't know. Or perhaps Miquella could just get away with it because he was beloved by all. For example, the Bewitching Branch is an item that you can create from Miquella's lilies, and it is blessed with an incantation of unalloyed gold.
Never used this
that
item.
reads, "The Empyrean Miquella is loved by many people. Indeed, he has learned very well how to compel such affection." And That second part that says he has learned how to compel affection, to me that's saying that Mikola is very good at knowing how to inspire others' affection to his own advantage. And nowhere is this more clear, I think, than at Castle Sol. This is the Haligtree Secret Medallion. It's furnished with that signature green amber, and it features the Haligtree in the background, for it allows you to access a secret lower level of the Grand Lift of Rold and progress through the consecrated snowfields to this sacred place. Having both halves of this secret medallion is therefore extremely desirable, for the medallion has another name. It's called Mikola's Favor.
Mikola's favor can be yours. Slaughter. 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 The all-hearing slaughtered. But alas, it was for naught. But all you need do is snatch it from the big pot.
Gideon is the all-hearing man in this
What?
dialogue, and
She fucking
we
hints
slaughtered
at it
the
too?
entire village just for one half.
Oh
of
my
this
god, I
medallion,
missed it
but he
completely.
did not find it in Albus's possession, but you can. And the other half is at Castle Sol, right before a nameless phantom who says this: Lord Mikola, forgive me. The sun has not been swallowed. Our prayers were lacking. Your comrade remains soulless. I will never set my eyes upon it now. Your divine Haligtree. So this phantom seemingly has, or I guess had, one half of the medallion, and yet he laments that he will now never set eyes upon the Haligtree. To me, this suggests that Mikola might have been withholding the second half of the medallion from him, or that this phantom believed that he could solicit the second half of the medallion from Mikola and make it to the Haligtree if he achieved his goal here at Castle Sol and basically earned Mikola's favor. But what exactly was supposed to happen here at Castle Sol? What does it mean when the phantom says, the sun has not been swallowed, our prayers were lacking, your comrade remains soulless? It means, I think, that the residents of Castle Sol and Mikola were attempting to restore the dead soul of Godwyn the Golden. And just to refresh your memory, when a fragment of the Rune of Death was used to kill Godwyn, it was also being used at the exact same time to kill Rani, and since they perished at the same time, Rani lost her body, and Mikola's demigod brother, Godwyn, perished in soul alone. And despite this death seeming so final, Mikola clearly believes that some sort of ritual performed here could restore the soul of his comrade. For example, here's some more dialogue from a different phantom that reads, O great sun, frigid son of Sol, surrender yourself to the eclipse, grant life to the soulless bones. But the question is how? How does that work? How does an eclipse restore life to Godwyn? Now you can just take Mikola at face value and trust that he knows what he's doing, or we can try to learn as much as we can about the eclipse and see if we can reason out the mechanism behind this process. So at Castle Sol, we find the Eclipse Shotel, which reads, Storied Sword and Treasure of Castle Sol that depicts an eclipsed sun drained of color. In Sol, the sight of an eclipse inspires a dreadful awe, preventing an onlooker from averting his gaze. The most important part of this description, though, is the part that says it's the Storied Sword of Castle Sol, as this proves that the veneration of the eclipse here goes back a long way.
I think the greater
So what does an
will is the
eclipse
sun.
represent? So, according to the Eclipse
Fucking
Crest
hell.
shields, the eclipsed sun, drained of color, is the protective star of soulless demigods. Honestly, I think calling it a protective star is kind of the closest we come to understanding the mechanism here, because you could reason that a protective star might be a sort of outer god that lends them power, though that is just speculation. The description goes on to say that the sun in eclipse is said to be the symbol of the wandering mausoleum where the soulless demigods slumber. So note that it says demigods plural here. Now, this could be because the wandering mausoleums come to house many demigods from a gameplay point of view, because you can take their remembrances here. But it could be a word that is slightly lost in translation, as the Japanese version of the word demigods does not specify whether it's a plural or whether it's a singular word. So my take on this is that I think the wandering mausoleums became necessary when Godwyn died. I think that the mausoleum was intended to be a resting place for him initially, but then also for any future demigods, as all of a sudden all of their true deaths had become possible as well, with the theft of a fragment of the Rune of Death. The Mausoleum Knights themselves are these headless soldiers who behead themselves, willingly following their master into death. As such, they become these headless spirits, tied to the land so that they might better defend the walking mausoleums. They also carry eclipse-crested shields, and the eclipse is said to aid the Mausoleum Knights by keeping destined death at bay. It is their symbol, and by keeping destined death at bay, maybe it's helping to keep their souls tied to the land. We could speculate for a long time on how the eclipse has this power, and I've done my best. Maybe other people have a better take on it, and maybe you guys do in the comments, but in the end, it's simpler just to trust that Miquella knew what he was doing with the eclipse at Castle Sol, where he wanted to block out the sun and restore Godwyn's soul. All that said, we can't trust him too much, I guess, because it's important to remember that this ritual failed. According to this phantom, the sun was not swallowed. And I guess the protective star of the soulless demigods did not listen to their prayers, and it did not appear. But it is really fascinating to learn that such a thing might even be possible. That Godwyn, whose soul seems to be as dead as Rani's body, might actually not be? So if his soul is somewhere, then where has it fled to? A part of me wonders, if his soul is lost, then maybe it's lost within a dream? One theory I did come up with regarding the mechanism by which Godwyn's soul is brought back by the eclipse is that his soul might be brought back by bringing about a sort of artificial dusk with the eclipse. That's because those who live in death are called the Duskborn, after all, so there is an association between night and death, to be sure. And there's also an association between death and sleep. For example, when you pursue Fia's questline, you use her as a medium to enter Godwyn's deathbed dream, which is an entire dreamscape where the dragon Fortisax is futilely fighting against the death in his companion. And then there's Roger, who speaks this line of dialogue as he is on the precipice of succumbing to Deathroot.
Maybe I should tell you. Lately, I feel I'm on the precipice of falling into a deep, fathomless slumber.
He does say he's about to fall into sleep. So, in conclusion, a realm of death does seem accessible through dream, and I think this is the perfect time to mention that Miquella has an alter ego. Some say she is a comely young girl. Others are sure he is a boy. This is where we have to talk about the enigmatic figure named Saint Trina. Perhaps the biggest in-game clue about Saint Trina's true identity is Trina's lily, which bears this undeniable resemblance to Miquella's lily of unalloyed gold. Its description reveals that it is a symbol of faith in Saint Trina, dulls the senses, preventing agitation. Naturally, it can be used to craft a bunch of sleep-afflicting items like Saint Trina's arrow, which states that the sweet oblivion of sleep can become quite the habit, and it tells of the priests of Saint Trina who use these arrows to spread their teachings, though the Japanese description seems to specify that these were more of a tool used for their rituals. So it's largely left to your imagination as to what rituals these priests might have been performing, though I will mention that it seems Saint Trina might actually be able to be found somewhere within sleep. This is suggested by Feather's cookbook, which reads, a record of crafting techniques left by a man who was utterly captivated by Saint Trina. He continued the search for her in his slumber. We get a side profile of her in the hilt of Saint Trina's sword, which hints at that flowing stray hair that she has, and then we get a much better front-on view of this feminine adult form upon Saint Trina's torch. The carvings depict Saint Trina, but in adult form, somewhat unnervingly. The carving is indeed unnerving, and it's certainly strange considering Miquella is supposed to be eternally a child. It raises the question, what has to happen for Miquella to grow up into this? And why is this bizarre creature the adult form that he takes? Another question worth asking, I think, is whether Miquella even has total control of Saint Trina. What if he's in a similar situation to Marika Radigan, where their alter ego is an opposite of sorts, and able to act almost as if they have their own free will? So all of this is definitely a little bit of a disturbing view of what Saint Trina could be, but I guess we do have cut content that does somewhat reassure me that their alter ego is still a benevolent person. This cut content was first showcased by Sekido Dubi, and this cut content is truly ancient. It exists in one of the oldest versions of the game that we know about, so a lot has probably changed since then, but regardless, here we can learn about Saint Trina's crystal ball, which once read, a crystal ball full of mist, symbol of Saint Trina of the Cradle Song. Copies dream mist from a sleeping being. Dream mist was once used as an ingredient in rare and potent physics. May the quietude of slumber come to all and sundry, even to those whose red eyes burn with the flames of frenzy. So this reveals that this cut version of Saint Trina even once had sympathy for those afflicted by the flame of frenzy. They even went so far as to teach the merchants their songs.
Our song derives from an old lullaby, sung for us long ago, deep inside our tomb. But whoever it was sings no longer. Its melody allowed us to sleep, despite the cursed flame.
The description of Miquella's songs as a lullaby is referenced by the modern-day sleep pot description, which reads, like a lullaby or a quagmire, its light purple haze irresistibly draws its victims down into sleep. Sweet dreams. This is the closest thing we have to Dream Mist as well, which was an item that you could again once collect from sleeping enemies. And after you did this, you were supposed to sell this Dream Mist to the merchants, who used it to quell their flame of frenzy. But as the merchants once said, whoever it was that sings now sings no longer, and this is a detail that has remained intact even in the final version of Elden Ring, with St. Trina's sword stating that St. Trina's appearance was as sudden as their disappearance. Something clearly happened to Miquella that prevented them from continuing their work as St. Trina, and that is what we will discuss next. At some point, Miquella embedded himself into the Halig tree. Why he did this is never explicitly stated, but I think we can make a good attempt at puzzling it out. So, Miquella famously watered the Halig tree with his own blood, since it was a sapling, so I guess you could argue that he embedded himself in it to simply feed the tree more, which I guess is possible because the tree does eventually wither without Miquella inside it, and Gideon seems to tie his removal with the death of the Halig tree, or it turning into a husk.
Didn't realize it was even
I
dying.
don't think that can be the only reason why he embedded himself. For instance, look closely at the Halig tree roots, and you'll see the form of a tree-like woman, and where her womb should be, there's a gap that once contained Miquella's cocoon cradled by the Halig tree. Now, either Miquella was attempting to fuse into and become this woman-like figure, who might even be the adult form shown on St. Trina's torch, or there was a rebirth occurring here. This is a cocoon within a womb, after all, so rebirth could have been the intent here. But regardless, it seems things ended prematurely, for Miquella would eventually be ripped out of the womb, and the Halig tree would split and decay. And so, when we arrive at the Halig tree and the town of Elfale that is built into the brace that supports it, the music here hits extremely hard. This place is just so sorrowful, for the Halig tree and Miquella's lilies and even St. Trina's lilies are all wilting, and all who live here are just hoping and praying for their lord to return. I love the little detail of the guards looking outwards and sitting dejectedly. To make matters worse for them, it was here that they realized that the sacred light inside them would explode upon their imminent deaths, and yet, in spite of this, their spirit ashes show their faith and state, "May the flash of our deaths guide Miquella's return." And Melania is here too, holding to the husk of Miquella, dreaming and waiting for Miquella to return, and believing full well that he will.
Corpse after corpse left in my wake as I awaited his return.
Melania's set reveals that she believes her brother will keep his promise. So what was that promise, I wonder? Was it merely to return, or was it something more? How much does Melania know? Why did she fight Radahn? We'll have to talk about all of that in another video. So there is still faith. There's even this one phantom in the consecrated snowfields who has somehow puzzled out who took Miquella, and even where they are, he is pointed towards the portal that takes you to Mohgwyn Palace and Mohg the Omen. So, indeed, it was the demigod Mohg who somehow broke into the Halig tree and absconded with Miquella's infant form. And it's with him that the story ends. Or maybe it's where this story truly begins. So, if you're not familiar, Mohg is the Omen son of Godfrey and Marika, and being an Omen of royalty, he was born into a wretched mire of filth in the subterranean shunning grounds below Leyndell capital. But unlike his brother Morgoth, who reviled his accursed blood, Mohg reveled in it, and it was assumedly because of this accursed blood that he chanced a meeting with an outer god called the Mother of Truth. And as Mohg stood before her, deep underground, his accursed blood erupted with fire, and he was truly besotted with the defilement that he was born into. Mohg is just one of many characters who discovers a new identity in the ways that they have been discarded by the world. And how could he not? For his defilement was validated by nothing less than an outer god. And as always, we know very little about this outer god. We know she is called the Mother of Truth, and the Formless Mother. We know that she desires wounds and bestows power upon accursed blood. Her followers can thrust their arms into her body to scatter blood flame, and followers of Mohg can share in the Lord of Blood's power and send blood flies before them. There's even been some speculation in my recent shorts and my TikToks as well that the Formless Mother is also an outer god.
The Formless Mother is such a dread-inducing name.
The one thing that all outer gods seem to have in common is that they all require vessels to move through. So in this case, the Formless Mother's vessel was Mohg. For example, the sacred spear that he wields is a weapon, but it's also an instrument of communion, and Mohg may well be doing her bidding with his actions. These actions included him starting a new dynasty called Mohgwyn, deep below the earth, in the grounds of these ancient dynastic remains. This is a secret place, difficult to reach, and it was here that Mohg brought the infant Miquella, torn as he was from his cocoon. I mean, that's how we see him in his opening cutscene, but in-game, Miquella seems to be back with a new cocoon here. You can even see it sat upon this giant pelvic bone, which seems to be a reference to the womb of the Halig Tree woman that he was literally ripped from. And it's from the remembrance of the Bloodlord that we can learn of Mohg's intent here. He wished to raise Miquella to full godhood and become his consort, taking the role of monarch. To this end, Mohg has begun soliciting blood offerings to Miquella, and that certainly explains the state of so many who reside here. According to the Lord of Blood's exaltation talisman, he proclaimed, "Render up your offerings of blood to your lord, drench my consort's chamber, slake his cocoon's thirst. His awakening shall herald the dawn of our dynasty." And then, to return to Mohg's remembrance, it's stated that, so far, this has all been in vain, for no matter how much of his bloody bedchamber Mohg tried to share, he received no response from the young Empyrean. So maybe nothing will happen. Or maybe, according to the Pure Blood Knight's medal, it is not yet time, for Mohg yet slumbers beside the divinity. Be patient, the new dynasty is nigh. What do you think? I mean, it's kind of hard to know. Even Gideon has no clue. But something does seem to be happening to Miquella in there.
What? You can go inside the egg?
For one, since being taken.
What the fuck?
Maybe
It's a 3D
adult
model.
form is manifesting. And personally, and this is really speculation, but this reminds me a lot of Berserk, which we know Miyazaki is always inspired by. Spoiler warning, really, you should watch that show, but there's this moment at the very end of the first chapter where Griffith betrays his companions in this sacrificial ceremony of carnage and bloodshed in order to be inaugurated and reborn as a god within an egg of sorts. This really reminds me of that. It also reminds me of a scene with Griffith where he allows himself to be abused, basically, in order to get what he wants. So I wonder, what if this was also what Miquella wanted? We know that he is extremely proficient at compelling others to love him, and Mohg is clearly enraptured. We know that Miquella is an Empyrean prodigy, and we know that his sister, who knows him best, has total faith that he will return. So you'd think he's still in control of the situation somehow. But that could be a part of the tragedy, and Miquella, this benevolent being, might not have predicted this at all, and is now being completely taken advantage of. Or maybe he did intend to be taken, but he's going to get more than he bargained for with the Mother of Truth. Or maybe Miquella's fate really is long gone. There's one other thing I want to mention. There is this place called Miquella's Hideaway in the Altus Plateau, and here we can loot Amber Starlight, which Seluvis mentions is the very fate of a demigod. Clearly, since it's here, you'd think it's Miquella's fate, right? And then you also have to consider that the cut content that we are basing so much of this video on is very much removed from the game, because it might not fit the developer's intent. That's always possible. So I really do hope you all bear that in mind, as I would really hate to promote ideas that are against the developer's vision for this character. But I really do think that it's a possibility that we're going to one day enter the dream of this slumbering demigod. After all, there was once a cut character called Rico who was supposed to say the following, standing before Miquella's cocoon at Mohgwyn Palace. He says, "Finally, I have found it. St. Trina's, no, Lord Miquella's cadaver, such that I may aid you, O Lord. So please, I hope you welcome your humble servant Rico into your dream, the world of your heart. Indeed, I beg you grant my wish, that when you transcend from Empyrean to God, allow me a place by your side." Plus, if we do get DLC, it's going to need a new Great Rune to acquire, right? That's a huge gameplay mechanic in these games, and it'd be weird if DLC came and you couldn't get more Great Runes. Apart from Miquella's Great Rune, the only one we don't know about also is Rani's Great Rune, which was allegedly cast aside. So there's always that to consider. But hopefully we get some DLC to answer these questions, or more likely we'll get DLC that will give us more questions than we started with. That's always how it seems to go, but I really hope they throw us some good curveballs with this one, as they always do. But regardless, it's always a ton of fun to speculate with you all, so if you're still listening to this extremely long video, thank you for giving me your time today. Thank you to Quailag for reviewing the script for me. Thank you, Miss Pap, for the incredible visuals, as always. And I also want to give a sincere and really reverential shout out to Eugenia Lysa, who created the speculative visuals of St. Trina. Please follow her work in the description. She's one of the most talented artists that I've ever known. And yeah, thank you, as always, of course, for watching my videos, and I'll see you next time. The Scarlet Rot is one of the deadliest things.
Did it move properly? Oh yeah, it did. Bastabev, thank you for 100 bits. Are we gonna watch Prepare to Cry Elden Ring movies with Vladimir as well? I'm just watching these, I think. I mean, this is already like 8 hours of stuff. Totalong, thank you for 52. Net JYY, thank you for 25. Durfboy, thank you for 21. And Gasly, thank you for 100 bits. You're reading the Berserk manga right now? Literally Malakav? Oh, dude. Let me. I'll double check first if they're suited for Twitch. You can see like how Malekith is just directly... Oh yeah, it should be fine. Like it's just like directly fucking copied, man. Like you see this shit? This is not even in his form. Like, is there a picture of him just transforming? Let's see. I don't think there's a panel here. But there's one where he literally just shows up exactly how Malekith transforms in his cutscene. Is it almost a manga panel on how it looks?
In the lands between, for it has no real cure, and famously, even the demigods could not stave off its effects. I guess no one told them about preserving boluses. Huh. Anyway, what's really interesting about the Scarlet Rot is that it's actually a very old legend, one that predates millennia and all of the horrors found in Caelid. And so, to understand where it all began, we have to go below, to the Lake of Rot, where we can find a few item descriptions that speak of this time. For example, here in the southeastern corner, we can loot a crown of mushrooms that forms this towering headpiece, and it reads, "Long ago, great lords served the Scarlet Rot. Perhaps such fungal bodies served as their crowns." And the rest of this set is made up of the mushroom set, which are considered holy vestments for those enraptured by the Scarlet Rot that root them to the earth. So already we have this hierarchy of mushroom lords that served the Scarlet Rot back then, as well as worshippers who venerated it. And you might think it's strange that these beings might worship or serve a sickness, but the Scarlet Rot is so much more than that, because the Scarlet Rot is no mere disease. No, for proof of that, one only need look at the Crystallian. Crystallian are inorganic beings, and yet they can be afflicted by the rot just like any other. There's even some Crystallians that are infused with rot and can spread it to others as well. Because it's not really just a disease. Instead, the map for the Lake of Rot calls it the divine essence.
I don't know what I'm gonna do tomorrow, dude.
Something that was sealed away.
I'm focused on today.
In this underground world. And if you've been following Elden Ring lore for any length of time, you should be no stranger to the concept of an outer god. They are these indeterminable, abstract beings that impress an order or a will upon the world through their avatars, their servants, and their vessels. And in the case of the Scarlet Rot, its order is one of decay, where beings are put into a progressing state of death, with the intent to achieve this glorious rebirth that will follow that process. The poison armament description tells us this, saying that those who dwell within poison know rot all too well, the death that begets life, that comes to all equally. That is to say, it is the cycle of rebirth put into practice. A great example of this is Michaelis Haligtree, which might be completely dead were it not for the fungal growths that have sprouted upon the tree. And of course we also see this in Caelid, where flowers of the rot are on the very precipice of budding, despite all the decay. Of course, it's debatable whether this type of life is even desirable at all, but you can't argue that it is life, and the agents of the Rot God certainly find it desirable, so they do their utmost to spark this sacred cycle of rebirth in others, infecting
I didn't check any reviewers, man. I don't care about their opinions. I will check for myself.
On that note, there is one extremely curious item that you can find down in the Grand Cloister, and it's called the Scorpion Stinger. This is a dagger that's glistening with scarlet rot, and it's called a ceremonial tool, which I think means that any ceremony that used this dagger would have been a ceremony to stab and infect another being with the scarlet rot.
Is it 720p? I don't think so. Oh my fucking god! I can have 4K? I don't even have a 4K monitor.
Ceremony of spreading their treasured affliction to others. But what's really interesting about this dagger is that it's fashioned from a great scorpion's tail, and it's also specifically said to have been crafted from the relic of a sealed outer god. And when you consider that phrasing, it makes you realize that it's saying that this dagger was fashioned from a relic of the rot god, who was also a great scorpion. That's what it sounds like it's saying. Anyway, I mean, many historical relics in our history are often the physical remains of deceased saints or holy persons, so the god of rot might really be, or at least might have manifested as, a great scorpion. So I guess the scorpion stinger is kind of like the eye of the fell god, or the three fingers of frenzy, or the whole winged theme that death has going on. It's a small remaining hint at the visual identity of
but
these.
Why is it hairy? What the fuck?
Is intended to stimulate the imagination, even if we never truly find out what these outer gods look like. And whatever rot truly is, it and its scarlet rot essence was eventually conquered, or sealed at least. This was done by a legendary figure known as the Blind Swordsman. As the story goes, the Blind Swordsman was favored by a fairy called the Dancer in Blue. the fairy bestowed upon them a flowing curved sword, which was patterned after flowing water, and with this sword the blind swordsman sealed away an ancient
It's
god,
the fucking
a god
Demon Slayer.
that was rot itself. There's quite a bit to unpack in these descriptions. First, who or what was the fairy called the Blue Dancer? Well, I think that the warrior's blue cloth set gives us a clue. It reveals that the blue color of its fabric symbolizes brisk waters, and the cloth doll that represents the Blue Dancer is styled to look just like water. The description goes on to say that just as still waters turn foul, stagnation leads to decay, so warriors must remain ever drifting. It's essentially saying that flowing water is the very antithesis to rot, which thrives in stagnant water. And I think, and this is just speculation, but I think that the Blue Fairy might essentially be a sort of river spirit. If you've ever seen Hayao Miyazaki's Spirited Away, then you might know what type of being I'm talking about. In that movie, just quickly, a stinking sludge monster comes to the bathhouse, where it is eventually revealed that it's actually a river spirit, whose river was bogged down and corrupted by pollution. But once his waters are unblocked, the river spirit is restored. And Elden Ring, by comparison, does also have two legendary rivers called the Shifra and the Ainzel.
That's how you
just
say
so happened to flow
what?
Underground next to and around the Scarlet Rot that was eventually
Shifra?
sealed all that time ago. So I don't think that it's a stretch to think that the Blue Fairy might have occupied or might have been a supernatural extension of those underground rivers. I think it's a fun theory, and I think it helps to explain the Blue Fairy's relationship with water and why it might be a natural enemy of the Rot God. So the Blue Fairy gave the blind swordsman a flowing sword, and he fought with the power of flowing water to seal away the Rot God. But what's unclear here is how exactly the Scarlet Rot God was sealed away by the blind swordsman. Did he, sword in hand, battle a great scorpion boss in one-on-one combat and just seal its essence away? Or was their battle more of an abstract one, where the Eternal City dams were built and rivers were rerouted to encircle the rot and contain it underground, or something like that? These details are left to your imagination, but one way or another, the Scarlet Rot God was sealed away, but it was not defeated, and eventually it would return. And this time, it would do so in an Empyrean vessel, corrupting Melania, a demigod, at the very moment of her birth. Like her brother Mikola, Melania was born an Empyrean. Empyrean meaning she was essentially a valid candidate to replace Queen Marika as a god, and as such it seems she was a ripe candidate for an outer god's meddling. And it's unclear how the Rot God afflicted Melania as soon as she was born, but it did, and that's a shame because Melania's great rune does state that it should have been the most sacred great rune of them all, were it not for what I assume was the Rot God's meddling. And speaking of great runes, in the sister video to this one, we talk about how Mikola was essentially the flip side to Melania in many ways, especially in cut content where the twins were born of an inseparable fate and said to hold the runes of both abundance and decay between them. And to reflect this duality, it seems, Mikola is in this constant state of overflowing abundance, while Melania was in this constant state of overflowing death, essentially. We sort of see this tragedy unfolding in a few statues of Melania, since you can see back then she did actually have all her limbs once upon a time, until the rot continued to take hold, moving her inexorably towards her inevitable death and rebirth as well. And that must have felt inevitable, for it seems like in these early days there were few known ways to ward off the rot. Fire was probably the obvious one, and then there was also the act of consecration, which was used, which is essentially the act of declaring something as sacred, which was done to the weaponry of Melania and her knights, and apparently it helped, their armaments at least, to resist the rot. But their flesh was still susceptible. Melania's knights were therefore called the Clean Rot Knights, and they vowed to fight alongside Melania despite the inevitable, if gradual, putrefaction of their flesh. And it was this fact that made these warriors so fierce, for they had basically already accepted their terrible fate, and so, logically, they had nothing else to lose in battle. These knights were bestowed the winged sword insignia, given only to those who fought alongside Melania the Severed. Interestingly, this is the only item that gives Melania the title the Severed. I assume that it's referencing a time where Melania was known for her prowess despite her fragmented body, as it's called in the Japanese. And I guess it's possible that she wasn't yet known as the Blade of Mikola at the time, though that's just my own speculation. At any rate, Melania Blade of Mikola is her most common title, and it's easy to see why she would dedicate herself to her brother so fully. For her brother was so dismayed by her condition that he dedicated himself to finding a treatment for the rot. and this search for a cure dramatically affected Miquella's worldview. For instance, he was formerly a faithful fundamentalist of the Golden Order, with all the magic to boot, but he would abandon those practices as they could do nothing to treat his sister's accursed rot. Instead, he pursued a path of unalloyed gold, and he crafted for Malenia a needle that could be inserted into her flesh, granting relief from the rot and preventing the progression of the rotting sickness. If you're interested in why unalloyed gold was able to do this and work that way, then I'd recommend you check out this video afterwards, which talks at length about Miquella. We learn about the needle's specific effects in-game when we give it to a character called Millicent, who is also suffering from the Scarlet Rot. Millicent is this great parallel to Malenia that teaches us so much about what Malenia might have felt or experienced. So Millicent too has lost a limb, and she is also losing her memories, and when we find her, she is unable to even move. But as soon as we give her the needle, she's able to function and fight once more. Therefore, it's fair to assume that similar benefits were conferred upon Malenia when her brother gave her the needle. It's also worth noting that the multiple needles that we find in-game, they aren't finished. Even the final version of this needle can only be used in the storm beyond time at Farum Azula, where it allows you to cheat fate, essentially. And that makes sense here, because you're outside of time in this place, so maybe you can prevent these afflictions from the outer gods before they even happen. So perhaps if Miquella had been able to imbue his needle with some time-warping capabilities, he could have eventually undone the effects of the Rot God entirely, but again, the needle was unfortunately never finished. The needle isn't all that Miquella created with unalloyed gold. He also crafted for his sister a prosthetic arm, leg, helmet, and armor of unalloyed gold, which, again, like Millicent, surely allowed her to overcome her one-armed shortcoming and reach for newer heights as a fighter. So Malenia's prospects were already looking up, but things didn't end there, for Malenia would go on to meet a man who would become her mentor, and he would give her this final, invaluable tool that could be employed against the Scarlet Rot. We see their meeting play out on this image of the prosthesis wearer heirloom, which depicts a scene from a heroic tale. You can even see Malenia's prosthetic arm and leg in this image if you look closely, which is why I assume that this meeting took place after Miquella's intervention with all of the unalloyed gold prosthetics. So her mentor was, as you might have guessed, the blind swordsman, the man who first sealed away the rot all those years ago, the very same. And after encountering her mentor and his flowing blade, she gained wings of unparalleled strength. This meeting says a lot about the blind swordsman. He must have known that Malenia was basically inhabited by his ancient enemy, and yet he doesn't attempt to kill her here. Instead, he takes her under his wing and teaches her the techniques that he himself once used to curtail the rot in the first place. It's a pretty wise thing to do, and perhaps we shouldn't expect any less from someone who was able to defeat an outer god in the first place. So this is why the skill on Malenia's blade is called the Waterfowl Dance. This is why Malenia recovers health by attacking during her boss fight. By moving relentlessly, like flowing water, the damage of the rot was offset, and Malenia was able to achieve unparalleled strength and to maintain her pride. But it was that same pride that she would abandon in her fight with Radahn. Radahn was born of Queen Renala, who was the Queen of Caria, and King Consort Radagon, who was previously a great champion of the Erd Tree. Thus was the Order of the Moon and the Erd Tree conjoined. And while Radahn was a true Carian, and certainly proficient in the art of sorcery, we can see in his character an inclination towards another path, an aspiration to be like Godfrey, for example, who was the first Elden Lord, and also his father Radagon, who would become the second Elden Lord. Caria was, after all, a largely matriarchal society, meaning that power was passed down to the princesses in the family. So perhaps it's no surprise that Radahn was not as motivated by his Carian heritage compared to his sister Rani, for instance. So Radahn's set was decorated with a golden lion that symbolized Godfrey and his beast regent, and it states that from his youngest years, Radahn was naturally captivated by the Lord of the Battlefield. Then his golden helmet was designed with his flaming red hair in mind, which Radahn inherited from his father, drawing attention to the fact that he was fond of the heroic implications of being Radagon's son. Radahn and his knights were fittingly known as the Red Mane, which conflates Radahn's red hair with the mane of Godfrey's
This is so
lion.
fucking cool.
And Radahn was even quoted as saying, "I was born a champion's cub. Now I am the Lord of the Battlefield's lion," which borders on being a statement of complete loyalty to Godfrey and the Golden Order, but we'll get to that debate a little bit later. So, naturally, this was a guy who reveled in the art of warfare, and even in his youth as a Carian royal, it seems Radahn was already a renowned general. We can infer this because of a man named Jeren. The eccentric's armor specifically says that after spending time as a guest of the Carian royals, he became a guest commander for General Radahn. Therefore, Radahn must have still been in close contact with his Carian family, as Jeren met Radahn through these Carian royals, and when they did meet, Jeren and Radahn seemed to immediately share a certain bond, for despite Jeren preferring to have a nomadic existence, he decided to become a guest commander for General Radahn. And then, despite the temporary implication of such a title, Jeren, this restless tumbleweed, as he was called, would become bound by honorable oath, and he and Radahn swore a vow of honorable death to one another, promising that they would die honorably in battle, even if it was death by the other's hand. So, it's not stated which battles that Radahn was fighting at the time, nor which war he required a new guest commander for. But then the world is very different at the time, and there's so much of the Lands Between's history that we don't know about. So I guess it's possible that the battles were being fought for distant lands like Limgrave and Caelid. The Limgrave East map does say, after all, that this path here was trod by many a soldier in the past. Maybe Radahn's forces took this path as well? And this was before Caelid was even afflicted with the Scarlet Rot, so things might have looked really different here, although admittedly we do have this shot from this trailer that shows that it still kind of looks a bit like a red hellscape here, with the red
Australia.
sky, and this was technically before the Scarlet Rot took hold. Caelid did still have some culture to boast of, though. For example, in the very middle of Caelid, there is, or was, a town of sorcery called Celia, and despite Radahn's relationship with Caria and Raya Lucaria as well, presumably, it was here in Celia that he studied, learning gravitational magics that likely could not be taught anywhere else. He did this, as the story goes, all so he would never have to abandon his beloved but scrawny steed, for gravitational magics could relieve the weight of Radahn and allow his scrawny horse to carry him evermore. Also, in case you don't know, the horse's name is Leonard, according to the data, so that is the name that we're going to use going forward. And what's interesting about Leonard is that he's specifically called out as being scrawny, as if that's the reason why he can't carry Radahn, who is enormous. Shouldn't Radahn's size be the reason why he can't ride his horse? So I think, personally, that Radahn actually didn't become as large as he is for a very long time, and I think there's some good evidence to back that up. For one, his throne in Leyndell is of regular size. Two, his portrait is of a simple grown man, and lastly, we see a brief shot of Radahn fighting in this image where he barely even matches Morgoth in size. So personally, I think that Radahn probably only grew in size when he acquired a great rune. Regardless, at this stage anyway, it's clear that Radahn initially learned gravitational magic for the sake of his horse, but that gravitational skill set would certainly come in handy as the years went on. For one, these gravitational magics were passed on to some of his elite soldiers, like Ogre, who was the longest-serving member of the Redmane Knights, who studied techniques to manipulate gravity alongside Radahn. The equipment and the skill sets of the Redmane Knights really were very inspired by Radahn. For example, the surcoat of Radahn's Redmane Knights depicts a red-maned lion raising a sword in the image of Radahn. All of them proved that they were worthy of the Redmane.
Gosh, I never noticed details
their
even.
Great Shield's design takes that symbolism further.
I never looked at the shields, or the emblems rather.
Featuring the crest of a red-maned lion. And these knights were strong, like Radahn too, with descriptions stating that they were reputed to be masterful warriors, and it was popularly said that the Redmanes knew no weakness. But for all of their prowess in battle, a conflict was coming that no military strength could ward away.
I just thought they were like random images on the armors and shields and everything.
But luckily, for this upcoming conflict, Radahn was able to solicit the help of an extremely knowledgeable teacher. According to the Gravity Well sorcery, Radahn's master was an Alabaster Lord with skin of stone, and these Onyx and Alabaster Lords were a different race entirely to humans, and were said to have risen to life when a meteor struck long ago. And the meteorite sorcery tells us that the reason they were called lords was in reverential fear of their destructive power. And it seems like Radahn was soliciting their help because a similarly meteoric destructive power was on its way to Celia. So earlier we established that he explicitly did learn gravitational magic so that he could ride his horse, but the Collapsing Stars sorcery also explicitly says that he learned gravitational techniques so that he could challenge the stars, which I think suggests that there were two distinct periods of learning here for Radahn. Learning for the sake of his horse, and then learning for the sake of keeping Celia safe. And there's also quite a bit of evidence that suggests that Radahn's actions here were in defense. For example, the sword gravestone in Caelid specifically tells us that Radahn held Celia secure. The Star Scourge heirloom tells us that Radahn confronted the falling stars, as if they were the aggressors. Finally, this event was also called the Star Scourge Conflict, suggesting that there was a clash of some kind here, like a back and forth, if you will. So Radahn seemed to anticipate that this event was coming, but I guess that isn't so strange when you consider that Radahn was of Carian lineage, who were renowned for reading fate in the stars. So I would think that anticipating a starfall would be pretty straightforward for them, and I think it would make sense that Radahn would want to intervene if it was headed for Celia, which is where he learned his magic from in the first place. So Radahn took defensive measures. And I guess you might argue that he even went a bit overboard, for he didn't just defend Celia from the falling stars, he actually sealed the stars' movements completely. So after Radahn challenged the stars, the fate in the night sky was said to be no more. And this manifests quite literally in Rani's questline, for example, where Radahn has to be killed so that the stars can be unfrozen, so that one of them can literally smash into Limgrave and open a path to Nokron. If not for Radahn, I feel like a star would have smashed through Celia instead, and opened a path to Nokron that way all those years ago. The eternal city of Nokron is said, after all, to sleep below Celia, so Radahn really might have intervened here at the very last moment, since a star is released and hits Limgrave as soon as you kill Radahn, though I'll admit that it is a bit strange that that star hits Limgrave and not Celia, which he was said to defend. I wonder why. Anyway, there's one more thing I want to talk about here, and it's that you could also make the argument that Radahn might have intervened at Celia and frozen the stars on behalf of the Golden Order. After all, the telescope item description literally says that the fate once writ in the night skies was fettered by the Golden Order, and Radahn was a fanboy of Radagon and Godfrey, who were two proponents of the Golden Order, so it's definitely possible that he did this on the Golden Order's behalf. Personally, though, I think that both things can be true. I think that Radahn was clearly motivated to defend Celia from Starfall, and I think that the Golden Order did stand to benefit from one of its vassals achieving such a feat. Radahn, and most of the demigods at that stage, for that matter, were technically on the side of Marika's Golden Order. So I guess technically Radahn was aligned with the Golden Order and could have fettered the stars on their behalf. Technically, but the impression that I get from Radahn is that he has no real loyalty to anyone other than himself and his men. This is my speculation, but I think this because he's not really hated by anyone in the current age or anyone in-game. Even his brother Rykard has his picture up on the wall, and Rykard famously hated anything to do with the Golden Order. So while I think Radahn served the intent of the Golden Order, I don't think he was beholden to it, especially not in the later years, when the Elden Ring was shattered, because remember this cutscene with Morgott?
Willful traitors. All.
Morgott labels all of the demigods as traitors to the Golden Order, including Radahn, who we do see in a clash with Morgott, suggesting that he might have abandoned his loyalty to Order and marched on Leyndell after the shattering. For Radahn, like his demigod kin, had claimed a great rune. And it's easy to assume that a warmonger like him would have had great ambitions for power, and might have even aspired to become Elden Lord. And it's around this time, when the demigods were clashing, that Malenia enters the picture once more. Because Malenia, Blade of Mikla, was marching towards Caelid, past Godric in Limgrave, and towards Radahn.
Honestly, Godric's nothing more than a jumped-up country bumpkin. Lord? Oh, don't make me laugh. First, he hid himself amongst the womenfolk to flee the capital, then hid from Radahn in that castle. Then he insulted Malenia, lost to her in battle, only to lick her boots rather than die like a man. Has he no shame, the big girl's blouse?
When does he say this?
This dialogue from Kenneth Haidt is a great piece of lore, as it tells us about this crucial late part of the Shattering War. At this point, Godric had just failed to usurp Leyndell capital and had fled with his tail between his legs to Stormvale. Here, he hid in fear of Radahn, who was a close neighbor in Caelid, and it makes sense that he'd fear Radahn, who was considered by many to be the strongest of the demigods. But while he was hiding here, a different army approached. From the north, not the south, as Godric must have feared. Malenia and her Cleanrot Knights were passing Stormvale on their southwards march from the Halig Tree to Caelid. And this event, this passing, is marked at the Leonia Highway sword gravestones, which state, "Nothing will hinder the wings of the Blade of Mikla and the Cleanrot Knights." These gravestones tend to mark points of battle, and Kenneth does state that Godric insulted Malenia and lost to her in battle, so I assume this is where that happened. As to the nature of the insult, well, we have cut dialogue from Godric to help us out here.
There is only one tree, and only its branches, that bathe in true rays of gold. Not the fool-omened king, nor the rank malformed twins.
So Godric considered Mikla and Malenia rank and malformed, so I assume the insult was along those lines, which was not smart. on Godric's part. Malenia must have messed him up, but tellingly, she did not kill him. And that's a curious detail, because this was the Shattering War. We're supposed to believe that all of the demigods were fighting for power, but if Malenia was seeking power here and looking for others' great runes to acquire in order to restore the Elden Ring and live up to Miquella or her own Empyrean promise, then you'd think that she would have killed Godric, that she wouldn't have shown him mercy. But instead, she lets him live. So, to me, that suggests that Malenia might not have been on this southward march to take power. Because if she didn't claim Godric's great rune, then she probably wasn't here for Radahn's either. So, why then? Why did Malenia come full force towards Radahn on this southward march? I feel like there are 3 options. 4 if you count the theory that Malenia might have chased down Radahn in order to get control of the Elden Ring, but as I've just explained, I feel like that's unlikely. Option 2, although it's still unlikely in my opinion, is that Malenia might have sought out Radahn simply for the sake of fighting him. He was, after all, widely considered the mightiest of the demigods, as was Malenia in many cases, so it's not ridiculous to think that both of them might have fought simply for the sake of pitting their strength against one another, but that's a pretty unsatisfactory answer, in my opinion. Option 3, I feel, could be because Malenia was looking for her brother. At this point, Miquella could have already been stolen away by Mohg, so perhaps she was simply looking for him. She pretty intentionally makes a beeline towards the south and towards Caelid, and Mohg's palace is essentially underneath Celia and underneath the area where Radahn and Malenia fought, so I guess it's possible that Malenia had some intel leading her here in a search for Miquella. But again, this is only speculation. But my favorite theory is the 4th one, which is that Malenia, and by extension Miquella, may have wanted Radahn dead for the same reason that Ranni eventually does, so that the stars could resume their movement, bringing certain fates back into play. And you might be asking, but why would Miquella want the stars to resume their movement? Well, perhaps Miquella's own fate was locked in stasis. We do find a demigod's amber starlight shard in Miquella's hideaway, after all, and I feel like it should be concerning that his fate might have fallen like this. But the best answer, I think, is that Miquella wanted the stars back in motion so that the moon could properly eclipse the sun. This was a ritual that Miquella seemed to believe would revive Godwyn the Golden, his brother, and we talk about this a lot more in this video, and I can definitely see how the stars being in stasis would prevent the moon from eclipsing the sun, so I really like this answer. But
ominous looking eclipse.
Theories. Surely there's more than just these 4 options. But in the end, there's only really one answer that I'm confident in, and it's that we can't confidently say for sure why Malenia fought.
The eclipse is a pretty fucked up Berserk reference.
But whatever the reason, it must have been a good one, because it was during this battle that Malenia sacrificed everything.
There is something I must return to Malenia. The will that was once her own. The dignity. The sense of self. That allowed her to resist the call of the Scarlet Rot. The pride she abandoned. To meet Radahn's measure.
In Elden Ring's story trailers, we see this legendary fight play out. Cleanrot Knights finally arrive with Malenia facing off against the Redmane Knights and manage to plunge a ton of spears into Radahn during their clash. You can actually see these spears still sticking out of his back to this day. Then, Malenia and Radahn appear to be the only 2 left standing. Malenia sacrifices her prosthetic arm to get close to Radahn, grabbing her blade and plunging it into both of them, giving us a close-up view of the 2 characters. Here, Radahn looks monstrous, which I theorize could again be because he's tainted with the madness of a great rune, though that is just speculation, and we can also see Malenia's lips moving here, muttering some final words, or perhaps the incantation for the Scarlet Aeonia, which envelops herself and Radahn, putting an end to their fight. In this video's first chapter, we talked extensively about Malenia's battle against the Scarlet Rot within her, but in this moment, she seems to lose that fight, maybe intentionally, and she allows the Scarlet Rot to take hold. Millicent, who is a great parallel to Malenia, says that this is when she sacrificed her dignity, her sense of self, her will, and her pride. Malenia did all of this just so that she could meet Radahn's measure. Thus did the Scarlet Rot explode outwards, infecting Radahn and the very land itself, as their battle came to a horrific standstill. In the end, neither party was in a state to continue fighting, so technically Malenia didn't lose, so she was technically still undefeated. Few survived the Battle of Aeonia, but one who did was the Cleanrot Knight Finlay, who, in an unimaginable act of heroism, carried the slumbering form of Malenia all the way back to the Halig Tree. They managed this alone, fending off all manner of foes along the way. But back at the center of Caelid, Malenia's scarlet bloom remained. A nearby phantom's dialogue reads, "Sublime, I tell you. The very first flower of Aeonia bloomed on this very spot. Melania, may you blossom into a goddess. In the present day, Caelid features at its center a giant tree that spirals in a similar manner to Melania's first Scarlet Bloom, so it probably is the same Scarlet Bloom. As the Phantom says, this was the very first flower of Aeonia, and the beginning of the Scarlet Swamp in this land. And at the very center of that is another curious thing. There's a boss called Commander O'Neill, who carries the Commander's Standard, which reads, "Even after his lord was fled, Commander O'Neill continued to brandish this flag in the devastation of the rot-eaten field of battle, the sole veteran who remembers this battle with pride." And it's hard for me to say exactly whose side O'Neill would have been on. He summons the spirits of exiled soldiers, who themselves have no real affiliation to speak of, though I will say that you can summon one of Millicent's sisters to help you in the fight against O'Neill, which might suggest that he's opposed to the idea of rot and that he might have fought for Radahn, although I feel like you could go both ways on this, because the Commander's Standard says that his lord was fled, and both Melania and Radahn fled this battle. Anyway, when you defeat O'Neill by luring him into the guises of Scarlet Rot because it's funny, he doesn't just drop the Commander's Standard, he also drops an heirloom of the Battle of Aeonia, a broken needle of unalloyed gold that was once buried within Melania's own flesh, repelling her Scarlet Rot until it snapped. A really interesting question here, considering the needle is broken, is whether Melania snapped the needle intentionally when she plunged her blade into herself and Radahn. Perhaps she knew that it would cause the rot within her to flare up worse than ever if the needle was broken, and allow her to defeat Radahn. Millicent does explain that the explosion of rot in her is worse after she takes out the needle, almost as if it's been building up inside them all this time.
I paused to even tell you, but I took out the needle myself. The scarlet rot writhes now, worse than ever.
So it's pretty clear that this is where the final moments of the battle took place, and we even find Clean Rot Knights able to rise outside when you're near, even now. But then, we don't find Radahn anywhere near here. Instead, we find him closer to his former home, at Redmane Castle. In a nearby catacomb, the spirits of the war dead actually continue to clash, refusing to surrender, even in death. And outside, Radahn is exactly the same way. And while witless, he's still alive, even managing to keep the stars in stasis, even now, for he's still in possession of his great rune, which itself started to burn to resist the encroachment of the Scarlet Rot. His feet have rotten off, the spears of Clean Rot Knights remain in his flesh, but he fights on, simply using those spears in his back as arrows to fight off anyone who threatens him, refusing to give up and die in anything but an honorable death.
Radahn at 1% power, and we fight him.
Are you one for festivals or flowers? To the south, a grand festival to make the stars turn. To the east, the heart and bud of a flower to be. But dare you enter into the heart of the Scarlet Rot?
As the rot takes hold, Caelid becomes a fresh hell, and the land itself becomes a threat. Even the dragons in this place were forced to flee, and they would make a new nest on a plateau that would be dubbed Dragon Barrow, and no one since then has dared to enter it. That said, a few dragons did not make it away unscathed. The dragon Exekis succumbed to the Scarlet Rot, though he did not forget his hatred, and sadly, Grail, the mother of all dragons, who dwarfs them all as well, can be found on death's door surrounded by her children, and completely blighted by the Scarlet Rot. Kind of sad. Thanks for the 50k runes though. And in the end, it was Melania's Scarlet Rot, not really Melania herself, that would eventually drive Radahn's Redmane Knights to defeat. According to their armor, when they were driven to defeat by Melania's Scarlet Rot, the Redmane Knights burned off the crest on the left breast of their armor to indicate their
What
resolve,
insane
stating,
detail.
"Alas, dear home, I shan't see you again.
The fuck?
For our duty is to remain here, a bulwark against the blight." The knights using fire to burn away their own crest in this way is such a great symbol, for fire was their one and only weapon for fighting back against the rot. And interestingly, according to the Armorer's Cookbook, a lot of these tools and techniques to do with fire were passed down by an armorer who served the great General Radahn, as his books contain knowledge of dealing with rot, the application of fire in particular. And so, this flame of the Redmanes clearly became a large part of their identity henceforth. Corpses of rabid wildlife were piled high and burned. Long smouldering walls of flame were built in order to prevent the rot from spreading to neighboring lands. These same walls border their own castles, they burnt down churches, and they even managed to commandeer some flame chariots to help in their fight. They utilized torches, firepots, arrows, everything. And fittingly, Knight Geren's beloved sword, a flamberge, became the symbol of the castle itself, thanks to the flame-like undulation that gives this sword its difficult-to-pronounce name. And Jeren himself remained at Redmane Castle to regularly host a celebration of war, calling champions from far and wide to deliver death, a death for his friend, who is now festering with rot and crippled by madness, who now only wishes for an honorable way out. Meanwhile, amidst Melania's Aeonian butterflies, pale pests emerge from the swamp of Aeonia. Though they appear to be mere bugs, they're not. These creatures are intelligent, with a quote-unquote keen intellect that allows them to craft uncanny weaponry from sharpened shell. They can incant spells as well, and they can even tame wild beasts. That said, they are ultimately creatures of worship, and Gowry actually calls them witless, which admittedly does contrast with them being described as intelligent in this item description. Regardless, the pests are also called the abandoned children of the goddess and servants of the goddess of rot, who have been forsaken. And it's not hard to see why. Not only was Melania carried far away at the very moment of her bloom when these pests allegedly emerged, but she resents and resists the scarlet rot inside her unless she's pushed to the absolute brink. So, of course, these pests are abandoned in that sense as well. And who wouldn't hate them, honestly? Is there anything more annoying than this bloody attack? Nevertheless, the pests persist. They even have a quotable line of dialogue in the Kindred of Rot's exaltation talisman, which reads, "Rot for the Scarlet Goddess. O scarlet blossoms, flourish in distant lands, and return to us, the unwanted children." Which brings us to the phrase, scarlet blossoms. This might not be talking about literal flower buds of the scarlet rot, but instead I think it's talking about actual people. I think it's talking about these 5 sisters. I think these are the scarlet blossoms. They are Pollyanna, Maureen, Amy, Mary, and Millicent.
The girl, Millicent, she is a bud, green and undeveloped, waiting to flower into magnificence. What a wondrous day that will be. In truth, before her, I'd never seen a bud of such superior quality. She might very well outshine her sisters.
So it seems like these pests, including Gowry perhaps, have a keen interest in cultivating these scarlet blossoms. I'd prefer to talk about Millicent's questline in a future Prepare to Cry episode, so subscribe and turn on notifications, but I will hold off for now. But essentially, Gowry does all of this in anticipation of these daughters becoming Scarlet Valkyries, who he believes might one day serve Melania when she ascends as the goddess of rot. At this point, Melania hadn't been seen for a long while. Not since she was carried off to the Halig Tree, and the Halig Tree's location itself was a mystery to many. But there were still those who venerated and worshipped her, and they weren't all pests. Some of them were human, like Malie Marai, the Castellan of the Shaded Castle. Malie wears the Marai mask, which is something only worn by the head of House Marai. It bears the likeness of the first of their line, and it describes this long dual history of the Marai family, who served as both executioners and castellans of the Shaded Castle. So fittingly, their storied sword is the Marai Executioner's Sword, a broad-bladed weapon that would eventually be used against them. For one day, they made the mistake of capturing a bell-bearing hunter named Elima, but Elima, who knew battle skills that allowed him to move objects with his very own will, snatched the sword from the site of his looming execution and overthrew his captors. But it doesn't seem like he wanted to rule over the castle in their stead. Instead, the castle falls into ruin, and when we find him, Elima is just standing and staring at an enormous portrait which is a picture of Melania, who some believe is to blame for the fate of the castle. A nearby phantom laments the state of things and states, "House Marai is ruined, just deserts for falling for that severed harpy." No surprise that guilty cretin took the castle and our storied sword. In the outskirts of the castle, you can actually find and fight Malie Marai, the former castellan of the castle who has now been ousted. He wields the Ant Spur Rapier, which is a weapon that evokes the scorpion dagger that we mentioned at the start of the video, as it's also a blade fashioned from a chitinous creature. In this case, it's the spur of a giant ant. Fittingly then, its description reminds us that Scarlet Rot is an old legend, and goes on to state that Malie Marai of the Shaded Castle was a private believer in the Scarlet Rot. and indeed, he eventually found his own personal goddess. The Mirai robe explains why he was so enamored with her, stating that the sons of House Mirai are all sickly born, and so Melee Mirai was beguiled by the beautiful and fierce goddess who was born into rot. Melania was, after all, a powerful and fierce figure in spite of her affliction, so it's easy to see why Melee Mirai looked up to her. Though I guess it's possible that he took this veneration too far, as the castle is found sinking into a poison swamp, and the throne room is filled with prosthetics which mirror Melania's own. Indeed, it's possible that he even found Melania's very own prosthetic, as you can loot the Valkyrie's prosthesis here, which reads, "Golden prosthesis once used by the one-armed Valkyrie, a masterwork of craftsmanship. With practice and skill, it can be used as proficiently as a real arm." When Melee Mirai, Lord of the Shaded Castle, embraced this prosthesis, he claimed to feel the presence of his personal goddess. Now, I'm not really sure if this is Melania's actual prosthesis or not. I feel like you could make debates for and against that, but regardless, it drives home just how much of a fanboy this guy
I like how he just calls them fanboys every time.
It's not much more now than just a home for some surviving clean rot knights who would understandably feel at home in such a place. And I guess they have nowhere else to go, as Melania slumbers back at the
I wouldn't touch that arm.
where she does very little else until you arrive and trigger what I think is her second transformation.
Wait. The scarlet bloom flowers once more. You will witness true horror. Now, rot.
Now, I got some bad news for you guys in this final chapter. So, you know how difficult Melania was to defeat, right? Well, what if I told you that wasn't her final form? It might not be, for the Scarlet Aeonia description reads, "Each time the scarlet flower blooms, Melania's rot advances, and with the third bloom, she will become a true goddess." So, it's known that Melania's first bloom was in Caelid, and we know that she blooms in a fight against us, so the debate becomes, is this mid-fight bloom Melania's second bloom, or her third? Some would argue that this is Melania's third bloom, and that she's already become the Goddess of Rot. She does, after all, literally have Goddess of Rot as her title, and there is a bloom right outside her boss room which could have been the site of her second bloom. So how do you argue against that? Well, for starters, the bloom outside might not be hers. For one, it'd be kind of weird if she had a second bloom that is never described, right here, when she's slumbering
There's
in
clothing
just
too
the
in the
neighboring
ground,
room. But
and
not
it's so
only that,
small.
in front of this bloom, you actually loot the Traveler's set, which is
Yeah.
the same set worn by Millicent and her sisters, and Melina as well. Considering Millicent and her sisters are buds of Melania, and considering Millicent also leaves behind one of these blooms when she dies, it's not ridiculous to think that one of these sisters might have flowered here already. And I don't think that Melania having Goddess of Rot in her boss title means that much. Many, like Gowry and the Pests, already believe that Melania is the Goddess of Rot. The Scarlet Aeonia description instead specifies that the third bloom will make her a true goddess, and I think anything before that is just a brief flash of the Rot God shining through. But the biggest piece of evidence that Melania hasn't yet reached her third bloom yet, in my opinion, comes from Gowry, who goes to extraordinary lengths to nurture Millicent, encouraging us to kill her even, just so this betrayal can turn her into a Scarlet Valkyrie that will serve Melania.
It must be done by your hand, no other. Millicent trusts you, rather deeply in fact. Sever that trust. Nurtured by betrayal, her bud will flower most vividly. When Melania ascends to godhood, Millicent too shall be reborn, as a Scarlet Valkyrie.
If Millicent dies, she flowers, with Gowry's expectation being that she will be revived.
Imagine DLC final boss fight.
In Melania's boss room as well that appears
Super Melania and her 5 Valkyries.
It's possible that Melania could have another revivification after this as well. And one final piece of evidence was actually pointed out by you guys in the comments of my recent Oracle short. In that video, I argued that the Oracles might be there to herald the return of Mikla as a god, as their spirit ashes state that it is said that when Oracle envoys appear playing their pipes, they do so to herald the arrival of a new god or age. But I completely neglected to mention that they might be here to herald Melania's ascension as a god instead. So thank you guys for pointing that out. If you haven't already, I'd appreciate if you tried out some of my shorts content. It's extremely difficult to fit everything within 60 seconds, but it's a fun challenge and I'm pretty happy with some of the short stories that I've been able to tell in those shorts. Anyway, personally, I wouldn't be surprised if we fight some incarnation of Melania again in the DLC, and I'd be down for that fight, provided she rises again with her lower half as a scorpion or something. But what I find to be the most disturbing thought about Melania's
He's a
potential
scaly.
third bloom is
You heard that guy?
Gowry believes
He's definitely a
Scarlet
scaly.
Bloom will be more vivid.
Do
if it's
scorpions have
nurtured
skills?
by betrayal. That's what we see in Millicent's questline. So what if Melania's third bloom could be more vivid if she's betrayed by her brother, Mikola? But it's
Chitin.
late now,
Oh, not
and
skills.
I'm really getting into some deranged speculation territory, aren't I? So that's probably my cue to end the video. Special thanks to Mispat for the footage and editing help, as always, and special thanks to Quailag as well for looking over this script.
I will BRB 1 sec, and then we go. Oh my god, the next one is 2 hours long. Yeah, BRB. Okay. Well. Dragons.
So you've become the Elden Lord, but before you, it was Radigan.
Wait, actually, let me check these first. Basamath, thank you for the 100. By the way, Vati also has short set of fun bite-sized lore bits. There's one about the dancing woman of the Windmill Village, and it's really good. I think I just saw the preview of it. So, Bone, thank you for the 290 bits. Dean, thank you for the 32. Scuzzy, thank you for the 70. Amon, thank you for the 23. If I still have time after lore videos, you recommend watching Vati's Age of Stars. It's a stellar video. Lock95, thank you for the 51. Okay, this guy.
And before him, it was Godfrey, who items call the first Elden Lord. And yet, even before Godfrey, there was another, Placidusax, an ancient dragon who ruled as Elden Lord in the prehistoric age before the Erdtree. It's him and his kin that you're going to be learning about in this video. But to quickly summarize, first there were the ancient dragons, who had these stone scales that could twist time, making them essentially immortal. And yet some ancient dragons can be found dead, buried in the rocks of Faram Azula, which twists and crumbles in an eternal storm. On the ground, their descendants roam the lands between without the stone scales of their ancestors, and instead of stone scales, they've inherited aspects of their environments. The ice dragons roamed the icy mountaintops. The glintstone dragons feasted on sorcerers. One's hatred was so strong that he even endured the scarlet rot in Caelid. And it's here in Caelid that Grail, mother of all the mortal dragons, lies dying. There's a lot to talk about. This is the story of Elden Ring's dragons. Many item descriptions note that the age of the ancient dragons was prehistoric, and I think that's an important word because it might explain why Godfrey's recorded title is the first Elden Lord, even though he's not. Placidusax
He doesn't know.
The word prehistoric denotes a period of time before written history, and while there are spoken legends from this time, I think what they're trying to get across is that the Elden Lord before Godfrey wouldn't be well known. This was before the age of the Erdtree, after all, and the Erdtree would eventually come to be considered perfect and eternal. So the idea that there might have even been an Elden Lord that came before could have been considered irrelevant at best and sacrilegious, I think, at worst. But what really is an Elden Lord, and why was Placidusax considered one? I feel like the role of Elden Lord can be roughly narrowed down to 3 things. You are made eligible by A, your strength, B, your validity as a consort, and or C, your willingness to bring about a new age or order. Specifically, the Elden Lord is tasked with bringing about the Greater Will's order, one built around the Elden Ring that it sent here long
Who
ago.
gets hit by all
Hence the
3,
name
man?
Elden Lord. Sounds simple, but then remember, the nature of the Greater Will's order can vary wildly, as is shown by all who come to champion it over the ages. The Greater Will's order is malleable enough that it can even accept a number of endings that our Tarnished brings about, where the Elden Ring is mended by runes that will dramatically redefine the world. So it is that our role as a Tarnished is actually pretty unique, as our primary goal now is to reunite the broken shards of the Elden Ring. With Marika, the god that is the vessel of the Elden Ring, locked away inside the Erd Tree, it's not up to her to will a new age into being, it's up to us, and we have to gather the great runes to do this. So it is that in most endings, you ascend the throne as Elden Lord alone, without a god or living consort by your side. Instead, your crumbling god is a vessel for your Elden Ring, and not much more. But previously, it seems an Elden Lord was chosen by their god, chosen for their strength, chosen to sire a lineage, chosen for their usefulness to their god's order. So it was that Hoaraloo was chosen to be the Elden Lord as the Age of the Erd Tree began. He defeated Marika's enemies, he sired the Golden Lineage, and then was discarded in favor of Radagon, an Elden Lord who betrayed Marika's enemies and sired more demigod children with her before being shattered alongside his god. And since we don't actually know much about Placidusax's god, we rely on Hoaraloo and Radagon and Marika as well to teach us the things that we should assume would have been traditionally true about her. So it is that Placidusax's god likely chose him as Elden Lord because Placidusax was powerful, politically expedient, loyal, and or perhaps a valid consort. And speaking of Elden Lords being consorts, it's certainly possible that Placidusax consorted with his god, but I don't think that means that all or any of the ancient dragons would have been the result of that union. In fact, as noted by Zully the Witch, the heads of Placidusax are different and are labeled as male and female respectively, so who's to say Placidusax didn't spawn their own ancient dragons? Whatever the case, the ancient dragons were exceptionally loyal to their lord, and multiple item descriptions state that the ancient dragons who ruled in the prehistoric era before the Erd Tree would protect their lord as a wall of living rock. This is why the shape of the dragon has become symbolic of all manner of protections, and indeed we commonly see dragons on shields and on damage reduction talismans. But even without his kin laying down their lives to protect him, Placidusax is intensely powerful in their own right. In fact, I'd say that Placidusax was likely chosen as Elden Lord for their strength in battle, and the physical evidence of battle is all there. Their form is severely scarred, and even his heads have been severed in unknown fights. I think it's fair to speculate that Placidusax put their life on the line for their god, just as Elden Lords would do for their gods in years to come, and just as his ancient dragons did for him. But what exactly is an ancient dragon? To help us distinguish between all of the dragons in the game, it's important to note that not all dragons in Elden Ring are of the ancient variety. Most are actually lesser wyverns like these. Though they're all descended from the same stock, ancient dragons specifically are characterized by their mastery of red lightning, as well as their 4 wings, 4 limbs, and stone scales. These stone scales are perhaps their most defining characteristic. You would have found these stone scales in your playthrough. They would have been looted as gravel stones, which are said to be the scales of the ancient dragons. These gravel stones
that's
can
for
be
the
used to craft
talisman boss
dragon grease,
lightning
a
damage.
weapon buff that increases the damage you deal to dragons. It reads, when the dragons were born from their ancient kin, they lost their stone scales, which can now be used to cause them mortal harm. Talk about insult to injury. So just like in Dark Souls, it's these stone scales that gave the ancient dragons their signature immortality. And as further evidence for that fact, consider the Dragon King's Cragblade, which reveals that today's dual-winged, 2-legged dragons are considered paltry and mortal, again confirming that the ancient dragons were immortal by way of comparison. But why are they immortal? Well, the mechanism behind this immortality is revealed by the ancient dragon smithing stone's description, which marks it as a golden gravel stone and a scale of the ancient dragon lord. Most importantly though, it reads, this stone lightly twists time. Therefore, it's Placidusax's very scales, and likely also those of his kin, that have time-twisting properties, explaining the ancient dragon's longevity. It seems they're immune to the effects of time. This also explains why Placidusax's Old Lord's talisman messes with time, lengthening the duration of sorceries and incantations in the hands of the Tarnished. Most interesting, though, is that the smithing stone goes on to state that it allows for the creation of a weapon capable of slaying a god. Presumably, this is because of the scale's time-twisting abilities, which I theorize might help to sort of undo the god that gets smacked with this from existing in the first place. Maybe time undoes them in that way, or perhaps it speeds up their eventual irrelevancy over time. It's really fitting that a god would be weak to time and nothing else, really. Now, scales twisting time is one thing.
Oh, I've never looked
all
at
of
it like this
Faramazul
before.
seems to exist outside of time, to some extent. There is no day and night cycle here, for example, and this time-twisting effect is particularly strong in Placidusax's arena, which you access by lying down at the very edge of his storm. In a way, you kind of become a part of the environment here in this moment, as the space you're lying in is actually a shallow grave meant for entombment. It's just missing a skeleton, whereas the other graves have them. And now that you're part of Faramazula itself, time stops, then actually begins to bring you backwards in time, with the repairing ruins to Placidusax's Forum, where the Dragon Lord once dwelled eternally beyond time. So, time is extremely convoluted in Placidusax's arena. And I say this because it's here, in the heart of the storm beyond time, that you're able to use an item called Miquella's Needle, which is one of the unalloyed gold needles that Miquella crafted to ward away the meddling of outer gods. Now, currently, this needle is only a temporary solution. It only wards off the outer god's influence. It doesn't cure one of it, as Melania is evidence of. Indeed, the final silver version of the needle reveals that the needle is still, as yet, unfinished, and can only be used in the heart of the storm beyond time said to be found in Faramazula. It's here alone that the needle does finally function fully, removing the entire influence of the outer god in your body. Miquella originally intended to use this needle to repel the outer god of rot within his sister, but here, if you're locked into the Lord of Frenzied Flame ending, you can use the needle to cheat fate and undo the Frenzy god's influence instead. This reveals that the final missing component of the needle is time. It just needs this final time-twisting effect to be complete. So, as with the smithing stones we just mentioned, perhaps you are inserting the needle at a point before the outer god's influence existed upon you, or perhaps the gods are simply, again, weak to time's effects. I wonder if Miquella knew this. I wonder if he knew that time-twisting was what was needed to complete the needle. And I wonder if he even realized that this is a place you could come to do that. Anyway, the one weird thing about Miquella's needle is that you can use it in Placidusax's arena even though he's dead, raising the question, hang on, if it's Placidusax's scales that twist time, why is it time is being twisted here in a location, even without him and his scales present? Now, I do have a theory that might reconcile.
Isn't he immortal anyway?
Remember how I brought up that time only starts moving backwards when you lie down in a burial space and become a part of the environment? Well, my theory is that what if it's the landmass of Faramazula itself that also twists time? I think it might be able to do this because the landmass literally has ancient dragons and their time-twisting scales entombed within it. The official art book reveals a ton of these ancient dragons, and indeed, ancient dragons can be found within Faramazula's geological strata. I asked data miner Zuli the Witch to take a closer look at these assets, and she discovered that there are two variants of these entombed dragons that show up here, 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 and here. So 4 dragons in total that we can see, at least. At first I thought that these might represent Placidusax's missing heads, but the intact variant of the model displays 4 wings and 4 legs, meaning these were entire ancient dragons. That said, they don't look entirely like ancient dragons. In fact, their heads are actually the same as Placidusax's, albeit rendered in a lower level of detail. So, personally, given the information I have, I believe that this suggests that these entombed dragons might be Placidusax's offspring, or kin, perhaps even an older generation of ancient dragon, entombed in a previous geological stratum of Faramazula's ancient history. So it is that I think you can argue that the landmass of Faramazula itself can twist time. But additionally, or alternatively, Faramazula's storm itself might represent this time twisting. Miquella's needle does say that it can only be used in the heart of the storm in Faramazula, so perhaps Placidusax's golden scales sort of twisted a storm into being, and maybe that storm twists time irrespective of whether Placidusax is alive or not. Also, I really like the idea that twisting storms are a visual representation of the scales that twist time, because the scales do specifically use the word twist in regards to time, so the storm and these twisting hurricanes are so perfect visually for that. But as we move into the next chapter, I want to point out one more interesting thing about these golden scales, and it's that, according to their item descriptions, they're only made into stones after being polished. And thanks to their older item description text in version 1.0 of Elden Ring, we know exactly who it was that polished these stones in the first place. They were refined by sentient beasts that regarded them as holy relics. So it is that we arrive at the Beastmen of Farum Azula, who were the ancient dragon's clergymen, worshippers, and blessers. There are a few types of beastmen in Farum Azula, but most wield their signature curved sword, a weapon that is forged from dull iron, but is so well designed that despite its weight, it's comparatively easy to wield for the damage it delivers. This skill in smithing seems to extend to their thrown weapons as well, which boomerang through the air towards you like nothing else in the lands between. As the Beastman Cleaver itself states, it's clear the Beastmen possess knowledge beyond human ken. As you start to progress towards the latter half of Farum Azula, you'll start to be assailed by red lightning, wielded by the Beastman clergy. Some warriors even carry weapons blessed with its effects. This is significant because red lightning is explicitly called the weapon wielded by the ancient dragons. Lightning in From Software games has always been a weapon of divinity, and those that wield it are naturally the blessed adherents of that divinity. In this case, the divines were the ancient dragons who wielded this lightning within the storms of Farum Azula, so for the Beastmen to wield it, the art was probably taught to them. For additional context, one of the only other characters who wields a weapon imbued with red lightning is Vike, a tarnished beloved by an ancient dragon. Indeed, certain Beastmen were quote-unquote chosen, or blessed in a similar way, with the Azula Beastman Spirit Ashes, stating that Farum Azula's giant mausoleum was guarded by chosen Beastmen who wield weapons clad in lightning. For more evidence of the Beastmen's reverence of ancient dragons, we can look to the 5 Sites of Grace in Farum Azula that mark different sections of the Dragon Temple, a sprawling place of worship that features multiple statues of beast clergymen bent in reverence towards ancient dragon statues. And the central part of the Dragon Temple is this, the place where you would have fought the Godskin duo, an altar overshadowed by an enormous dragon skeleton. For reference, these skeletal remains dwarf even Placidusax, and are matched only in size by the dragon Grail and the ancient dragon Gransax, both of whom we'll discuss a little bit later. The Azula Beastman Spirit Ashes state that Farum Azula is said to be the remains of a giant mausoleum enshrining an ancient dragon, and given this dragon's prominent placement in the Dragon Temple of all places, I actually think the enshrined dragon in question might be this one, though you could certainly make the argument that the enshrined ancient dragon was Placidusax instead. But regardless of exactly what it's enshrining, Farum Azula really is just a huge mausoleum, with burial customs literally around every corner. Considering all the jars in this place, one such type of burial that comes to mind is jar burial, a practice documented in ancient human cultures all across the globe. Now, this practice would show up more explicitly later in Elden Ring's timeline, with the living jars, which are literally filled with the interred remains of powerful warriors. But beyond the powerful funerary imagery in Farum Azula, there's actually no explicit evidence that I can find that suggests actual entombment within these jars. In contrast, the Beastman's jar shield is quite clear that the Beastmen have always fired earthenware jars for the express purpose of making shields. The description comments that these ways are strange. And I feel like I can offer a strange theory here. We know that the Beastmen value golden stone scales, right? And we know that there are literally ancient dragons entombed within the earth of Farum Azula. So what if the Beastmen value the dragon-infused earth for this reason, firing pots from this dragon earth in an initial burial custom, then breaking them to use as sacred shields? We established earlier that the golden-scaled ancient dragons are a symbol of protection, and considering these are earthenware shields that are flecked with the same golden hue as their scales, I feel like this theory is alright. It's the only way I can rationalize making shields out of pots that are made out of earth, anyway. Somewhat predictably, the Beastmen practice entombment of their own species as well. And I'm not just talking about their gold-adorned tombs, I'm talking about their entombment in the architecture itself as well. The skeletal remains of the Beastmen frequently show up within the architecture of Farum Azula itself. This reminds me of the historical practice of immurement, which was this sort of horrific form of capital punishment, usually, where the subject was entombed in a structure while alive. That said, there are historical examples
those are tombs too, what the
being
fuck?
more about human sacrifice, a part of a grand burial ceremony in some cultures, and believed to make buildings sturdier in others. And I feel like it would have been the Beastmen who built the architecture of Farum Azula, not the dragons themselves. It is structured to be a mausoleum, after all, and since it's the beastmen who revere the ancient dragons, it's naturally the beastmen who would have occupied the labor roles in society. That said, I guess humans also could have built it, since humans are depicted in the architectural reliefs of Farum Azula, so it stands to reason that humans were a part of this culture as well, even at this early prehistoric period of time, which is kind of crazy considering how much humans contrast with the beastmen here. As with a lot of the architecture in From Software games, I feel like it would be a bit dishonest of me not to mention that these, in particular, are reused assets, also present in Bloodborne, so it's possible that From Software didn't expect us to read into these assets too hard, but let's give them the benefit of the doubt and assume that they at least wanted to suggest that there was a human presence in Farum Azula once. So, not only were humans present, but they were worthy of being enshrined. Who were they? Well, our biggest clues about different types of humans comes from origin text in the character creation screen, and there are two human types in particular that I think might be a match for the humans in these reliefs. First are the Numen. The Numen are supposed descendants of denizens of another world, and the Numen's rune tells us that the Numen are said to have come from outside the lands between. Considering Farum Azula experienced a cultural revolution with the coming of the Greater Will and the Elden Ring, which arrived upon an extraterrestrial star, I wouldn't be surprised if Numenoid humans came along for the ride as well. Alternatively, the character creator reveals lore for the stony face of the people of the ancient dragons, among whom life is typically short. It certainly seems to be suggesting that these humans are descended from the ancient dragons. Why else would it note their stony faces or their short lives in contrast to the ancients? As we'll discover later, ancient dragons can turn into humans, so perhaps they intermingled at some point in the past to create these humans. That said, this is all just speculation.
Someone fucked a dragon.
A human presence on Farum Azula is otherwise quite hard to process, considering the beasts are clearly the legacy of Farum Azula. For it was the beasts who would gain intelligence and shape the world around them, not humans. Ancient historians have long speculated that it was the development of long, opposable thumbs that helped facilitate early humans' use of tools. Similarly, in Elden Ring, having 5 fingers is something to be celebrated, as is revealed by the Sinkadea, a weapon of the beast clergyman. This item description is one of those ones that is just hugely significant for the lore. The name Sinkadea means 5 fingers, and it visually shows 5 skeletal fingers on the blade. The item description goes on to state that the design celebrates a beast's 5 fingers, symbolic of the intelligence once granted upon
What
their
the
kind.
fuck?
So before there were beastmen, there were simply beasts here, and it was the bestowal of intelligence, which is equated with having 5 fingers, that led to the beast men. This of course begs the question, who or what bestowed intelligence upon the beastmen? And luckily it's a simple one to answer. It was the Greater Will. The Greater Will is all about fingers. It speaks through the 2 fingers, it hates if you have 3 fingers, it will tolerate 4 fingers, but 5 is the amount to be celebrated. Or at least, it was long ago. And if this veneration of fingers wasn't enough evidence for you, well, the 1.0 version of the Sinkadea literally states that it was the Greater Will who granted the beasts intelligence. So, that's that. The Greater Will clearly also has a bit of a thing for
Does it mean they
acting
changed
through
it
beasts.
in later
Just look at
patches?
the final boss.
Is it
It's
kind of
an
weird?
Elden beast, one that the Greater Will sent hurtling into the lands between so that it could later become the Elden Ring. And in this prehistoric period, the ancient dragons
That's
would be
weird,
graced
right?
by the Greater Will
Maybe they
first,
wanted to
with
change the
beastmen
lore, or maybe
later
they
being
wanted to hide
granted
it more.
intelligence as well. All the better.
Or maybe a
to
translation
reveal
issue,
the
yeah.
ancient dragons
I don't
with.
know.
According to bestial incantations, stones were the first weapons of the beasts who had gained intelligence. And having gained intelligence, the beasts must have felt how their wildness slipped away as civilization took hold. Of course, this is yet another example where the Greater Will takes away wildness or chaos in favor of order. It seems to care little what form that order takes, it only cares that some order takes hold, preferably taking hold with a full 5-fingered fist. In-game, the 5-fingered Sinkadea is wielded by Garank, the beast clergyman. According to the weapon, it is only given to high-ranking clergymen of Farum Azula, marking Garank as one of their number. Presumably, this means he is, or was, a clergyman of the ancient dragon faith, before being repurposed by the Greater Will, becoming a shadow for Marika instead. After all, when we encounter him in-game, the age of the ancient dragons has long passed, yet he still achieves relevancy in this age in yet another subservient role, as is common to all beasts, except this time it's to Marika, and this time he is a shadow of the Empyrean, which is a topic we should touch on next. We first meet Gurunk at the Bestial Sanctum, a place in Caelid that bears a striking resemblance to Farum Azula. There's even a bridge down the way called Farum Great Bridge, with a dragon defending it, no less. These are no mere ruins that have fallen from the sky. This architecture is intact and must have been built for and by the beasts at some point after they received intelligence. We'll get into that point a little bit later, but for now, let's focus on Gurunk. We first learn about Gurunk from his bestial incantations, which are given to us when we hand him Deathroot. They read, "Long ago, Gurunk was a beast of such terrifying ferocity that his former name meant Death of the Demigods." This former name in question was Malakath, a new name to suit his new purpose, which was to seal away the rune of destined death for Marika, who was his Empyrean. So first he was Gurunk. Then, as the Age of the Ancient Dragons ended and Marika became a force in the world, Gurunk became known as Malakath instead, who was, and I quote, a shadow-bound beast given to his Empyrean, who was Marika. Marika had one job for Malakath, and that was to lock away destined death. To a degree, he fails at this task, and a fragment of destined death is stolen, becoming the Deathroot that spreads throughout the lands. So it is that Gurunk has returned to the lands between now, trying desperately to scrape together all the Deathroot in the world. The Beast Claw incantation talks about his present identity, as this spell represents the fury of Gurunk, his bestial nature returned as much as it does his restless agitation. But after realizing his mission is impossible, Gurunk pieces out, and then we're only able to find him in one place alone, Farum Azula, where he has ascended with a draconic tree sentinel as his defender. Here, he sort of exists outside of time, defending what remains.
This is so weird, this part.
Within his very own flesh.
Like, why is he here?
It's easy to get confused about
how does he remember
when
you?
Gurunk exists in the game, so apologies for skipping over this topic quickly, but this video is about dragons after all, and the main thing I really want to get across here is just how much the beasts have been repurposed to suit the needs of the Greater Will. First, it gave them intelligence, and then they served the Ancient Dragon's order. But then, when the Ancient Dragon's age ended, beasts like Gurunk were given new purpose, commonly as shadow-bound entities, compelled to serve order once more, whatever form their Empyreans dictated that order should take. The Raging Wolf set states that, according to the old legends, wolves are the shadows of the Empyrean. It's certainly possible that this legend originated in Farum Azula. There is, after all, a statue that features 3 wolves deferring to a human woman. It might be a stretch to assume that this is depicting wolves as shadows of the Empyrean, but I thought I'd mention it, at least. Again, in case you've forgotten, an Empyrean is basically one of the Greater Will's candidates for godhood, and in Marika and Rani's case, at least, they were granted wolves as their shadows. Wolves who evolved to be man's best friend, as they say, are defined as such because of their loyalty, and as stated by the Beast Champion Helm, the beasts, their eyes and ears covered, represent an oath. See nothing, hear nothing, doubt nothing, and carry on along the path set in stone. And so it is that Gurunk and Blythe are wolves completely loyal to their Empyreans, dedicated to protecting their lords, just like the ancient dragons of old. This loyalty to the Greater Will and also their Empyreans causes this fantastic tension within these characters. In the case of Gurunk, he was loyal to Marika, but now lives impatiently with this impossible task of having to recover every piece of Deathroot. And in the case of Blythe, his loyalty to Rani eventually forces him to betray the Two Fingers, in complete defiance of the fate that he was born to. Speaking of which, Blythe is quite unique from Gurunk. Unlike Gurunk, he has no apparent ties to Farum Azula. After all, unlike Gurunk, he was created to be Rani's Empyrean and grew up with her in a more modern age that was far removed from Farum Azula's. Perhaps this is why Blythe takes on a much more human form. Blythe was created in a much more modern age than the beasts of old, so it seems the Two Fingers skipped a lot of the history and simply created Blythe in a more half-man image, creating him from scratch as opposed to his forebears. The other beast worth mentioning here is Sarosh, the ethereal beast regent given to Godfrey to weigh down his ceaseless lust for battle. Of course, Godfrey is Elden Lord, not an Empyrean. Just so, Sarosh is not a wolf, but a lion. Like Gurunk, he has a longer history, and according to the Beast Claw Greathammer, he was, at one point, a lord of beasts, with black nails protruding from golden fur. To quote the champion set, beasts are drawn to champions and to lords, and this holds true for the beastmen drawn to Sarosh, and in the future it would hold true for Sarosh himself, a beast that became Lord Godfrey's regent, intended to guide him and his golden lineage, so Sarosh was drawn to Godfrey as well. But no matter who the beasts were loyal to, whether it was to their beast lords, or to the ancient dragons, or then Elden lords or Empyreans, throughout all of this, they were always following a deeper loyalty, a loyalty to the greater will and its ancient Elden ring. This Elden Ring...
This must be like 20
different.
chapters.
For one, it appears to have many more circlets, many more great runes than the modern Elden Ring. Considering its placement in Farum Azula, a place from long ago, I speculate that this is an ancient variant of the Elden Ring, a depiction of it back during the era of the ancient dragons. What's more, this ancient Elden Ring has what appear to be roots snaking down and descending from it. This is in contrast to the modern Elden Ring, which has this latticed pattern instead. The latticed pattern is most commonly seen as a symbol of Radagon, an Elden rune that is visible on his statues and his scar seal as well. I always thought that the latticed pattern might represent Radagon's efforts to sort of stitch the Elden Ring back together when it was shattered, and we'll speculate on what the roots might mean a little bit later as well. As for why the Elden Ring looks different though, well, it makes sense that the Elden Ring would have changed throughout the ages. We know the thing is malleable, after all. There are examples of runes being taken out of it and put back into it, depending on the specific needs of the god who acts as a vessel for its power, or the needs of the Tarnished who will become Elden Lord via great runes, or even via mending runes. The vessel of the Elden Ring we know in the modern era is Marika. She literally has the Elden Ring entombed within her. But back in the age before the Erd Tree, the Elden Ring would have had a different vessel, a different god, and unfortunately, all we know about them is that they abandoned Placidusax, who was their Elden Lord. The remembrance of the Dragon Lord reads, "The Dragon Lord, whose seat lies at the heart of the storm beyond time, is said to have been Elden Lord in the age before the Erd Tree. Once his god was fled, the Lord continued to await its return." I'm assuming that his god had a female aspect, considering all the other Empyreans and gods in Elden Ring do. So it is that when we find Placidusax, he is in a state of eternal maidenlessness. And who knows how long Placidusax has been waiting for his god.
Ah, shit, man.
In fact, one community theory I love that I've seen put forward a few times is that Placidusax's pose is similar to that of the two fingers after you were rejected by the Erd Tree. In case you forgot, it's at this stage that Enya says the two fingers have taken up this pose because they're busy consulting with the greater will. Just so, the same might be true of Placidusax, who has also been spurned by his god and the greater will, and is trying, perhaps, to commune with them. To take this analogy further, Placidusax has two heads now, but data recently uncovered by Zully the Witch suggests that he once had 5, not unlike how...
What? Oh shit, dude. These heads would have been so small. It's a fucking Hydra, yeah, no kidding.
2 fingers, assumedly, once came from a full 5-fingered hand. That said, the Old Lord's talisman depicts Placidusax with 4 heads. To reconcile this contradiction, maybe we can just think that he had 4 heads when this talisman was made, perhaps? Anyway, not a big deal. What is a big deal is Placidusax's god, who represents this huge blind spot for us in Elden Ring's lore. We don't know who they were, we don't know what powers they had, and we don't know when or why they left, or what age they really wanted to bring about. As such, I'll be calling them the Nameless God from this point forwards. Whoever they were, all we know for certain is that they once saw Placidusax as a valid Elden Lord, so they might have been all about the age of the ancient dragons once. However, I feel like it says more about this god that they fled this age and abandoned their loyal Elden Lord. This reminds me a lot of what Marika did to her Elden Lord, Godfrey, exiling and abandoning him after he had won her wars and outlived his usefulness. Though, at least with Godfrey, Marika had a secret plan for her Elden Lord and his tarnished kin to return. On the other hand, Placidusax was abandoned and has waited for an eternity, only to die at the hands of our tarnished. So, whoever his god was, I feel like they really did abandon him entirely. The Greater Will's gods are the vessels of the Elden Ring, and Placidusax's nameless god, Jumping Ship, with the Elden Ring would have surely represented an enormous upheaval to what became crumbling Farum Azula. Speaking of which, I still haven't really explained how it became crumbling Farum Azula. Many descriptions state that Farum Azula has been crumbling since time immemorial, and it's for this reason that you can find tiny ruin fragments and enormous ones too scattered all over the lands between. This is better explained by the description of one such ruin fragment, which was honed into a weapon called the Ruin's Greatsword. This is one of the legendary armaments, originally rubble from a ruin which fell from the sky. The ruin it came from crumbled when struck by a meteorite. As such, this weapon harbors its
Struck by a meteorite, huh?
So meteorites with destructive power are these purple spells in Elden Ring. And indeed, this weapon's skill is Waves of Destruction, which manifests as purple energy. So a meteorite crashed into Farum Azula, and that meteorite was purple and imbued the ruins with a sort of gravitational magic. But beyond that, there's not really much we know about this meteorite. We don't even know if it struck Farum Azula when it was a city on the ground, lifting the city into the sky with gravitational magic, or if it struck Farum Azula while it was already skybound, crashing into the city while it was in midair. So much of Farum Azula's history is hidden from us. This meteorite might even be the same meteorite as others mentioned in Elden Ring's lore, because lots of meteorites have made landfall in the lands between before. Some brought the Onyx Lords, a race of ancients with skin of stone who rose to life when a meteor struck. A creature called Astel may have brought himself down on a meteorite and destroyed an entire eternal city. A golden star even once bore the Elden Beast and the Elden Ring into the lands between in the first place. Thus, you could speculate that any one of these, or even a different one entirely, laid waste to Farum Azula. Again, you could even speculate that it was this meteor that imbued Farum Azula's ruins with gravitational energy, lifting it into the sky, not unlike how the earth in Limgrave is lifted into the sky after being hit by a meteorite. And so perhaps, similarly, Farum Azula's world was lifted higher into the sky, twisting in place, also thanks to the stone scales of the ancient dragons. Whatever the case, as Farum Azula crumbled and twisted in the sky, ruin fragments rained down upon the entire lands between, some large and some small. Incidentally, these ruin fragments glow with a faint light from within, and are conducive to blessings from the 2 and 3 fingers respectively. That's what warming stones and frenzy flame stones are. They are pieces of ruin fragments imbued with power and light. And this makes a lot of sense, because these ruins are a part of the royal city that the Greater Will itself once graced. So naturally, parts of its ruins are very conducive to the effects of the 2 and 3 fingers. Anyway, we don't know many other details behind Farum Azula's ruin, but whatever the case, it's probably fair to say that this meteorite dealt an enormous blow to their culture. It might have even coincided with their god fleeing the city. And whenever this nameless god did leave, I think it's important to speculate on where they went next. After the Age of the Dragon Lord, the Age of the Erd Tree began. But before the Age of the Erd Tree began, we learned that there was first a Crucible of Life, a primordial crucible where all life was once blended together. According to Siluria's Crucible Tree Helm, this crucible was the primordial form of the Erd Tree, a manifestation of the Erd Tree's primal vital energies. So, over the next few minutes, I'm going to try and argue that the crucible became rooted quite literally, quite physically, in the great tree roots that we find underneath the lands between. I don't think it's a coincidence that the ancient Elden Ring of Farum Azula is burgeoning with roots. And after Farum Azula's age ended and its god absconded with an Elden Ring that is burgeoning with roots, I don't think it's a coincidence that a primordial crucible gave way to a great tree that would dominate the lands between. I think the Elden Ring
What does
physically
crucible
left
even
Farum
mean?
Azula. I think that led to the crucible, which led to great tree roots, which led to the Erd Tree growing. The Elden Ring is, after all, the source of the Erd Tree, and this should have been true for the ancient Elden Ring as well, which would have birthed this tree. As an additional piece
Melding of
evidence that
elements.
the Elden
Huh,
Ring is at the
interesting.
source of the Erd Tree, we can look to the engraving on the stone door of the Erd Tree itself, which shows the Elden Ring literally at the roots of the Erd Tree, its source below the surface. Perhaps the Elden Ring wasn't rooted in the earth, while Faram Azula was floating up in the sky, but eventually, it seems, it would be. According to the Gilded Great Shield and Ordovus's Greatsword, the color of the Erd Tree's primordial crucible was red, or perhaps more accurately, red tinged with gold. The red tinge in the gold coat mirrors the primordial matter that became the Erd Tree, the color of homeward yearning. Its red tint exemplifies the nature of primordial gold, said to be close in nature to life itself. This color is also seen in root resin, a secretion from roots that were once connected to the Great Tree. These two items, taken together, tie the red of the crucible to Great Tree roots quite well. And if that wasn't enough, Crucible Knight Siluria spends her exile amidst these roots, with a spear and a helm that have Great Tree ornamentation that is modeled on the Crucible. I've seen people speculate that the Crucible isn't a physical place, and that it was just a crucible of competition instead, where
I think Dills is the
different
day after
creatures
tomorrow.
battled against each other. And I think this misconception might be due to the original description of the Old Fang in version 1.0 of Elden Ring, which reads, "In times long past, life was a crucible of competition." However, the item description was quickly patched to remove all mention of competition, and the patched description instead suggests that multiple overlapping fangs might be a vestige of the primordial crucible. So, considering this updated description and all of the color and mention of primordial matter, I think FromSoft are certainly trying to suggest that the Crucible had a real physicality to it. And the Crucible has long been a topic plagued by confusing and perhaps mistranslated item descriptions. Take the aspects of the Crucible, which say that the Crucible was once a place where all life was once blended together. The Japanese instead clarifies that
26 hours? Oh, isn't that just tomorrow then?
To me suggests the Crucible was a blending of existing
Tomorrow
life
plus
and
2
blends
hours.
between, rather than a source of all life. And I think there's more evidence that this
So 6 p.m. for me then.
Faram Azula was already kind of laying the groundwork for
I'll just play in the evening.
For
Fuck it.
example, we know from the Omen and Misbegotten that creatures of the Crucible are characterized by chaotic growth, considered aspects of devolution in the modern era. These are aspects of wings, horns, scales,
Midnight
feathers, and
CST?
fangs.
Wait, what is
Just
lice?
So, Placidusax actually has tons of
I'm
random
gonna play
fang
the
growths
day after
around
then
their
if it's
core.
midnight.
Later dragons even sprout feathers.
I'll start
another
super early
aspect
though,
of
like 6 a.m. or something.
But if that wasn't enough, remember, the dragon's lightning is red, tinted with gold as well, which is the same color of the primordial crucible, as we just discussed. Thus, I think it's safe to say that the color and other aspects of the primordial crucible were already kind of present in the ancient dragons, the oldest of those graced by the Elden Ring that we know of.
Midnight
So,
on console,
with that,
6 p.m.
we've essentially
PC? Dude, I'm
laid the
getting
groundwork
different
for a theory that I'd like to shout
info.
out from Loki, who is one of From Software's most dedicated theory crafters. In this theory, he speculates on the identity of the Dragon Lord's fled god, and I think this theory is special because it manages to reconcile a couple of major loose ends in the game's lore.
Oh,
along
so
the
6
way.
p.m. Okay,
As
I'm
the
just
theory
playing tomorrow,
goes,
6 p.m.
The
then.
Erd Tree was created as a byproduct of the nameless god's death. Loki's initial reasoning is that after we die, runes are left behind in our wake, manifesting as small golden saplings. Therefore, since the Elden Ring itself is made up of a gargantuan amount of runes, surely the Elden Ring would sprout an enormous tree if the god vessel carrying it were to die. One thing I'll add to this theory is that our golden saplings only remain so if the mass of runes is not claimed. Just so, if no one knew that the nameless god had died, perhaps the Elden Ring's mass of runes was left to its own devices, to grow, as Loki posits, as a resilient, protective vessel, a firmly rooted tree that welcometh no man. And indeed, the nameless god did flee, not even telling her Elden Lord, Placidusax, where they had gone. Thus, their runes might have gone unclaimed. Directly below the Erd Tree are the deep root depths, where the Erd Tree might have once been planted, so to speak. And one of the lesser-known paths along the roots here leads to this wall, an illusory wall that reveals the Cathedral of the Forsaken, the Frenzied Merchants, and the Three Fingers of Frenzy. One of the strangest items down here is the fingerprint stone shield,
My
which is,
shield.
and I quote, part of the tomb of an ancient god. It's imprinted with an intricately carved fingerprint design, and these imprints are said to be the very seeds from which Frenzy first sprouted. Now, at first glance, you'd think that the ancient god in question here would be the Three Fingers, who marked this great stone slab with fingerprints, and while I admit this stone grave could be for the outer god of frenzied flame, which manifests as the three fingers who are imprisoned down here, I much prefer the theory that this stone slab was the tomb of a different ancient god, one that was found and desecrated by the three fingers with their fingerprints, just as they desecrate the world with fingerprints in their ending. And that's exactly what Loki's theory proposes, that the three fingers desecrated a stone tomb of the nameless god, Placidusax's queen, who had her final moments in this place. The nameless god can also be used to reconcile another lore gap in Elden Ring, which is the identity of the corpse that makes up the Fingerslayer blade. The Fingerslayer blade is a blade said to have been born of a corpse, said to be able to harm the Greater Will and its vassals, the two fingers. The shape of this blade, featuring the arms of a corpse as a crossguard and culminating in a double helix, it bears a striking resemblance to the Sacred Relic Sword, a weapon wrenched from the corpse of Radagon Marika. The Sacred Relic Sword is, and I quote, wrought from the remains of a god who should have lived a life eternal. The similarities between the Sacred Relic Sword and the Fingerslayer blade mean that they must have shared a source, not just a corpse, but the corpse of a god. We know where the Sacred Relic Sword comes from. It comes from Radagon and Marika, but then where does the Fingerslayer blade come from? If it's wrought from a god, it's a nameless god, as far as we know. So it is that Loki concludes that the Nox, who made a hidden treasure of the blade, may have recovered the corpse of Placidusax's queen, the nameless god, to wield as a weapon that could harm the Greater Will. So, I like these theories, to say the least. They neatly tie up and reconcile a bunch of loose ends, and that makes these theories really satisfying to believe. It's nice to have an explanation for which god the Fingerslayer blade was talking about, and which ancient god the
what spell is that even?
was talking about. Special thanks to Loki for this. You can find more of his
I
stuff
think you
in
could
the
toss that
description,
one.
and I highly recommend you seek it out. However, I should probably stress that this is still all speculation. The circumstantial evidence is really strong, yes, but sometimes From Software leaves
it's the
these
weapon,
sorts
or
of
it's
loose
I
ends
see.
in the lore to be tied
Never
up
mind,
by characters
no
that
spell.
they've yet to introduce. And until DLC drops, I think it's wise to take this theory with a grain of salt. But damn, you know, salt makes any meal taste a little bit better, doesn't it? So it is that the nameless god of Farum Azula might have become the Nox's Fingerslayer blade, a weapon they clearly brought about in order to harm the Greater Will, which had banished them deep underground, beneath a false night sky. You can learn more about that in this video. Here they live in eternal anticipation of the coming age of stars and their liege, who would be a Lord of Night. These folk become obsessed with artificial imitation of life above ground, all likely created in service of their goal, which was to strike back at the Greater Will. So it was that the Mimic Tears were created. These are beings of quicksilver that were the result of an attempt by the Eternal City to forge a lord. These silver drops of dew, not unlike the Erdtree's drops of dew, they also birthed the Albinaurics, who are artificial life forms untouched by the Erdtree's grace. But the Nox also looked further back in time for inspiration, apparently, and they attempted to bring ancient dragons into being. So it is that the Dragonkin soldiers were born in the Eternal City, where they knew no true sky nor true lightning. Their name includes the word soldier, and they even have evidence of clothing and armor upon them, again revealing that these creatures were created with the intention to fight back against Order. But these Dragonkin experiments went about as well as copying dragons usually does in From Software games, which is to say, the experiments were a failure. The main reason they were considered failures was that these Dragonkin were not immortal, as the Nox had hoped. Their weapons read, "Alas, the Dragonkin soldiers never attained immortality, and perished as decrepit, pale imitations of their skyborn kin." But the Nox had the right idea. At the very least, it seems they had identified the source of the ancient dragon's immortality, their stone scales. They just failed to implement that source. Case in point, the dragon scale blade is made by sharpening a gravel stone scale thought to be the source of dragon immortality. This blade's skill is Ice Lightning Sword, which wreathes the blade in the Dragonkin's signature Ice Lightning. And you know, even though the Dragonkin were born mortal and crippled, they did at least manage to manifest lightning, which is a feat
It's the weird lightning
mortal
too.
dragons, who were actually the ancient dragon's kin, never accomplished. On your way through Caelid, you would have run past Grail, a mortal dragon who clearly owes their namesake to Greol, a veritable mountain found further down the way, where she lies dying, surrounded by her children on her deathbed.
How much longer is this?
But these aren't her only
It's
children.
a bit
According
over
to
halfway.
Grail's roar, Grail was the mother of all dragons, dwarfing all who stood before her like a looming mountain. To be clear, I seriously doubt this means that she's the mother of the ancient dragons, considering she has 2 wings, 2 legs, and no stone scales. No, instead, she would specifically be the mother of the 2-winged dragons that you see widely across the lands between. Indeed, the Japanese specifies that she's more of a great mother of dragons, rather than being mother of all dragons. So, if we take that premise to be true, that means that the fire-breathing dragons, the ice dragons, the rot and glintstone corrupted dragons, all of them trace their ancestry back to Grail. These are the wyverns, contrasting with the true 4-legged dragons, which is the same dynamic that Dark Souls had as well. And just like in Dark Souls, Elden Ring's dragons have a tendency to take on aspects of their environment in lieu of their stone scales. There are ice dragons, there are glintstone dragons, all of that, but the one element that these dragons didn't master though is lightning, red lightning, that remains exclusive to their ancient ancestors. Earlier we talked about how lightning has heavenly connotations, and it makes sense that this lightning would be lost to these lesser dragons who were born in a time long after the ancient dragons had sort of lost the favor.
On half-time speed?
These
There's no way,
dragons
dude.
are now easily wounded by the stone scales that they've lost. These stone scales, once removed, are called gravel stones, and these are compound stones that are found in lands once beset by ancient dragons. For the most part, these gravel stones are looted upon the Altus Plateau and surrounds, which makes sense because this is the territory of Leyndell, the city that the ancient dragons would eventually assault, so of course this is where their scales would be found. But interestingly, the only other place where gravel stones are found is Caelid, and that's curious because Caelid is literally at the opposite end of the lands between. One set of gravel stones are found here and here, suggesting that at some point, the ancient dragons, progenitors to Grail, were in Caelid as well. And this fact is supported by other environmental evidence in the area. Again, the Bestial Sanctum and Farum Great Bridge are in Caelid, 2 cultural landmarks of Farum Azula that are architecturally intact, despite the crumbling city's current state. These weren't just ruins that fell from the sky, these were built. They are a grounded connection to what we now know as a sky city. While I guess we can't rule out the possibility that Farum Azula was always in the sky and later built architecture on the ground here, it seems way more natural to assume that the city was originally built on the ground where there would have been the materials to build it, and that it was then lifted into the sky at some point in the future. As for the mechanism behind Farum Azula becoming skybound, I feel like there are 2 options. Earlier we talked about how the Ruin's Greatsword is a piece of Farum Azula, infused with gravitational magic, thanks to the meteor that struck the city. Thus, my first theory is that Farum Azula might have become skybound in the instant that the meteor struck, floating upward as it was destroyed. Alternatively, or additionally, I guess, it could be some manifestation of the storm that brought Farum Azula into the sky. We've talked about how Placidusax might have had power over this storm, evidenced by his golden time-twisting scales. Not to mention, you turn into a storm cloud when you channel Placidusax's weapon skill. So perhaps Placidusax, or the ancient dragons, whipped Farum Azula into the skies as some measure of protection, and once it was up there, that gravitational meteor could have come into play, smashing the city into pieces on its way down to the lands between, scattering ruins far and wide. At any rate, I'm glad there's evidence of Farum Azula here in Caelid, and that's because this fact merges so well with the lore of Grail. Again, Grail is the mother of the modern dragons, and thus is the oldest modern dragon that we know of who lost their stone scales. And since she's in Caelid, it was likely from here that all dragons spread. So I'm glad the environment supports this lore with its intact Farum Azula architecture and with the leftover gravel stones of the ancient dragons as well. Because it seems like
I thought they were just rocks.
made landfall here.
Literally just rocks in the ground.
Started a culture
What the fuck?
in Farum Azula, leaving Grail behind eventually as their land-bound legacy. And there are 2 other ancient dragons in the vicinity to help support this claim as well. These ancient dragons appear here in Limgrave and here in Caelid, both dead at the sites of dragon communion. The ancient dragons are immortal, but they can still be killed, as you know, though we can only really speculate on what killed these two. But back to Grail. Despite being a modern dragon, Grail is large. Larger than any other dragon of the time, even Placidusax. In fact, the only thing that comes close to her in size are Grandsax and the bones of the dragon in Faramazula's Dragon Temple, which Zuli has thankfully placed alongside Grail for me. They're both very similar in size, which made me think that maybe they could have been mates at some point, though of course that's just speculation. And in the end, we don't even know why Grail lost all of her stone scales, passing this trait to all of her descendants. Perhaps it was nothing more than a random birth defect, which reminds me, Seath's loss of stone scales was never really explained either, yet he also found himself apart from his ancient kin all the same. Perhaps this is why Grail found herself in the Lands Between. Was this a place of exile? Maybe a place to die? Her region is called Dragon Barrow, after all, and if you've read Lord of the Rings, for example, you might take the meaning of the word barrow to mean burial mounds, referring to ancient burial places that are covered with large mounds of earth. Perhaps the Dragon Barrow was a place for these newly mortal dragons to die. And Grail herself is indeed now finally dying. The Scarlet Rot has blighted Caelid and the Dragon Barrow, and this is presumably why, when we encounter her,
what the fuck
she's
is that skull
already
just
lost
beside
all of
it?
her health,
The
and
hell?
she can't fight back, nor even lift herself off the ground. Her dying roars rally her kin around her, but they cannot save their mother. This level 1 Tarnished just watched this sick YouTube guide on how to get 50,000 free runes at the start of the game, and nothing will stand in their way. Now, we previously established Caelid and Grail as a sort of origin point for the modern dragons, so after them in the timeline, I think it's the Ice Dragons that would have shown up as the first major variant. According to Borealis' Mist, the Ice Dragons were once lords of the mountaintops. Perhaps these dragons wished to be as close as possible to the heavens, from which their ancestors descended. After all, we do see the modern dragons flying all around Faramazula, though they never make landfall, so the mountaintops might have been the next best thing as a home for the mortal dragons. After all, the Sword of Night and Flame claims that the mountaintops nearly touched the sky. Anyway, Borealis' Mist goes on to reveal that the Ice Dragons were lords here at a very early point in the Lands Between's history, as shortly after, we know that they were chased from the
thanks for
peak
the spoiler warning,
by
but I think I'll be
giants,
right.
who
Apparently they're not really
also appeared at a
spoilers
very early
even.
point and
It's
who
straight up a
claimed
different
the
story.
mountaintops
They
henceforth.
don't really tell in
So,
game.
for the Ice Dragons to be here, you'd think
thanks for the
surely they
warning,
must
dudes.
have migrated here from Caelid. Now, we previously established Caelid as an origin point for these modern dragons, so for the Ice Dragons to be here, surely they must have initially
Wait, what the
migrated
fuck
here
is this?
from Caelid.
Hello?
Obviously, they could have just flown
What is this
from
Elden
Caelid to
Skyrim?
the icy mountaintops, but I remember early theories that posited that a land bridge might have once existed between Caelid and the mountaintops, and that certainly would have helped with their migration. As the theory goes, Caelid and the mountaintops are almost exclusively
First person mod? What the hell?
Monstrous crows,
First time I see that.
giant dogs, and most notably, the remains of the giants. These don't really appear anywhere
How to
else.
find the lore? I love
Seems
it.
way more likely to think that there was once a land bridge here, rather than thinking that they took the long way round the Lands Between on foot. What happened to this landmass is unclear, but the Lands Between itself has experienced many other geographical upheavals in the past, and losing a landmass to a meteor or whatnot might also explain the divergent evolution of the ice dragons compared to their fire-breathing kin. Also established in the mountaintops around this time were the astrologers, who preceded the sorcerers, established themselves in mountaintops that nearly touched the sky, and considered the fire giants their neighbors. This description comes to us from the Sword of Night and Flame, an heirloom of the
I just feel like you could make like 10 more games off
Renala was
a story
prominent
this
astrologer,
rich.
and thus has links to the mountaintops of the
There's
giants.
so many
It might be a
stories
stretch
playing
to
out
say
at the
that she
same
was
time or
actually
already played
there
out.
in the mountaintops all those years ago, but she did have an oath-sworn giant and an oath-sworn dragon that can be summoned to fight.
Imagine
for her.
watching a Game of
So I
Thrones
feel
style
like it's
show
safe to
just
say that
about
she's connected to the place.
the royal
at least.
family of this, you know?
At any rate, eventually the
It'd be
fire
sick.
giants would chase the ice dragons from the peak and claim it for their own. Then, in turn, the Zamor, an icy race of warriors, would ally with the Golden Order and oust the fire giants. This is incidental.
watching
but
how they
later in
fight the
timeline,
wars and
a
stuff.
character called the Snowy Crone pops up. She's an old witch associated with Karya, who wielded snowy magics that you could argue would have been derived from the Zamor's icy mountaintops. The The Zamor are, after all, the only other beings that could use cold sorceries, so perhaps she learned it from them. This snowy crone eventually imparted her cold sorceries to Rani, and Rani has clearly taken on such frost magics as a big part of her sorceress identity. Now, a couple of dragons actually had a habit of eating glintstone sorcerers, and it was from this diet that they were corrupted, not unlike the other dragons who took on aspects of their environment. One of these dragons was Smaragd, fought here, whose glintstone breath incantation reads, Smaragd was a devourer of sorcerers, and over time his body became corrupted by their glintstones. Another such dragon is fought here, defending Rani in both of her major quest locations. This is Adula, and she drops a cold-infused sorcery that is representative of her knighthood, and it reads, Adula, a devourer of sorcerers, was bested by Rani, and subsequently swore a knightly oath to her dark moon. This suggests conflict between the early sorcerers and dragons, and this tendency for there to be conflict helps to explain why Renala might have gained an oath-sworn dragon out of these conflicts. And just like her mother before her, Rani also had an oath-sworn dragon of her own, Adula. Adula reveals to us the mechanism behind this oath. Rani bested Adula in battle, perhaps earning Adula's loyalty and respect, a trend that actually continues later on with some other ancient dragons that would attack Leyndell, but we'll get into that soon. The only living ice dragon we meet is Borealis the Freezing Fog, who remains upon the mountaintops, and yet the item most closely associated with him is actually found all the way back in the temple quarter of Leonia. It is the Ice Rind Hatchet, and its description reads, a hatchet with a frost-coated blade.
Where's my dragon companion for beating them?
North. Known as Freezing Fog, the blade is thought to be a dragon's scale. Indeed, this is the dragon scale of Borealis, because just as the scale is known as Freezing Fog, Borealis also has the words Freezing Fog as his namesake when you fight him. Apparently, this scale was retrieved by Borealis's neighbors at Castle Sol, who then gave it as a gift, presumably to the Leonians, since it is found near their temple quarter. Obviously, such a gift would have been given to facilitate relations between the two lands, and as we established earlier with sorcerers like the Snow Witch and Renala, there is grounds to believe that these two places would have had a connection in the past. These days, though, Castle Sol is currently still a mystery to us, and without knowing their political alignments, it's hard to know for sure why they gifted Leonia with the scale and other gifts as well. That said, there is a phantom in Castle Sol who hails Lord Mikola in his dialogue. Thus, it's possible that Mikola was Lord of Castle Sol and that Mikola was giving gifts to Leonia. And there is evidence that Mikola had friendly relations with the Carians, at least. Most notably, in version 1.0 of Elden Ring, Loretta's armor instead belonged to cut enemies called Arbor Sentinels, who served Mikola, but who actually hailed from Raya Lucaria. To quote their cut description, these enchanted knights once belonged to the Carian royal family, but were later gifted to Mikola. Thus, perhaps Mikola, potential lord of Castle Sol, gifted the Raya Lucarians the Ice Rind Hatchet, and several other gifts besides, in return for all the knights that he had gained from them. Again, this is all just speculation, but this is the best theory I've got on the relationship between these two lands and why the Ice Rind Hatchet is found in Leonia. On the same plateau as Castle Sol is the Cave of the Forlorn, and it's a unique little cave, guarded by Great Worm Theodorix.
He has a name?
Theodorix is a magma worm, a land-bound dragon that looks more like a giant lizard than a dragon. He's in this form thanks to the act of dragon communion, a primal ritual that involves consuming a dragon's heart to become a dragon. Didn't work out so well for him, but his scale sword, at least, resembles a dragon's jaw, and the weapon suggests that dragon communion is a grave transgression, for which the magma worms were cursed to crawl the earth upon their bellies, shadows of their former selves. If they were cursed to be this way by any entity, I'd suggest it was the Greater Will, who we know favored the ancient dragons long ago. And to be clear, only the English description says they were cursed. The Japanese description is nowhere near as damning, simply saying that the heroes have erred, and that their land-crawling form is the end result. To me, it sounds more like these people were simply fools to think that they could achieve such a metamorphosis. It goes against the rules of nature, especially if you're trying to transform into a being like an ancient dragon who were graced by the Greater Will in a bygone age. And I think, more than it being a curse, I think this is more of an example of hubris backfiring for each and every one of these partakers of Dragon Communion.
It's so strange that the translation is so different.
These
It's not even
land-bound
close.
dragons were once human heroes. But that's only half true for Theodorix, who was a hero, but who wasn't human. He was actually a troll. His incantation, Theodorix's Magma, states that the name of the ancient troll warrior, Theodorix, lives on as hero of the war against the giants. Actually, maybe his troll heritage explains why his magma worm form is so much tougher than the others. It has so much HP that, fun fact, you can actually lure a land octopus to help you with this fight instead. And I think that's the intended way, because this guy is tough. What's also fascinating about this guy is that he was specifically a hero of the war against the giants, a battle that many of his fellow trolls participated in, betraying their giant ancestors and fighting alongside the Golden Order. Now, I assume Theodorix was still a troll at this stage and not a magma worm, but whatever the case, you could definitely speculate
giants'
that
calls
he
are
is
so
still
mysterious
loyal
too.
to the Golden Order even now, even here after his metamorphosis. I argue this because of his placement outside the Cave of the Forlorn, which has an end boss wielding a legendary armament, the Golden Order Greatsword, one of Radagon's own weapons. The Leonine Misbegotten themselves are curious as well, with internal files calling them Children of Radagon. But that's a whole nother topic. Unique to this cave,
She never
also
noticed he
is
had red
that
hair like
right
Radagon
inside,
too.
There's a fire-breathing dragon,
Or like
dead and half
giants
entombed
rather.
within the ice. For this type of dragon to be preserved in this place might support what I speculated on earlier, which is that Grail's fire-breathing children
I got this sword,
must have
yeah.
come up here to settle on the peaks before becoming ice dragons. And it might also support the theory that Renala acquired an oath-sworn fire-breathing dragon just like this one, early in the days when they settled here alongside the astrologers. Or maybe it's just here because a dragon hunter is right outside. And I say dragon hunter because even though the dragon-hearted, like Theodorix, aspired to become dragons by consuming their hearts, that doesn't mean that they respected their lives. A phantom can even be found saying, "I'm dry, dry as a bone. Fool dragon, surrender your strength. Let me feast on your heart." As for the hearts of these dragons themselves, they are riddled with gravelstone. You'll recall gravelstones were the scales of the ancient dragons, making it somewhat ironic that the mortal dragons actually do have these same scales, just within their hearts, not on their flesh. As such, their hearts, which are clearly imbued with some ancient dragon immortality, are still alive and beating, according to the description. And so, when you consume these hearts in what is absolutely a sacrificial ritual, especially considering the heart is still alive, you're actually consuming gravelstone, ingesting the key components of the ancient dragons via the hearts of their mortal kin. It's pretty metal. Indeed, when you partake in Dragon Communion with the heart at the Dragon Communion altars, you're doing so right in front of a dead ancient dragon, not in front of a mortal one. Thus, you really are striving to be like the ancients. Churches were built upon the corpses of these undying beings, who became likely unwilling conduits for countless dragon-hearted heroes who wished to channel the power of dragons. Finally, the Dragon Communion seal. It's formless, because it's made of dragon blood, and even though it's a seal, Dragon Communion is too primal in nature for the term incantation to be appropriate. Thus, this seal scales incantations with one's arcane attribute. So, yeah, it's no wonder that all of the dragon-hearted are considered to be so depraved.
You must not forget, though, those who partake in Dragon Communion will one day shed their humanity. Their hunger for dragon, their yearning, only worsens until the floodgates burst, unleashing eternal torment. The strength of a mighty dragon. Magnificent, but deadly. It's no surprise that Dragon Communion is ruinous.
This is Yura, who you first meet in Limgrave, and nearby, beside the dragon-burnt ruins, is the mortal dragon Aghiel. Aghiel frequents this place, coming to burn the mindless nobles and their effigies here, which is exactly what the nobles want. After death, most in the lands between crave a proper Erd Tree burial, but now, in lieu of that perhaps, The dead gazed at the skies over the lakes of Limgrave, praying that the dragon's flames would burn them to ash. They want this kind of release from life. If you get Ura to assist you in taking out Agheel, then it's possible to get him to say this.
That was my first dragon hunt in quite some time. Paired up with a hothead like you. It was just like old times.
So, Ura was previously a dragon hunter, which helps to explain his familiarity with communion. And since being paired up with a hothead like you was just like old times, that means he must have once had a companion. The most likely candidate for this is Eleonora, a Drake Knight that Ura tracks all the way to the Altus Plateau, only to plead with them on a very personal level.
Please, Eleonora, yield to the cesspool no longer. Do not stain the immaculacy of your sword, your flesh, your fire.
The precious little we know about Eleonora stems mostly from her Drake Knight armor, which is crafted from dragon wing membranes and features the spoils of a dragon catch as an emblem of pride as both dragon hunter and partaker of communion. From birth, Drake Knights speak not a word. They spend their lives pursuing the strength of dragons for its sublime beauty and inspiration of awe. Therefore, while the Drake Knights have more reverence of dragons, they are still partakers of communion. Thus, as they consume more hearts, their eyes become yellow and slitted, and inevitably, they have a fate waiting for them as a magma worm.
I didn't know magma worms were people.
Communion, is it really any surprise that there would be a dragon named the Dragon Communion Revenger? This is Exekis, who guards the decrepit Temple of Communion in Caelid, attempting to prevent this abhorrent act of dragon communion via sheer will and hatred. For Exekis had the misfortune of taking on the Scarlet Rot as his aspect, something that has clearly taken a toll on him. But according to his incantation, Exekis, Dragon Communion Revenger, did not forget his hatred, even as he succumbed to the Scarlet Rot. So Exekis, at least, has a very good reason for attacking you, as he's preventing access to the nearby altar of Dragon Communion. But speaking of dragons who attack humans, let's turn our attention to the ancient dragons, who would one day attack the city of Leyndell. These ancient dragons attacked with all their might, bringing with them Gransax, an ancient dragon who is the largest dragon in the game, who rained calamity down upon the royal capital with such force that this marks the only time in historical record that Leyndell's walls had fallen. Thus began Leyndell's war against the ancient dragons. It's hard to know for sure why the ancient dragons attacked Leyndell. If you want to go full tinfoil hat and tie it to our earlier speculations, then you might say that it's because they finally realized their god had fled here and become the Erd Tree or something, but that might be stretching it. That said, they probably did come here because of the Erd Tree. After all, according to the Protection of the Erd Tree incantations, in the beginning, everything was in opposition to the Erd Tree, and the ancient dragons were probably no exception. So it was that the ancient dragons fell upon Leyndell, their forces consisting of at least 3 dragons that we know of: Lanciax and her red lightning glaive, Fortisax and his twin pillars of red lightning, and Gransax, a gargantuan dragon, wielding a physical weapon, actually, a decision that seems unique to them. This is the Bolt of Gransax, a weapon that's actually mirrored in Placidusax's fight against us here. It's unclear whether Placidusax is echoing Gransax or if Gransax is echoing Placidusax, but the fact that Gransax shares a weapon with Placidusax, and the fact that Gransax is so large, certainly makes me think that Gransax is the closest thing the ancient dragons might have had to a lord at the time of their attack upon Leyndell, at any rate. But this weapon would eventually fall from their grasp, as the great Gransax was slain, their stone body and weapon becoming this permanent landmark within Leyndell's walls. According to Lightning Spear's description, Godwyn the Golden defeated the ancient dragon Fortisax, known as the mightiest boulder stone. Assumedly, Godwyn could have executed Fortisax here, or perhaps compelled Fortisax to swear an oath to him, just like Renala and Rani once did, but instead, he befriended his fallen foe, and as a result, Fortisax would be loyal. So loyal that Fortisax would eventually go
Jesus, the fucking subtitle is messed up.
Take his companion, becoming a lich dragon, his aspect afflicted with death itself. So
Shit.
to recap, when Godwyn was murdered on the Night of Black Knives, the Rune of Death was carved into his being, destroying his soul, but not his body. And so it was that his body spawned Deathroot, fragments of the Rune of Death that spreads its influence throughout the lands between, spawning the visage of the Prince of Death, who was Godwyn, in its wake. And while Godwyn does seem like a lost cause, Fortisax fought against the death within him nonetheless. So it is that Fortisax occupies a deathbed dream within his friend, fighting this impossible fight against the corrupting influence of the Rune of Death, which has now corrupted Fortisax. But I still don't think that Fortisax has been completely corrupted. When you fight against Fortisax here, you actually do so to bring about the age of those who live in death, and considering Fortisax fights against you, you could speculate that Fortisax is still vehemently opposed to death and those who live within death, even now. Check out this video for more on that. Anyway, so it should come as no surprise that this friendship between Godwyn and Fortisax was seen as significant in Leyndell when Fortisax was first defeated. This moment of friendship was so significant that it would make allies of all the ancient dragons and give rise to the ancient dragon cult in the capital city. It seems the ancient dragon cult was born out of a desire to defend the Erd Tree. As stated by the malformed dragon set, after the great ancient dragon Grandsax attacked, the Tree Sentinels had an epiphany. The only way to truly protect the Erd Tree was to become dragons themselves. So it was that these regular Tree Sentinels became draconic Tree Sentinels. As a fun side note, the 1.0 description of the malformed dragon set instead talks about a dragon worshipper named Nal, who I speculate is this individual defending Malekith in Farum Azula. His set once read, "Once a dragon worshipper from the capital, it said that he pulverized his golden armor with his bare hands in a fit of religious fervor, covering it in his own blood as he reshaped it in the likeness of a dragon."
What a fucking
In
Chad.
the final version of the game, there's more than one draconic tree sentinel, and they wield armaments whittled from dragon claws, so that they could better honor the ancient dragons in their worship without resorting to the primal act of dragon communion. And conveniently, for them it was found that dragon worship didn't clash with belief in the Erd Tree. The gravel stone seal says as much, stating, "After all, this seal and lightning itself are both imbued with gold." And this goes beyond just color. The ancient dragons were originally a part of the Greater Will's plan back in Farum Azula, and their golden scales reflect that. And after the Dragon War, these ancients became a part of the Greater Will's plan once more, albeit in a more subservient role than in their previous age. One thing that's kind of difficult to reconcile with the dragon cult is the fact that their prayer books, cookbooks, spells, and even a draconic tree sentinel can be found in Farum Azula. Special thanks to VLimit on YouTube for making me aware of this. The ancient dragon war in Leyndell would have surely happened after Farum Azula's age had passed, so how did all of this get up there? Either Farum Azula became skybound much later in the timeline than I thought, or perhaps dragon cultists simply traveled up to Farum Azula with these relics somehow. And I think this second theory is much more likely, because in an earlier version of the game, Farum Azula was actually called the Storm Eyrie, and was, and I quote, "a place that only dragons can reach." This reminds me a lot of Archdragon Peak in Dark Souls 3, which could only be accessed through a sort of draconic meditation. So perhaps Farum Azula was once planned to be accessed in a similar way. For all we know, it could still be canon that those in tune with dragons are spirited up here. For instance, some banished knights certainly found a way up here, and they have dragons cresting their helmet. And this helmet once described how they sought the Storm Eyrie, presumably through revering dragons. Therefore, I feel like remnants of characters being spirited up here due to their association with dragons is a bit of a holdover from a past version of the game that still exists in the current version. And while we don't get spirited up in the current game by becoming a dragon, we are certainly spirited up here. This teleportation occurs when you sacrifice Melina, or yourself in the Frenzy ending. Now the mechanism behind this is kind of unclear, but there is sort of a prophecy that helps to explain it. Melina's Blade of Calling reads, "The one who walks alongside flame shall one day meet the road of destined death." So, whether you walk alongside Melina, the Kindling Maiden, or the god of frenzied flame, or you're Alexander tempering yourself in the flames of Gelmir and the Giant's Forge, you're going to make it up here one way or another and meet the road of destined death. Speaking of which, this also explains why Banal is up here. According to his beast champion armor, his maiden threw herself into the fire, just like Melina does for us, which is what gets us up here. And he too also has a fate that ends with destined death, just like we do. So there's definitely some sort of fate associated with destined death that is spiriting us up here, I think that's for sure. And to explain most others up here in Farum Azula, well again, I personally think that they were likely spirited up thanks to their draconic nature, as explained by the cut content from that earlier version of Elden Ring. For all the humans who desired to commune with dragons, there was one dragon who actually communed with humans, Lanciax. Lanciax was the sister of Fortisax, and while you fight her as a dragon in-game, long ago she took the form of a human to better commune with the Dragon Knights.
Someone definitely fucked a dragon.
Cult of Leyndell. The fact that she was able to take human form is pretty amazing. This is almost a reflection of dragon communion, but instead of changing form and communing with dragons, she's changing form to better commune with humans. A part of this communion, apparently, was love. And according to Dragonbolt Blessing, only those loved by dragons can survive the ordeal of cladding their bodies in lightning. And of all the knights, Vike the Dragon Spear was the one Lanciax loved the most. Fittingly, Vike's Dragonbolt is unique in that it clads him and his spear in red lightning, the signature weapon of the ancient dragons, reserved up until this point for the beastmen who served them in antiquity. This also marks Vike as a dragon cultist. Therefore, it's kind of crazy to think that a dragon cultist almost became Elden Lord, something that surely would have had implications for the age that would follow, you know, if Vike was to take the throne. This must have made it all the more painful for many when Vike suddenly disappeared, traveling below Leyndell to visit the Three Fingers, where he was burned by their frenzy, armor and all. Knowing that he was a dragon cultist certainly helps to explain how he got down here. The fact that he was surely this highly regarded member of Leyndell's dragon cult, you'd think would open doors for him within the city. So Vike likely could have made the trip down here easily, despite the existence of the Three Fingers being sacrilegious to the order up above. We get little information on why Vike made this trip, but in the end, we eventually find him imprisoned within an Everjail. And whether this imprisonment is self-imposed or not also remains a bit of a mystery. But anyway, back to
We find him out at the church too, which is weird.
The most interesting thing here with her, I think, isn't just the fact that we've learned that dragons can turn into humans, it's the fact that dragons can love. Perhaps this love and powerful emotion is part of what makes them so loyal. We see many becoming oath-sworn, and then Fortisax, for example, going so far as to sacrifice himself entirely for his friend. And it's this fact that makes the Elden Lord Placidusax's abandonment by his god all the more tragic, for their god would never return, and eventually a Tarnished would find their way beyond time, putting an end to the Dragon Lord and hewing their remembrance into the Erd Tree. In the end, all that remains is Placidusax's ruin, the dying wails of the Dragon Lord, who once dwelled eternally beyond time. Thank you for watching. But before I go, do you want some Elden Ring wall art to adorn your walls? Well, Displate has you covered in this video because they're back helping to support more Elden Ring lore content. For a limited time only, they are giving you these deals on screen to pick up some Displates in the next few weeks. Link in the description. So the choice is yours. You can literally get official Elden Ring art to adorn your walls. For example, this shot of Godfrey and Vike look absolutely stunning. But then you can also get some Elden Ring inspired pieces from my store, if you like. For example, this is Guardian of Moonlight, which features a dragon defending a moonlight sword from nightly intruders. Or you could pick up Early Days, which gives off some Elden Ring vibes from back before the game was even released, if you were around then. Or if you're a fan of From Software games in general, you could go and pick up The Painted World, with Demon Souls, Dark Souls, Bloodborne, Sekiro, and Elden Ring.
That's the same shit mouse I'm using.
Into one world. It'll take you hours of scrutiny to discover all of the references that we've hidden in here. As I've said so many times before, these prints are made of metal, they're easy to hang, and somehow they achieve this gorgeous color depth and accuracy that exceeds most of the traditional prints that I've sampled. Again, links in the description, and thank you for watching. It feels good to be back doing Elden Ring lore.
Mouse is really good except for the middle mouse button. That part is terrible.
I can before the Elden Ring DLC drops, so there should be some good times ahead, you know, bringing in the new year as well. Before I go, earlier I shouted out Loki's theory on the nameless god, as I call them, and I'd again like to remind you to go and support Loki and check out their other lore content for yourself as well. And if you have any other suggestions for other content creators whose theories you'd like to see cited in future lore videos, please let me know and I'll do my best to do that. Special thanks also to Mispap for doing an incredible edit of this video. The footage looks amazing, and it's incredible that he can get this much quality footage even for a video that is an hour and a half long. So I hope that fact really helps you guys watch the content and engage with it. Thank you again for watching, and I'll see you in the next lore video.
2 more to go. Jamal Rivera, thank you for the 31. Nick Hulf, thank you for the 62. Carl Dunk, thank you for the 78. Danish Turtle, thank you for the 38. Purple Monk, thank you for the 58. And T-Lenses, thank you for the 41.
Up until last week, we didn't know much about the DLC. In fact,
this was pretty new, 3 months ago. Nihil!
But now we know that the DLC entrance is here, in Mogwyn Palace, before Miquella's withered arm. I think it could be important to understand the circumstances of Miquella's death here, at the hands of Mohg, so let's dive in.
Is this 125? Yeah.
As the age of the Erdtree began, Mohg was born, of the union between Queen Marika and Lord Godfrey. Godfrey was the first Elden Lord, and as such, Mohg is one of the oldest demigods, alongside his siblings, who were Morgoth and Godwyn. Mohg and Morgoth were twins, born together and born as Omen, placing them in stark contrast to their brother Godwyn, who was the golden child, so to speak. Omen, like Mohg and Morgoth on the other hand, were considered to be cursed. But what are the Omen? Skip this chapter if you've heard it all before, but I think the Omen are born by chance, sprouting these grotesque horns that are vestiges of the primordial crucible. So what is the crucible? The crucible is a melting pot of life that existed before the Erdtree, and its energies are actually what became the Erdtree. It's here that there was this blending of many creatures' physiological aspects, like feathers, tail, knot, scale, fang, and horn. What's truly noteworthy about these aspects is that they would sometimes come to grow on creatures that weren't supposed to have them. For example, kill a deer or sheep, or even an ancestral follower in the lands between, and there's a tiny chance that you'll receive a budding horn, which I think are not unlike the horns of the Omen. The budding horn reads, "This horn began to sprout on a beast that typically bears no horn. Perhaps it is a vestige of the primordial crucible." According to the Crucible talismans, there was a time when these aspects, like horns, were once considered signifiers of the divine. And that makes some sense, because these aspects stem from the Crucible, which did become the Erdtree, so why wouldn't they be considered holy? And so it's during this time that we have to assume that the ancient warriors known as the Crucible Knights were knighted, serving Lord Godfrey and fighting with many aspects of the Crucible, including horn, tail, breath, and even wing. But fast forward to the current age, and the Crucible Knights are lost, scattered all over the lands between, fighting for different causes or for no cause at all. And that's because Queen Marika's Golden Order abandoned them. The Crucible Gauntlets reveal that, in time, the strength shown by these knights, and even their appearance, came to be looked upon with scorn for having such close resemblance to chaos. This matches a wider trend in Marika's Golden Order, where things were moving away from chaos and the Crucible, and even the Erdtree, and towards fundamentalism instead, as the age of the Erdtree progressed. But the Crucible Knights got off easy, all things considered. Take these creatures, for example. Previously, they were seen as divine for having aspects of the Crucible at birth, but eventually they came to be called misbegotten.
Undesired.
Instead, a word that really sends the vibe that these were now seen as contemptible creatures, bearing ill-gotten gains. The misbegotten became seen as impure, a fact revealed by the spirit ashes of perfumer Tricia, who was a healer who dedicated her efforts to treating misbegotten and the Omen as well. The Omen and the misbegotten certainly needed treatment, as many of them suffered these grievous wounds as a result of their horns being cut off. Those responsible for these wounds in particular were the Omen Killers, a sect of Leyndell butchers who had full authority to hunt the Omen and amputate their horns. So, in my opinion, the tradition of cutting off Omen horns would have begun because horns are the offending part of the Omen, as they represent their link to the primordial crucible, which is something that became this accursed concept. And Omen do bear more aspects of the crucible than just horns. Mohg has a set of wings, just like the Misbegotten, and Morgoth might as well, though they're only really rigged in his animation files. Instead, Morgoth has a tail, just like the Crucible Knights. All that said, the defining aspect of the Omen are definitely the horns. That, and their brute strength, were enough to label them as Omen, distinct from the Misbegotten, but still born by chance, though many Omen were apparently born
I got the
directly
Golden
from
Scalp
the
Tasman,
Oaktree
yeah.
royal line.
Not sure if I got it in my
Two of the
last
darkest
one, though.
items in the game are the Omen Bairn and the Regal Omen Bairn. The word bairn means child, and these items are dolls. They're fetishes that were fashioned to memorialize Omen children who are dead, or who might as well be. The Omen Bairn's description reads, Omen babies have all their horns excised, causing most to perish, and those that survive live alongside those memorialized by the Regal Omen Bairn, which reads, Omen babies born of royalty do not have their horns excised, but instead are kept underground, unbeknownst to anyone, imprisoned for eternity. So some concessions were made for Omen, as opposed to the Misbegotten. Two Omen children, Mohg and Morgoth, were after all a part of the Golden lineage, so the royal Omens weren't mutilated, as long as their horns were out of mind and out of sight. And speaking of sight, a horn seems to be responsible for Mohg literally being half-blind, as it has grown relentlessly into his eyesight.
What the fuck?
Incidentally, there's a bit of a trend with blind characters in Elden Ring, and in other From Software games as well, and it's that those blinded are, ironically, able to see what sighted folk cannot. For example, in Elden Ring, it was the exiled prophets who accurately foresaw the flame of ruin burning down the Erd Tree, and it was the guilty, their eyes gouged by thorns, who glimpsed an outer god in the darkness. There are lots of examples, so I guess coincidentally or not, Mohg, half-blind and wounded, eventually did come to stand before an outer god of his own as well, and he met her deep underground. This outer god was called the Formless Mother, and the Mother of Truth, a fitting choice for the Omen whose true mother had abandoned him. We've talked about outer gods in other videos, but long story short, they're these cosmic, Lovecraftian entities that are at once extremely powerful, but also strangely limited in how they can influence events in the lands between. Instead of getting involved directly, they will often commune through envoys or vessels, and in the case of the Formless Mother, her subject of communion, or one of them at least, was Mohg. The Blood Boon incantation describes Mohg's meeting with this outer god. It reads, "The Mother of Truth craves wounds. When Mohg stood before her, deep underground, his accursed blood erupted with fire, and he was besotted with the defilement that he was born into." The text also describes what happens when you cast this incantation. You thrust your arm into the body of the Formless Mother, then scatter the blood flame to set the area ablaze.
What the fuck?
There's a lot to break down with this one description, but let's start with the fact that this outer god is at once both the Formless Mother and the Mother of Truth. So what exactly do these titles mean? Let's start with the Formless Mother, because I feel like that title is easier to rationalize. She is likely formless because liquid blood is her essence. And incidentally, the word formless is also used to describe the Dragon Communion Seal in Elden Ring, which is also made of blood. But let's cast our net beyond Elden Ring, to Bloodborne, where an extremely relevant parallel to the Formless Mother exists in the character of Formless Erden, which is also an outer god of sorts. The Erden Carol rune states that blood is the essence of the formless Great One, Erden, and while I absolutely think that the universes of Bloodborne and Elden Ring are separate, I'm confident that From Software are reusing a concept from Bloodborne here in Elden Ring. So it is that I'm confident that blood is also the essence of the Formless Mother. That said, the Formless Mother still has a body of sorts. We thrust our arm cross-dimensionally into it when we cast Blood Boon, and when we rip our arm out, we scatter not just blood, but blood flame. Thus, while I think the Formless Mother absolutely has an affinity for any blood, I think her essence is, more accurately, blood flame. And she's not the only outer god with a flame of her own. The Fell God has Giant's Flame, Death has Black Flame and Ghost Flame, Frenzy has Frenzy Flame, and you could even theorize that the Greater Will has the golden fire that spews from the mouth of the Elden Beast and Placidusax. So, flame is commonly a sign of an outer god's essence, and I think the Formless Mother is no different, with a blood flame that continues to threaten rupture on those afflicted long after it touches their flesh. The Formless Mother's other title is the Mother of Truth, and this title is a lot harder to interpret. The Mother of Truth. What truth? The only character that we know of that the Mother of Truth has appeared before is Mohg, so we're kind of forced to judge her character through his. And while I guess it's possible that the Mother of Truth venerates the absolute truth, or a broader truth, the fact that she chooses to act through Mohg is at least a little bit telling. We know that she bestows power upon accursed blood, and I think this preference for accursed blood might be a part of the truth that she represents. I think she might prefer to act through those who are unfairly cursed, like the Omen, like Mohg. And I say unfairly cursed because that's kind of what curses are, always in From Software games. Curses are always the domain of the gods, and they're always delivered pretty heavy-handedly. Take Dark Souls, for example, where Gwyn, a god, refused to relinquish his Age of Fire, opting instead to curse humanity with undeath, so that they might fuel his fire until the world turns to ash. Pretty over the top, right? And Queen Marika is actually very similar to Gwyn in that she's a god who arrogantly thinks her order is perfect to the point where she'll do anything to try and
I'm not
preserve
making
it.
a boss
Her
tier list.
hubris is alluded to
Sounds like a pain in the ass.
Mending Rune of Perfect Order description, which states that the current imperfection of the Golden Order, or instability of ideology, can be blamed upon the fickleness of the gods no better than men. And it's this same hubris that led to the scorn of the Crucible, and I think the curse upon the Omen as well. To make things even more unfair for the Omen, their curse appears to largely be one of perception, of hate. The Omen Bairn description conflates these two things, and speaks from the perspective of an Omen child who pleads, "Please don't hate me, or curse me, please." I also think this notion of curses being unfair is explored further in the Dung Eater's questline, where the Dung Eater goes around defiling others and spreading the Omen curse. He calls this defilement his cursed blessing, because if he defiles everyone, in the end, everyone will be cursed, and therefore no one will be. Thus, in his ending, a sort of cursed justice is restored to the world. Elden Ring has this consistent theme where characters turn their curse into their strength, and I think the Dung Eater and Mohg are perfect examples of that. And this is just my theory, but I think the Mother of Truth might bestow power upon the accursed because the truth is that curses of the gods are unfairly given. There should be nothing wrong with being born with omen horns, right? It's just this genetic trait, a vestige of the primordial crucible that was once even considered divine. But thanks to the Golden Order, these creatures are now considered omens instead. So I'd like to argue that this unfairness is why the Mother of Truth bestows power upon accursed blood. But of course, this is just my theory, and I welcome any challenges to it in the comments. I think challenging each other respectfully is how we can get a bit closer to the truth. Speaking of, I saw arguments ages ago that stated that the Formless Mother is responsible for the curse of the Omen, but I'd like to challenge that idea. I'm not sure it can be correct. For one, it's stated that Mohg first stood before the Formless Mother underground, and he was only down here because he was already banished here for being Omen, so he must have been Omen before this meeting. What's more, when he did stand before her, it's stated that his accursed blood erupted with fire. Thus, his blood was already accursed when it erupted with fire. Finally, it says Mohg was besotted with the defilement that he was born into. Thus, he was born Omen, like all of the other Omen children, born to be shunned in a wretched mire underground. But I think there's a reason that people argue that the Formless Mother created the Omen, and I think one of the arguments is that Morgott, Mohg's brother, also has blood flame attacks, just like his brother. So I think people reason that blood flame is therefore synonymous with having accursed blood and that all Omen have it. But that's not true, because only Mohg and Morgott seem to have blood that was set ablaze. It's clear Mohg's was set ablaze in item descriptions, and it's clear Morgott weaponized his own flaming blood by recanting it. But no other Omen fight with blood flame. So I reckon they both received this blood flame from the Formless Mother. I think the Formless Mother appeared before not just Mohg, but Morgott as well, even though that's never mentioned. Only difference was Mohg embraced this power and Morgott spurned it. Indeed, Morgott only uses blood flame against us in his boss fight as a last resort. Morgott's blood flame became a cursed sword that reads, "Weapon of Shifting Hue, used by Morgott, the Omen King. The accursed blood that Morgott recanted and sealed away reformed into this blade." For him to have this, I think, proves that it wasn't just Moog that was approached by the Formless Mother, it was Morgoth as well. They were both underground, assumedly
that sword is really
sealed in
cool.
the same
It's
place,
dog shit
after
though.
all. So I think both of them had their accursed blood set aflame. I think the Mother of Truth, like so many other outer gods, attempted to influence a demigod, and I think they failed with Morgoth, but succeeded with Moog. In the end, both Moog and Morgoth weaponized their trauma. For Moog, we can look at the cursed blood pot, for example, which you throw at enemies to douse them in accursed blood, causing summoned spirits to assail them with a rabid fervor, a childhood memory of the Lord of Blood. It's basically saying that Moog remembers being attacked for his accursed blood as a child, and considering the blood specifically motivates spirits to attack, it might be referencing Moog's experience of being haunted by evil spirits. According to the Omen Smirk Mask, evil spirits haunt the Omen in their nightmares. So with this cursed blood pot, now Moog could give others a similar experience. The Mother of Truth craves wounds. She desires bloodshed. Swarm of flies, blood boon, blood flame, everything to do with her is designed to let the blood flow. So the Mother of Truth's base desires are quite simple. But does she want more? Where do her goals end, and where do Moog's begin? Well, beyond specifically wanting to empower the accursed, and beyond craving bloodshed, the Mother of Truth doesn't seem to want much. Take Moog's sacred spear, for example. It's called an instrument of communion with an outer god, and all it seems to do is pierce the Formless Mother, coating the blade in her blood flame. That's it. That's the communion. What's more, this sacred spear is a design that will come to symbolize his dynasty. Not the Formless Mother's dynasty, Moog's dynasty. The Formless Mother might enable this, but at the end of the day, she is behind Moog's dynasty, but she's not the face of it. So the most you could say, I think, is that she has ambition, yes, but she's not interested in being this god that's worshipped. I think that's very fitting for an outer god, actually. Instead, it's Moog's ambition that we should talk about. And it's Moog's ambition that led him to leave the sewers long ago, probably as soon as he could overpower the shackles that bound him here. This battle you have down here with Moog is actually with an Omen illusion, not unlike the fight that you have with Morgoth's illusion. Omen have this ability to conjure illusions. We can sort of infer that from the soundtrack, which calls them Omen illusions. Morgoth uses his illusion to hinder the Tarnished. His is pretty easy to understand, but it's kind of hard to understand why Moog's illusion is down here in the sewers. Moog's true location is a bit of a mystery, so maybe he put the illusion here to throw trackers off the scent and sort of pretend that he was still in the sewers? Or did he leave it here to prevent access to the frenzied flame? Because his brother Morgoth does something similar down here after all. This illusion of Moog might even be conjured up by Morgoth, because I just noticed that it seems to erupt into golden particles when it's defeated. Still, it's impossible to know for sure. Anyway, nearby you can find an Omen shackle.
They're
These
getting
shackles have
lore
lost most of
tips
their power
from
now.
the BGM
Indeed, Moog has
titles.
long
Like,
escaped
what the
sewers,
fuck?
and not even the
Dude, they're
all-knowing
cooking.
knows where to find him. But he's here, somewhere underneath the land of Caelid, a so-called Lord of Blood who rules in the ruins of an ancient civilization, which he has decided will be the seat of his coming dynasty.
Thrice!
This place is drenched in blood, swarming with Moog's servants, and the crumbling palace itself is awash with the Formless Mother's blood flame. But it was not always this way. The map of Mohgwyn Palace reads, "In the lightless depths lies the cave of an ancient civilization. It is here Moog, the Lord of Blood, is building his palace, to be the seat of his coming dynasty, named Mohgwyn." So, this ancient civilization existed long before Moog. What was this place? This ancient dynasty isn't given a name, but everything here should look very familiar. The underground woodland evokes the one found in Shifra. The statues depict the same bearded figure as the statues in Uld and Ul. These are the remains of an ancient dynasty that can be found all over the lands between, and Moog has very intentionally started to build his dynasty on the remains of their own. Moog calling his rule a dynasty is intentionally evocative of the ancient dynasty. We know about this ancient dynasty because of the oracle bubbles, which are the sorceries of the claymen who served as priests in the ancient dynasty. The description goes on to state, the claymen search for lost oracles within their bubbles. And there's a whole video to be had on this topic, so I won't go too deep into this for now, especially since their culture doesn't really seem relevant to Moog at all. Because I don't think Moog is intent on reviving the old dynasty or continuing it. Rather, item descriptions stress that his is a new dynasty, and if there's anything from the old dynasty that he does use, like the architectural remains of the palace, or even possibly the antiquated Latin that he speaks, I feel he might be trying to evoke the old dynasty because he might have envied how widespread the old dynasty was, and I think he wants his dynasty to have this air of legitimacy, something it sorely lacks at the moment. Moog's new dynasty is very different from the old. The Swarm of Flies incantation sums it up well and reads, "The new palace of the Lord of Blood lies in a swamp of festering blood." These flies can be cast as a Blood Oath incantation, which are spells directly linked to Moog's own power. But aside from the incantation, these flies also spawn from the blood-tainted excrement that you can loot in this area, which contain dense colonies of tiny eggs of unknown but assuredly revolting origin. The roped fly pot elaborates, stating, "The maggots found in waste feed on blood and turn into vicious flies that are pitiably short-lived. Their fangs inflict countless lacerations on the victim, while the grating sound of their wings assails their sanity. And specifically, these flies spawn from the excrement of carnivorous beasts, of which there are now many in the new dynasty, all festering with these bloody pustules and being even tougher than their kin on the surface. So, yeah, not a great place. And yet, many disenfranchised beings still seem to choose to reside here, soaking in the festering blood swamp. Which brings us to the Albinaurics here. In a way, the Albinaurics themselves have accursed blood, not unlike the Omen. The Albinauric blood clot reads, "Albinaurics are life forms made by human hands. Thus, many believe them to live impure lives, untouched by the Erd Tree's grace." Now, this is just my own speculation, but we know that the Formless Mother bestows power upon accursed blood, so do you think maybe it's fitting that of all the creatures in this blood-soaked land, many of the Albinaurics have found a way to weaponize the blood? I think they've accepted Moog's tainted blood quite well. The red Albinaurics stand apart from their silverkin, who sit dejectedly upon the cliff face. The red ones patrol the area and fight with attacks that are actually unique from every other Albinauric in the game. Even their model is a little bit unique, beyond just being red. Look at their heads and you'll see these tiny little omen horns sprouting. Personally, I believe this is because they've been soaking in blood. Specifically, I think they've been tainted by Moog's omen blood. We know from the Seedbed Curse icon and the Dung-Eater questline that it's possible to spread omen horns, or at least that horns are an
That shit is
aspect of
contagious.
defilement that can be spread. So I think that explains why they're sprouting horns here. And there is also evidence that reveals Moog was attempting to share his accursed blood with others. This leads us to Vare and the war surgeons who were abducted by Moog, who wanted to see if they could tame the accursed blood. As you enter the Moogwyn Palace grounds, 3 white-robed invaders assail you, one after the other. These are the nameless White Masks, and they kind of have fascinating lore to speak of. The White Masks wear the War Surgeon gown, which marks them as war surgeons, who were effectively mercy killers. The dagger talisman elaborates, stating that the white-garbed field surgeons come to the aid of friend and foe alike by dealing a final deadly thrust to spare them from the prolonged agony of a mortal wound.
Surgeons,
So
by the
their
way.
name is a bit misleading, as there isn't really any surgery occurring here that could save someone's life. Their favored weapon is the Miséricorde, a dagger with a name that translates to mercy, and it reads, "Dagger favored by military physicians in white. Medicine is mercy, and mercy upon the battlefield is ruthless." The White Mask's weapon is found in a storage quarter of Stormvale, and their talisman is found in Volcano Manor, so it's kind of difficult to say which faction they served, if any. After all, they delivered death equally to
I did
friend
this quest
and
in
foe, so
one of my other
they were
playthroughs,
probably
yeah.
a common sight on the battlefields of the Shattering, regardless of their allegiance. Their choice of white clothing is curious as well. In war, white is the color of truce, which is appropriate for these somewhat neutral characters, and incidentally, I think white also shows bloodstains a lot more starkly, and maybe that's why the color was chosen as well. These characters definitely got their hands dirty as they delivered their mercy, but constantly delivering mercy would eventually cause them to turn depraved. The dagger talisman ends with the line, "A sense of mercy is a catalyst for bloodlust," and their weapon warns one to beware the killers, clothed as men of compassion. So the war surgeons inevitably developed this taste for blood, and it was this very fact that eventually led to them being targeted and abducted by Mohg. The war surgeon gown reads, "Of the surgeons that were abducted by the Lord of Blood, none were able to tame the accursed blood, none but Vare, that is, though he was an exception. Therefore, the war surgeons, these nameless white masks that assail you in Mohgwyn Palace, ended up here because they were unexpectedly abducted by the Lord of Blood. This reveals that Mohg was searching for potentates who might be able to control the accursed blood that he had been graced with. It's more proof that he was looking to share his accursed blood with others. And considering these surgeons now invade on behalf of Mohg, it seems clear that they were happy, on some level, to have this new violent outlet for their bloodlust. Though only one of their number actually manages to tame the accursed blood as Mohg desired, and that's Vare. But what does that really mean, to tame the accursed blood? Well, earlier we speculated that the Albinaurics are growing horns because they've been doused not just in blood, but in Mohg's accursed omen blood. And I really do think that there's a lot of evidence that Mohg is trying to find worthy recipients who can tame his essence. Because instead of the phrase tame the accursed blood, the original Japanese actually says something a bit closer to accept the accursed blood. Which brings me to this interaction with Vare, where he gives you a wound, and you accept what is assumedly Mohg's noble blood.
Give me your finger. This noble blood will be an immutable badge of honor once it settles inside of you. Oh, good heavens. Clench your teeth or something.
The bloody finger item, which is your finger, I might add, reads, "Glistening blood has been siphoned into the nail of this finger. Its sickly pale skin feels nothing now, but the nail still aches with the sweetest pain."
Never forget that feeling of agony, for it is what binds you to Luminary Mohg, to all of us.
And with a fresh infusion of this accursed, noble blood, you can invade Other Tarnished and sate your bloodlust, materializing out of blood in other worlds, just like Mohg does. But that's not the only way that you can invade with what is assumedly Mohg's blood. You can also do so with a festering bloody finger. These are consumable items, and they're not your finger this time, and 3 of them are given to you by Vare, and he gives them to you as a test of sorts.
Oh, I have a gift for you, something fit only for the wise. A means for circumventing the draw of the 2 fingers. Give it a try, won't you?
Vare is hoping that you'll use these to fuel a bloodlust of your own, thereby distracting you from the allure of the 2 fingers, who have other plans for you as a Tarnished. And if you prove this bloodlust to Vare, you'll be inducted into their order, and you'll have blood infused into you, perhaps as he and other war surgeons once received.
I knew it from the very start. You have a taste for noble blood.
As opposed to the bloody finger you can receive, these consumable, festering bloody fingers are blackened with blood congestion. And if you look closely, what looked like omen horns appear to be writhing at the end, reinforcing the idea again that it's Mohg's accursed blood that had been injected into these fingers before they were cut off. The description goes on to state that these festering fingers have been chopped off rather unceremoniously. The lack of ceremony indicates a measure of disappointment with the owner of these fingers, I think. And that's why I think
it looks like
these
he just pulled off the finger, man.
To other inductees, just like the nameless war surgeons who failed to accept the infusion of Mohg's blood. Note this dialogue from Vare if you deny him.
You will die nameless, without ceremony.
So the nameless war surgeons are likely also those whose fingers were unceremoniously chopped off, it seems. They're a warning of what could happen to you if you listen to Vare's speech, which is enticing in its splendor, but full of deadly consequence. Despite this harsh treatment of his subjects, Mohg is different to the 2 fingers, according to Vare, at least, and one of the key differences, apparently, is love. In his dialogue, Vare laments that the 2 fingers have no love for the Tarnished, but Mohg does, he says. Incidentally, the Tarnished are kind of related to Mohg via Godfrey, in a way. We're all of the same bloodline, so I guess it is true that we are at least somewhat alike. Vare really is very loyal to Mohg, and indeed, amongst all the war surgeons, Vare is actually the only one that's capable of incanting Blood Flame Blade, a spell that coats his weapon with what we know is
not
the
even a
essence
blade
of the Formless Mother. Vare has been granted strength beyond any other character in Mohg's dynasty, it seems, and Vare is, no doubt, eventually very disappointed.
It should be thoughts, yeah.
When you teleport to the palace early, before the new dynasty has even begun. This is what leads to an optional confrontation with Vare and his death.
Oh, luminary Mohg, please grant the strength you promised. I have given everything.
You can teleport to Mohgwyn Palace early with the Pure Blood Knight.
There's a lot of things I learned.
Something Vare gives you if you
yeah, dude.
To him.
I've gone out of my way to provide one to you.
Especially the Beastman lore. It's kind of cool.
Yet. The meeting must wait until the Mohgwyn dynasty commences. Luminary Mohg yet slumbers beside the divinity.
Now that we've been inducted, we start to see Mohg's.
But no explanation for the hands.
Can learn how
there's still mystery. Or the giant skulls.
The Lord of Blood's exaltation talisman explains, reading, "Render up your offerings of blood to your lord, drench my consort's chamber, slake his cocoon's thirst. His awakening shall herald the dawn of our dynasty." So he's specifically saying that others should make offerings to Mikla, and I think the ones he's telling to make the offerings would be his bloody fingers. By invading and killing, I think we might just be making offerings of others. And I think also these offerings would be made by the sanguine nobles.
Some of the giant skulls are bigger than entire giants, so I don't know.
If you find them out in the open world. For example, this is one of many sanguine nobles, and you fight them here at the Rose Church in Leonia. It's likely named after the Blood Rose, which is an item deeply related to all things bloody. And the building itself is a sort of parish. It's a church that operates in a foreign land, and it's no coincidence that it's here that Vare attempts to recruit you. In fact, the enemy inside the church is supposedly a recruiter as well, although I kind of question their recruiting techniques. The sanguine noble hood is worn by nobles who serve the Lord of Blood and reads, "Known to strike from pools of blood."
I'll check the trailers too before I start the game, yeah.
Share the gospel of a curse.
So tomorrow probably.
Just like the red Albinaurics, the sanguine nobles have started to grow omen horns, and their rank seems to exceed that of the Albinaurics, as can be inferred by the noble in Mohgwyn Palace, who stands before a crowd of Albinaurics. Again, rather than being true omen, I think this is another instance where being infused with Mohg's accursed blood has led to their horns growing, a cursed blessing, as the Dung Eater would say. Their robes go on to read, "The grand metallic pattern on the shoulder is a signifier of the noble rank they intend to claim upon the advent of the new dynasty they are working to install, and their weapons are designed to rip the flesh with sickening efficacy, suggesting that they really are working to install this new dynasty via the blood loss of others, making offerings for Mikla's cocoon. And again, I think the Bloody Fingers are the same way. Ura calls the Bloody Fingers tarnished, held in thrall by cessblood, zealots who stalk their own.
If it isn't Nereus, the Bloody Finger, the end is nigh. For you.
Ura is familiar with many such Bloody Fingers, none more so than Eleonora, who is the one he loves, and she's the one who he considers to be the deadliest Bloody Finger of all.
I'm dying to see you. Eleonora. Violet Bloody Finger.
In the end, though, Eleonora kills Ura here at the Second Church of Marika. And this church is interesting, because despite being a Church of Marika,
I never found this corpse there,
by Mohg's adherents to usurp it. Note the Blood Roses, the sanguine noble who appears here, the hound here festering with blood, and of course Eleonora herself. Eleonora is one of Mohg's Bloody Fingers, the most dangerous of them all, if Ura is to be believed. Perhaps it's for this reason that Mohg might have entrusted her with the Purifying Crystal Tear, an item that can nullify the effect of Mohg's Rite of Blood attack. Either that, or she has somehow procured this Purifying Crystal Tear because she has a secret plan to attack Mohg. You could definitely speculate in that direction as well, I think, if you wanted to. Eleonora wields a twinned naginata, a weapon that's forged in the Land of Reeds, which is a place locked in civil war that has become alienated from the culture of its neighbors. Little wonder, it is said, that the entire nation has succumbed to blood-soaked madness. It's on this note that I'd again like to return to the description of formless Erden in Bloodborne, specifically the part that says both Erden and Erden's inadvertent worshippers surreptitiously seek the precious blood. Earlier, we established that Elden and the Formless Mother clearly have some overlap, and I speculate that this overlap could extend to Elden's inadvertent worshippers as well. Inadvertent means unintentional or accidental worship in this context, and I think that the Formless Mother might have many, many children, because I think you can make a good case for her having many inadvertent worshippers of her own. After all, the blood-soaked madness of the Land of Reeds has led more than one of their number directly to Mohg. Introducing Okina, who is a demon of a swordsman. His bloodlust led him into combat with Mohg himself, and his sword tells of this story, stating, when Mohg, the Lord of Blood, first felt Okina's sword and madness upon his flesh, he had a proposal to offer Okina the life of a demon, whose thirst would never go unsated. So it was that Okina became a bloody finger of Mohg, cutting down his enemies with rivers of blood, a cursed sword which has felled countless men. Weapons like these are really powerful when paired with the Lord of Blood's Exaltation talisman, which gives you an attack boost if blood loss is triggered in the vicinity. And one amazing little lore detail is that this Captain of Godric actually gets the attack power buff whenever there's blood loss nearby, hinting that he's actually carrying the Lord of Blood's Exaltation talisman, and that he is thus an adherent of Mohg. The weapon art he uses, Bloody Slash, also suggests as much, as it is a Blood Oath skill granted by the Lord of Blood. So it seems this Stormveil captain has either defected, or is secretly loyal to Mohg, or he has a dual allegiance. I love that it's left open to your interpretation. The talisman itself is dropped by Esgar, a priest of blood found in the catacombs below Leyndell, the same place where Mohg first met the Mother of Truth. He wears the robes of an adherent of Mohg, except for his great hood, which reads, a burial shroud of sorts, for those who discover, at long last, the truth they sought. I think this could be hinting that Esgar found the Mother of Truth here below, but it's hard to say for sure. Speaking of which, it's unclear if Mohg has ever shared the fact that he communes with the Formless Mother at all. Most worship of her appears to be really indirect, and bloodshed for the sake of bloodshed seems reason enough for her, and those that perform it as well. Perhaps it's for this reason that the All-Knowing casts doubt on Mohg's title, calling him the so-called Lord of Blood.
Oh, so that's where the so-called Lord of Blood was hiding himself, eh?
Perhaps this lack of clarity about Mohg's rule is why even item descriptions cast doubt on Mohg, who is the reigning lord and hierarch of the coming dynasty of Mohgwyn, or perhaps a raving lunatic. After all, can blood offerings really lead to the awakening of Miquella? The Remembrance of the Blood Lord does state that no matter how much of his bloody bedchamber he tried to share, he received no response from the young Empyrean. But Mohg needs Miquella to awaken, because Mohg doesn't just want to be a ruler, he wants legitimacy in the eyes of the world, and since Miquella is an Empyrean eligible to be the god of this world, he could give Mohgwyn a legitimacy that might match even the Golden Order.
It's so weird that Miquella is so big there.
A lord and a god.
He's like a small child in every other statue.
It's time to finally talk about Miquella, for if he does awaken, then it's very likely that this will lead to the coming dynasty named Mohgwyn, and whatever nightmares that may bring.
Quinque!
Whatever nightmares that may bring is an extremely ominous line, especially considering Miquella has a dreaming alter ego. So to explain that quickly, like many other characters in the game, Miquella has a duality to his character. On one hand, you have Miquella, the unalloyed, who helped his sister resist the effects of the Scarlet Rot, who grew a home for the low and the meek, and who is cursed with eternal youth. But then, on the other hand, Miquella is also Saint Trina, a mysterious character that has powers relating to sleep and dreams. The symbol of their faith is this, Trina's lily, which dulls the senses, preventing agitation. And it's no coincidence that this lily is shaped just like Miquella's lily, for the nascent Miquella is Saint Trina, or they're moonlighting as them in their dreams, so to speak. And whatever Saint Trina has been doing, it's made a really good impression on a great many people. The Lands Between is a pretty harrowing place, after all, and to get relief, it seems some people have turned to Saint Trina, whose lilies help them get away from it all. Priests of Saint Trina also exist, crafting sleep arrows to spread their teachings. The sweet oblivion of sleep can become quite the habit. Another such item is the sleep pot, which says, like a lullaby or a quagmire, its light purple haze irresistibly draws its victims down into sleep. Sweet dreams. Incidentally, the word lullaby brings to mind another piece of cut content to do with Miquella, where the red-eyed merchants were once taught the song that they play in their tomb by a mysterious figure. And fittingly, St. Trina's full cut name is St. Trina of the Cradle Song, which connects them to the merchant's song. In cut merchant dialogue, it's stated that the one who sang for them now sings no longer. The singer is missing, just like St. Trina, because the one who sang was St. Trina. And we don't really have to just rely on cut content to tell us of that fact. An item called Favor's Cookbook suggests that St. Trina is missing as well, as it is a record of crafting techniques left by a man who was utterly captivated by St. Trina. He continued the search for her in his slumber. So he was searching for her because St. Trina went missing. Also, St. Trina's sword reads, St. Trina is an enigmatic figure. Some say she is a comely young girl, others are sure he is a boy. The only certainty is that their appearance was as sudden as their disappearance. So St. Trina went missing. And returning to cut dialogue, we also learn about a character called Rico, a cut NPC who claims to be Miquella's humble servant, and who we believe finds Miquella's body at Mohg's palace. Here, Rico states, finally I have found it. St. Trina, no, Lord Miquella's cadaver. I have partaken of untold secrets, such that I may aid you, O Lord. So please, I hope you welcome your humble servant, Rico, into your dream, the world of your heart. So, Rico believed that he was finally going to be able to aid Miquella and enter his dream, now that he'd found him in the physical.
I wonder if he's gonna be in the
Before
DLC.
the DLC
that,
trailer was revealed, I would have said, yeah, I reckon
cut content
DLC
quest
will take us to Miquella's dream world.
seems like something will lead you here, in case the player can't find it normally.
Now, with the recent trailer, it can't be that simple, because the interviews featured in my DLC video make it quite clear that Miquella's cadaver will instead take us to the Land of Shadow, a place that was once physically a part of the Lands Between before it was veiled and obscured by Queen Marika. In that video, we speculated that the Land of Shadow might be a place where the dead go. We speculated that it might be a kind of afterlife, or at least it might have once been a sort of afterlife before the Erd Tree sort of took over.
Oh, these are DLC trailer
because
thingies.
Miquella is said to have
Oh, that looks so sick. What was that? If I can
flesh to get there.
Street Fighter triple kicks in the
It
air.
was to this land that Miquella departed, divesting himself of his flesh, his strength, his lineage, of all things golden. Of course, we don't yet know the true nature of the Land of Shadow.
Oh shit!
but
What?
It is kind of fitting for
What the fuck? Hold up.
that Miquella departed, divesting himself of his flesh, his strength, his lineage, of all things golden.
Hold
of course,
the
we
fuck
don't yet
up.
know the true nature.
This almost looks like the fucking tower they held Griffiths in from Berserk. Holy shit.
Of the Land of Shadow, but it is kind of fitting for St. Trina, of all people, to have died.
I'll
to
watch the
arrive at this
trailers
place,
before I
because
play the
death
games,
in Elden
before I
Ring
play the
has long
DLC.
been linked to sleep. For example, when Roger succumbs to Deathroot, he says this.
Lately, I feel I'm on the precipice of falling into a deep, fathomless slumber, and I have an inkling it could spell trouble for you somehow.
Roger is almost hinting that he might be a threat in some realm beyond sleep, and he's kind of right, because later we do find Roger, or a part of his vitality, at least, which has been weaponized by fear. We do this inside of Godwin's deathbed dream, a phrase that obviously has sleep connotations as well. So I wonder, with death being so linked to sleep, could Miquella have planned this death in his own slumber so that he could travel to the Land of Shadow? One piece of evidence for Miquella's death being a sort of deep sleep could be the slumbering egg, which is an owl egg that will never hatch, prized as a symbol of the most sublime slumber. The egg is this powerful parallel to the situation with Miquella's cocoon. Miquella's cocoon was taken by Mohg before it was ready to hatch. Just so, this egg is looted from killing an owl, and thus is also taken before it was ready to hatch, perhaps before it was even ready to be born. The owl inside will never hatch, it's essentially dead, and this egg's description reminds us that this state of death is the most sublime slumber there is. So I conclude that there's a strong parallel between the slumbering egg and Miquella's cocoon. Touching the arm that extends out of the cocoon will bring us to the Land of Shadow, where Miquella traveled. long before us. As per the IGN interview, Miyazaki states that players will be following in Miquella's footsteps in the same way that they followed the blessings of the Sites of Grace in the Lands Between.
Grace.
And of course the player is not the only one who is curious about Miquella. There are several other characters in the world and NPCs who have been following Miquella as well, and the player will encounter them on their journey in the Land of
wow,
Shadow.
that looks
They will
sick.
make new friends and enemies, we hope. Fittingly, Miquella does have many followers, so does Saint Trina, and while no one seems to know for sure where they disappeared to, it is rumored. Gideon's dialogue reveals that he suspected Miquella was with the Lord of Blood, and there's even a phantom in the consecrated snowfield who points towards Mogwin Palace's Waygate, and they died knowing exactly who took Miquella as well. And then of course there's Rico, that cut content character who senses their master needs their aid. Indeed, Saint Trina and Miquella seem to live on, beyond the death of their flesh. And while the Land of Shadow might not literally be the dream world that many expected it to be, there is evidence that Saint Trina's presence has been felt here. For example, this is Saint Trina's lily in the base game. It looks a bit sad, right? It only has a tiny hint of purple left. So this is why I wonder, could this lily in the background be a true lily of Saint Trina? It does appear to be more whole, and it appears in a sort of quagmire of sleep here. There's that signature purple sleep hue, and there's a masked character who is slumbering in this place. Incidentally, another thing I missed was that you can actually spy some lilies in the background of this fight as well, so perhaps this boss is linked to Saint Trina? But
what the fuck is that? Why is his horse fucked up?
Becoming clearer to us, but that still leaves Moog. First up, how did Moog manage to abduct Miquella? Well, earlier we talked about how Moog abducted the war surgeons, presumably to test the accursed blood on them, so already Moog has a bit of a history of abduction, and if he can materialize from blood anywhere, like this cutscene suggests, and like his sanguine nobles and bloody fingers seem able to do, well, that would certainly explain how abducting Miquella was relatively easy for him, especially if Melania was away fighting Radahn at the time. So during Miquella's abduction, he was ripped out of the tree. There's clearly a large gap here in the tree-like woman's form, almost as if this figure was pregnant with Miquella. And indeed, Miquella sits atop a giant pelvis bone in Moog's palace, showing just how wholesale he was ripped from the Halig tree itself. The Mother of Truth desires a wound, indeed. So we know what happened, but why? Why did Moog think abducting Miquella was a good idea?
Sex.
Gonna get demonetized for that one. Moog believed Miquella could have transitioned from Empyrean to God. Maybe even Miquella believed that he could. And I think Moog wanted to take advantage of this process, and take advantage of the new God that would soon rise. The Remembrance of the Bloodlord reads, wishing to raise Miquella to full godhood, Moog wished to become his consort, taking the role of monarch. But no matter how much of his bloody bedchamber he tried to share, he received no response from the young Empyrean. The wording of bedchamber is appropriate considering Moog is trying to consort with Miquella and become his lord, so to speak, and it being a bloody bedchamber is appropriate too, as items state that Moog slumbers beside the divinity, and the cutscene seems to be suggesting that Moog slumbers inside of Miquella's blood. Also, it's very fitting that they use the word slumber here.
Dearest Miquella, you must abide alone a while.
So if Moog becomes his consort, then Moog will become a lord of sorts, not unlike the dynamic with the Elden Lord that has existed throughout history, where they become consort to their god. But the real question that remains is, how exactly does Miquella become a god in this situation? Considering Miquella's positioning in the womb of this giant tree-like woman, it's easy to assume that what he was attempting was a sort of rebirth here. And this brings me back to Rico's dialogue, the final part, where he says, "Indeed, I beg you grant my wish, that when you transcend from Empyrean to God, allow me a place by your side." I wonder, what if the cocoon was part of this transition? It reminds me a lot of Berserk, which Miyazaki is endlessly inspired by, and spoiler alert if you haven't yet seen it, but a certain character here also achieves a similar transition inside an egg, turning from human to a god of sorts. To become a part of the God Hand in this
he became
moment
a good guy, don't
and
worry.
achieve his dream, Griffith has to make a sacrifice, and in the end, he chooses to betray his companions, branding them and sealing their fate. In my Mikola video, we draw a few parallels between Mikola and Griffith, and if Mikola is inspired by Griffith as much as I think,
panel is so
then
cool.
that could be quite concerning, as there is a part of Melania's storyline as well that also seems to be setting up some betrayal to come, although that is of course just speculation. This is probably a good time to talk about the fact that Mikola does have some very ominous overtones to their character. For starters, St. Trina has an adult form, and it's a one-eyed creature with this spooky mass of elevated hair that is carved upon St. Trina's torch. What's more, remember St. Trina's sleep fog draws others down into sleep against their will. Sleep is a weapon. St. Trina's sword makes that even more clear, as does cut content, which states, "The saint of the cradle song has become the very symbol of lost repose, and the feeble of heart were powerless to resist her kindness, even upon the battlefield." So, in cut content at least, the saint of the cradle song actually fought in certain wars with kindness. So that description mentions St. Trina's weaponized kindness, and so does this line from the trailer.
Pure and radiant, he wields love to shrive clean the hearts of men. There is nothing more terrifying.
Melania also calls Mikola the most fearsome Empyrean of all. And lastly, the common soldiers of the Halig Tree discovered a bitter truth as they awaited their lord's return to the Halig Tree. They discovered that Mikola's sacred light would trigger them to self-destruct in their final moments. But even so, they remained loyal, and I quote, "May the flash of our deaths guide Mikola's return." So in conclusion, it's for these reasons that I'm a bit concerned about this scary, dreaming demigod, and about the nightmares that might be incurred by Mohg's ritual with him inside the cocoon. A part of me wonders if the Formless Mother was supposed to be a part of Mikola's ascension to God, considering the ritual happening in Mohgwyn Palace. That would fit because a few gods we see in Elden Ring do have an outer god as a patron of sorts. Melania has the outer god of Rot, and she is destined to become the goddess of Rot. Marika becomes a vessel for the Elden Ring, and she is the god of the Greater Will, who is almost certainly an outer god as well. So all of that sort of answers how Mikola might become a god, as best we can, considering how abstract the game is with these terms. My next question is, though, did Mikola foresee any of this happening? The Bewitching Branch is an item that can pierce a foe and turn them into a temporary ally, and it reads, "The Empyrean Mikola is loved by many people. Indeed, he has learned very well how to compel such affection." The wording here is kind of sinister, right? The fact that Mikola is capable of consciously compelling affection in order to get what he wants is very manipulative. And if Mikola is capable of masterminding others' affections, who's to say he hasn't done the same with Mohg? Mohg's infatuation with Mikola is very obvious and very cursed, considering Mikola's eternal youth and the fact that Mikola is technically Mohg's half-brother. Again, I'm reminded of this scene with Griffith from Berserk, where Griffith spends a night with a powerful, perverted older man for money, which he needs to achieve his own goals. The man, Gennon, is obsessed with Griffith, but to Griffith, Gennon is nothing more than a stone lying on the side of the path he walks, and Griffith eventually discards him as such. In my Mikola video, we talked about just how much overlap there is between the characters of Mikola and Griffith, and so I just can't shake the feeling that Mikola might be using Mohg here. But if that's true, why? What would Mikola stand to gain from masterminding this entire situation where he ends up dead and defiled? Before the DLC trailer dropped, I had imagined that Mikola's arm would take us into Mikola's dream world, and so I thought that Mikola might stand to benefit or suffer thanks to Mohg's actions upon his slumbering form. I thought he might have even been co-opting the Formless Mother for his ascension into a god. But now, from what we understand about the DLC trailer, the Land of Shadow is a place distinct from Mikola, so the answer becomes different. We know Mikola divested himself of his flesh and grace to get here, so it's harder to imagine that
some of these
the bloody
images.
rituals happening in Mohgwyn are having any effect on Mikola's self. Mohg really might not be getting any response from Mikola for good reason. So I'm going to present one new theory on why Mikola might benefit from being here, based on the information we have from the DLC trailer, and it's this. So, we know Mikola divested himself of his flesh before reaching the Land of Shadow, right? And we know that he also divested himself of his grace to get here. He divested himself of his lineage, of all things golden. Divesting yourself of your flesh is hard enough, but divesting yourself of your grace is also difficult. Ranni has difficulty with this in her questline. She divests herself of her flesh, finally, but even then she's still linked to the two fingers and has to kill them to be freed completely. So, What if Mohg was instrumental not just to the process of Miquella dying, but the process of Miquella losing his grace as well? What if, by being doused in accursed blood, Miquella was defiled to the point that grace left him fully? We know that those doused in Mohg's accursed blood start to grow omen horns, and the omen are graceless, and we know that being defiled is something that many people in the Lands Between fear. The Dung Eater is proof of that. We talked earlier about how they defile people, and how those people are terrified of what this means for them and their rebirth. So it is that I think that Miquella might have wanted to die in this manner, to fall into this state of sublime slumber, and also to be defiled to the point where grace leaves him. But that's just a theory, and of course, we don't have all of the pieces of the story yet, and I think it's impossible to say for sure which direction his story will go. I think this state of speculation is very much exactly where From Software wants us to be at this point. Even the All-Knowing doesn't know what's going on here.
So Miquella was with the Lord of Blood after all. That is some fine intelligence indeed. Well, I wonder what comes next. If he continues his slumber within the cocoon, all will be well. But perhaps it would be safer to destroy it.
Maybe I should have not killed him in my run. What if he has more things to say?
Did Miquella
from the DLC
being
stuff
taken from the Halig Tree? Will he be affected by the Lord of Blood's machinations? Mohg certainly believes so. In fact, Mohg believes this even beyond the very moment of his death.
I can see it, as clear as day. The coming of our dynasty.
At least the speedrun is gonna take me like an hour only to get to the end.
Before I go, let me tell you a little story about a game that was scheduled to release on June 21st. So this is Inotria, a Souls-like title inspired by Italian folklore and history, which gives it an extremely unique vibe. For example, this is Quinta, the game's opening area, rendered gorgeously in Unreal Engine 5 here. I love the verticality in these scenes. I think there's going to be so much level design they can play with there, and I was very excited to explore this Mediterranean world. But then Elden Ring announced its DLC for the same day as their release. Oof. Luckily, however, I've heard they're announcing a new release date soon. Now, I don't usually take Souls-like sponsorships unless it's something I've played and loved, but since the devs for this game weren't strict on what I had to say here, I decided to take this one, because they're clearly happy for their product to speak for itself, and I think that kind of confidence is awesome. Their gameplay trailer mentions huge skill trees, spells, buffs, passives, and a special type of equipment called masks, which are at the center point of each loadout. They've also said that they've spent a lot of time getting the motion capture for animations right, which is potentially the most important thing for a Souls-like for me, and the gameplay system also builds in something called chainable parries, which reminds me a lot of Sekiro, which I love. So, if you like what you see, consider following some of their pages, or even pre-ordering. You can learn more over at Inotria The Last Song /pre-order, or you can click the links in the description. Thanks, guys.
One more. The last one.
The God.
Grandpa Peppers, thank you for the 200 bits. Rob, thank you for the 73 months. And Lloyd Muck, thank you for the 2. Okay. Double check settings. All good. Put this here.
The God of Mount Gelmir is a serpent, and it has been there for a long time. Long before the Age of the Erd Tree, in an era we know little about, there was an ancient, immortal serpent deity on Mount Gelmir, and a forgotten religion that venerated it. We learn this from the serpent god's curved
I'll check prepare the guy maybe tomorrow. Definitely not today.
Offer up sacrifices, fashioned in the image of the ancient serpent deity.
Why? It's my weapon.
The serpent is greed. It always has been ever since Dark Souls, where the serpent was a symbol of avarice. And so, in the ancient age of Elden Ring, the serpent consumed its sacrifices.
I have no idea what Carbot is, dude. This one released 2 days ago or something.
They brandished the Serpent Hunter, a weapon that is both greatsword and spear. Thought to have been used to hunt an immortal great serpent in the distant past, it manifests a blade of light when facing such a creature. So it is that we can speculate that the serpent deity was defeated, but the serpent never dies, and so it would return one day to feast upon a demigod who had ventured deep into Mount Gelmir, seeking power. This is a video about the blasphemy of Praetor Rykard, the demigod child of Radagon and Renala, who would one day be consumed by the immortal serpent. Here, at the Church of Vows in Leonia, the House of the Erd Tree and the Moon were joined. Radagon, Champion of Gold, and Renala, Queen of Caria, were wedded. This ended a war between Leonia and Leyndell. Eventually, Radagon would abandon Renala, but not before siring 3 children with her. These children were Rani, Radahn, and Rykard. All 3 were born with Radagon's red hair and Renala's aptitude for magic, and all 3 officially became demigod stepchildren when Radagon divorced their mother and married the goddess Marika instead. In truth, however, Renala's children were never demigod stepchildren, they were demigod children, full stop. That's because, secretly, Radagon is Marika. Thus, Rani, Radahn, and Rykard always were born of a god, even though they might not have known it. Their father remarrying with a god conferred some benefits, it seems. For one, Radagon's children would be honored enough to sit equally aside their step-siblings in Leyndell. This is shown during Morgoth's cutscene. The way these thrones are arranged, it's almost as if there was once a council here, of sorts. Now, of course, there is no council, and Morgoth spits out their names, as he considers all of the demigods to be traitors to the positions of authority they once held.
General Radahn, Praetor Rykard, Luna Princess Rani.
Rykard having the title of Praetor in the days where he sat this throne is an extremely interesting point of discussion. Praetor is a word that has its origins in the city of ancient Rome, where a praetor was a sort of magistrate, someone who exercised authority from a courthouse and its collection of judges. By some Roman accounts, praetors were not just involved with the law, but were also involved with commanding armies and conducting war, though it might be a stretch to say that Rykard had that much authority. Instead, I think it's safer to assume that Rykard's praetorship was busied with discovering the truth and administering justice, by any means necessary, and I feel safe leveling this characterization at him because of Gideon.
Praetor Rykard is the lord of the Volcano Manor on Mount Gelmir. He is a ruthless justiciar who commands a company of inquisitors.
So Rykard wasn't just a praetor and a justiciar, he was also Lord of the Volcano Manor, a structure built into the very side of the volcano to the west of Altus Plateau. It was to here, I believe, that Leyndell outsourced much of their justice, and I think that theory will make more sense as we go. So let's investigate the manor, and try to learn more about Rykard as he was before the Shattering, when we think he still served Leyndell. To arrive at the manor, one commonly first receives an invitation.
I hereby invite you to the Volcano Manor. Take my hand, and have audience with my mistress.
Upon arrival, you're met with a well-maintained grandeur not common to Elden Ring's other castles. Clearly, first impressions are important here. You make your way in, head up to the banquet hall, and before long you're invaded by the spectre of one of Rykard's most loyal inquisitors. This is Inquisitor Giza, and his lore reveals just how ruthless Rykard's inquisitions were. His weapon of choice is an iron wheel lined with flesh-flaying blades that cause severe pain and blood loss. It's a device of torture that kind of evokes the torture wheels of antiquity, an intimidating tool that was likely very effective at getting Giza's victims to tell the truth. And if you're asking what truth, well, I imagine Leyndell would have had a lot of truths that it would like to extract from its populace, for it sees many things as sins. For example, if you were Omen, you were to be hunted or sent to the shunning grounds. If you were a prophet who saw the Erd tree burn in your visions, then you could be exiled with a wheel bolted to your neck. If you were suspected of conspiring with the frenzied flame, you could get your entire clan entombed beneath the earth.
The level I'm going for?
So,
I'm like 160 or something? My character's done already.
Flexible. And
He's
sure,
ready.
Miriel tells us that heresy can be conjoined with order, but historically that was only true if your heresy was such a threat to the Erd tree that it couldn't be overcome any other way. Aside from Giza's signature wheel, a more common weapon of the Inquisitors was the Inquisitor's girandol, which has numerous spikes that pierce the flesh, then singe the wounds with flame. Basically, it creates a wound, then immediately cauterizes it so that the torture can continue for longer. The smell of burnt blood induces despair in the victim, and this candlestick, conceived by a thorough mind, was explicitly used on nobles behind the curtain at the volcano.
He gave that thing
Now, the word
an
noble
HP or what?
in Elden Ring doesn't really relate to any one faction. There are Godskin nobles, Sanguine nobles, and many others besides. That said, the most common nobles are those from the capital, who, according to the old aristocrat Cal, are undead wanderers who abandoned their birthplace after the Shattering. Of all the nobles in Elden Ring that the Inquisitor's girandol would have been used on, I believe it was these citizens of Leyndell. So for the last few minutes, I've made it pretty obvious that I believe Rykard was spiriting away nobles from Leyndell to torture at the Volcano Manor on behalf of Leyndell. I believe this happened during his tenure at Leyndell as Praetor, not after the Shattering when he abandoned the capital. But is there actually any explicit evidence of Rykard controlling the Volcano Manor while he was still serving Leyndell before the Shattering? Well, yes, but it's mostly circumstantial evidence. Here's a short list. First, it's implied from Morgoth's dialogue, at least, that Rykard was a Praetor while he had a throne in Leyndell, so there's that. Next, we know Rykard's Inquisitors tortured nobles with a candlestick weapon that looks very much inspired by the fire of Mount Gelmir, so I think that's another piece of evidence that links the Volcano Manor with his praetorship in Leyndell. Then there's Rykard's Gelmir Knights, who have a crest of red feathers that symbolize Rykard's pedigree as Lord Radagon's son. There's a veneration here of Radagon of the Golden Order, and the Knights were explicitly loyal to Praetor Rykard before he became the blasphemous Lord Rykard, so I think this is another small piece of evidence that suggests the Volcano Manor at Mount Gelmir was kind of a vassal state to Leyndell. But admittedly, none of this is conclusive. However, we haven't yet discussed the official's attire. The official's attire is a piece of clothing we loot in an office of Leyndell. When worn, you realize it's a near-perfect match for the attire that Giza wears, and it also matches the attire of this nameless figure in a portrait that hangs over the banquet hall that Giza invades. Yet again, we have a link, now between the officials of Leyndell and the Inquisitors of the Manor. So who is this portraited figure? Why is Giza wearing a similar set? And why is Giza's attire found in Leyndell? The lore of the official's attire reads, grubby blue robe, worn by magisterial officials to carry out their grim tasks. Surveillance, executions, gruesome rituals, the darkest duties drive the wheels of mankind. To loot this item, we have to access a lift to the east of Leyndell. Here, right on the border of these forbidden lands, and halfway up the elevator, there's a hidden path that leads towards a small office, and that's where we find the body of one who previously wore this attire. Ahead of them is the small room, one that's quite well furnished, and it's here presumably that this official would have furtively administered their dark duties, which again included surveillance, executions, and gruesome rituals. Given the location, these tasks would have been done in the service of Leyndell, you'd think. Incidentally, this is also where we loot the Blade of Calling, the same dagger that Melina wields, which was given to one who set out on a journey to fulfill her duty long ago. Perhaps the implication here is that this hidden office of Leyndell was involved with Melina's own grim storyline, but that's probably the topic for another video. The big deal here is that Inquisitor Giza also wears
it wasn't that easy to miss.
Attire, which links
I think a lot of players naturally check out elevators. I found it on my first playthrough just from checking it.
Drive the wheels of mankind behind the scenes in Leyndell with their surveillance, executions, and rituals. Thus, as befits a Praetor, I think it's fair to assume that Rykard and his Inquisition really were involved with the governance of Leyndell on a deeper level. But the shadow cast by these officials doesn't just cover Leyndell and the Volcano Manor. I think the origins of their attire and their order can actually be traced to the Shaded Castle and the Mirai, who occupy a nearby township. The reason I speculate this is that Giza isn't just wearing the official's chest piece. In fact, every other slot is filled with the blood-soaked set instead. These are nothing more than tightly wound bandages soaked through with blood, which hide the ghastly, festering body beneath. The clear implication here is that Inquisitor Giza is very, very sick. Indeed, a reveal of his face by Zully the Witch shows his scars, and a mere stone's throw away is the Shaded Castle, which explains it all. The Castellans of the Shaded Castle are the Mirai family, who have this long, storied history. We learn about it from the Mirai Mask, which lets us know that these Castellans of the Shaded Castle have also served as executioners for generations. This mask is customarily worn by the head of House Mirai. Similar to the blood-soaked wraps that Giza wears, I think it's a convenient way to hide the festering skin beneath, as it's well known that the sons of House Mirai are all sickly born. We learn this from the Mirai robe, which is attire that is almost identical to the official's attire. The only difference is that it has this black mantle across the shoulders, and the Mirai robe, combined with the mask, also looks strikingly similar to this portrait in the Volcano Manor, where Inquisitor Giza invaded you. There's just so much overlap here. But to summarize, House Mirai are lords of the Shaded Castle, where they are sickly born and have served as executioners. The attire of their lords is almost identical to the attire of the officials who served Leyndell, who were also involved in executions, as well as surveillance and gruesome rituals. Therefore, I think it's fair to assume that House Marai aided Leyndell in these dark capacities. And since one of Praetor Rykard's inquisitors also wears the Leyndell officials set and is sick with blood-soaked manchettes and a portrait nearby that looks like a Marai
even
noble,
do that.
I also think it's fair to assume that this inquisitor and maybe others were not only loyal to Leyndell, but originally hailed from the Shaded Castle as well. And all of them would have been loyal to Rykard, who was a praetor and a justiciar, someone who would have been involved in magisterial and punitive duties on behalf of his Queen Mother and Lord Father in Leyndell. I love the picture that this all paints, and I love how geographically that story plays out. The Shaded Castle is a part of Altus Plateau after all, so of course the Marai family would be assimilated by the local superpower and become a part of the Leyndell nobility as the Age of the Erd Tree began. Indeed, the attire of the Marai and the officials also closely matched that of the consort's robe and the upper class robe, revealing the higher status of these folk. So we think these Leyndell officials were tasked with surveilling the rest of the noble populace, and I like to imagine that they invited many nobles, particularly ones they were investigating, to the Volcano Manor to dine or die, perhaps with the same sort of letters that we receive. Upon arrival, the nobles are received by the proprietress of the house, and they marvel at the drawing room, a place that's designed to receive and entertain guests. There's a huge round table here, a gorgeous dining room upstairs, a living room to the side, and even smaller, more intimate rooms that guests can retire to. However, a couple of these rooms hide a secret, and it's that they have illusory walls that lead to a dungeon and a world of torture and pain. For the Volcano Manor is merely a facade, and these rooms likely exist for the express purpose of spiriting nobles away for interrogation. So we've established that Rykard's Inquisition was deeply involved in surveillance, questioning, and justice, and because of this, you'd think Rykard would have been exposed to the most cardinal sins of the populace. So I wonder, is it possible that these blasphemous ideas started to get through to him? Did Rykard spy an element of truth in their words? There is a portrait of the Erd Tree burning hanging in Volcano Manor, so I wonder, for example, if he started to believe in the visions that the prophets kept on having about the Erd Tree on fire. If we imagine that Rykard was exposed to all of these blasphemies, perhaps it's not so ironic to think that this justiciar would eventually become the most blasphemous of them all. What's more, the current Elden Lord of Leyndell, Radagon, had abandoned Rykard's mother and left her a broken woman. I'm just speculating here, but perhaps this betrayal to marry Marika in Leyndell didn't sit right with Renala's own children. Luckily for Rykard, another of his siblings was harboring resentment towards the Golden Order, and she planned to do something about it. According to Roger, Rani orchestrated the Night of the Black Knives, a plot that allegedly was the catalyst for the shattering of the Elden Ring, since it resulted in the death of a demigod. To orchestrate something is to plan or coordinate all of the elements, and Rani wasn't acting alone. She had help. First and foremost, there was the assistance of the Black Knife assassins, who used black knives infused with death to murder Godwyn the Golden. Then she might have had help in the forging of the Rune of Death into knives, which we speculate could have required Iji, a blacksmith. Then there's the matter of the theft of the Rune of Death itself, which Rani herself takes credit for. But one thing I feel that it's easy to miss is that Rykard might have helped with her plot as well. The Blasphemous Claw is an item we receive from one of Rykard's recusants, and it reads, "A slab of rock engraved with traces of the Rune of Death can deflect the power of the Black Blade. On the night of the dire plot, Rani rewarded Praetor Rykard with these traces. Should the coming trespass one day transpire, they would serve as a last resort foil, allowing Rykard to challenge the Black Blade, the Black Beast of destined death." So it is that we learn Rani rewarded her brother at the end of her plot to murder Godwyn the Golden. The word reward seems to imply that Rykard had some part in all of this, right? And that maybe he did something worthy of recompense. So what do we think that Rykard could have conceivably done to help with the Night of the Black Knives? One of my favorite theories comes from Loki, who brought up Rykard's magisterial duties in Leyndell, since Rani's forces would have needed to break into the city to murder Godwyn the Golden, and perhaps even to steal a fragment of the Rune of Death in the first place, it makes sense that Praetor Rykard would have been a good ally to have in this moment, since he likely had authority over law and order here. So perhaps Rykard arranged for security to be lax on the night of Black Knives. Or perhaps he gave Rani's crew intel about the city's defenses. And if you subscribe to the idea that Rykard's praetorship involved control of the army like some of the old Roman praetors had, then that definitely would have helped as well. Of course, how Rykard earned his reward is very open to speculation, but we definitely know that he was deemed worthy of this reward, and that gives us a lot to work with. For example, it also tells us that Rani knew about Rykard's blasphemous intentions before the Shattering. Hell, maybe merely harboring blasphemous
Wonder why that guy has it then.
Worthy of a reward in Rani's
Just a
eyes.
random soldier
And
has
what
it
she
suddenly?
gave was a valuable reward, the Blasphemous Claw. It wards off Malekith's black blade
Oh,
of
that
destined
parry.
death, which posed the single greatest threat to the demigods, especially to one as blasphemous as Rykard. One thing I kind of love about Rykard is that, as blasphemous as he was, even in his later years, he still keeps a portrait of his brother Radahn hanging in the Volcano Manor. Radahn, by all accounts, was a bit of a Golden Order fanboy, with armor that symbolized Godfrey, the first Elden Lord, and the red hair of Radagon, which he was keen to show off. You'd think then that this would be a painting worthy of being taken down. Hell, there's literally a painting of a burning Erd tree in the same building, and yet the portrait remains. Perhaps there was a kinship between these, the children of Renala, that superseded their differences. What I'm trying to say is that I think Rykard really loves his family. Sorry. In general, though, kinships between the demigods generally went out the door when the Shattering occurred, as Marika's remaining kin claimed the great runes of the shattered Elden Ring.
In Marika's own words, hear me, demigods. My children, beloved, make of thyselves that which ye desire. Be it a lord, be it a god. But should ye fail to become aught at all, ye will be forsaken, amounting only to sacrifices.
With words such as these, and with the power split to all the demigods with the great runes, it's clear that Marika was laying the groundwork for a greater descent, and a more pronounced Shattering war. Of course, many did go to war for their demigod's unique ambition. Godric the Golden tried, and failed, to take back the capital, and he was repelled by Morgoth, the new grace-given lord of Leyndell, and many troops would have died in this battle. Radahn's Redmane Knights also clashed with Melania's Cleanrot Knights, which caused the Scarlet Bloom in Caelid, and when the war efforts were spent, many demigods retreated back to their domains to lick their wounds, essentially. Rykard, for his part, clearly doubled down on Mount Gelmir as his domain during this time, and between all of the demigod ambitions on display during the Shattering, I think Rykard's would have stood out for one unique reason, and it's that he didn't want to wrest control of the Golden Order. No, he wanted to rise against the Erd Tree and tear it all down instead.
The Erd Tree blessed the Tarnished with grace, but it was all too meager in the face of the enormity of their task. The Tarnished were forced to scavenge, squabbling for crumbs, like the Shard-bearers vying for power in the wake of the Shattering. Our Lord, indignant, has refused to scurry about, fighting over what miserly scraps they allow us. If the Erd Tree, and indeed the very gods, would debase us so, then we are willing to raise the banner of resistance, even if it means heresy. We at the Volcano Manor, under Lord Rykard, have sworn no rest until it is done.
Before release, Miyazaki has gone on record stating, "As for Rykard, in a way, I feel that his blasphemy represents one of the strongest wills in Elden Ring. To put it in grandiose terms, I find his determination and commitment almost enviable." So even Miyazaki sounds pretty sold on Rykard. I imagine his troops were as well. Indeed,
That
both
story is so
descriptions
cool.
within the Gelmir Knight sets mention their loyalty to Rykard and his lofty ambitions. These descriptions, as well as dialogue from Banal and the ex-Gelmir Knight, all mention Rykard's dignity and worth. But of course, it would all go to hell in the end.
A fine mess. But how else could it end? When Daddy Ambition's head over heels courting Lady Blasphemy.
So this is Rykard at his height. Now let's talk about the fall. At some point, Rykard delved deeper into the mountain, and what he found would change him forever. For Mount Gelmir contains truly ancient things, artifacts and religion, and a creature that history barely talks about. The most important description comes from the Serpent God's curved sword, a weapon that was formerly used to offer up sacrifices. It was a tool of a forgotten religion, once practiced on Mount Gelmir, and considering the sword's design is a serpent's jaw that consumes the vitality of enemies, we can guess who the sacrifices were being made to. This culture of sacrifice helps us to explain another ancient discovery Rykard made within Mount Gelmir: hexes. Typically in From Software games, a hex is a type of death magic, which often manifests as a skull flying towards enemies. In Elden Ring, this tracks as well. The death hexes of the Deathbirds, for example, summon a horde of vengeful spirits, as does Rykard's Rancor. To be even more specific though, hexes in Elden Ring all seem to involve sacrifice in some way. The Staff of the Guilty talks about this. It's a heretical staff, fashioned from a smouldering withered sapling, with a little creature impaled on the end. The creature is a sacrifice that has had its blood turned into red glintstone, and the staff says that this process of sacrifice is similar to hex magic. This sacrificial process might also explain why hexes manifest as rancorous spirits. If you were being sacrificed, I imagine that would put you in a pretty vengeful mood after death. But with the age of the Erd Tree usurping so many prior cultures of death, it seems hexes haven't been seen in the world of Elden Ring for quite some time. For instance, do you recall fighting Necromancer Garrus? He's this sage who fights you in this cave at the base of Mount Gelmir. Garrus is described as a heretical sage, and his heresy is clearly that he's researching death rituals that run counter to those of the Erd Tree. One of Garrus's achievements is the Rancor sorcery. Once thought lost, this ancient death hex was rediscovered by the necromancer Garrus. Incidentally, his little snail buddies in this fight are actually snakes, who are merely wearing skulls as their shell.
Hate this
They're
fucking
similar
guy.
to the spirit caller snails, who are also snakes that are able to summon spirits. I don't think it's a coincidence that all of these snail snakes are so death-themed. I think the Great Serpent and its kin were a big part of the sacrificial culture that existed in Mount Gelmir long ago. And I don't think it's a coincidence either that Garrus rediscovered an ancient death hex so close to Mount Gelmir, especially since Rykard himself would go on to rediscover ancient hexes at Mount Gelmir as well. As a child of Rennala, Rykard clearly had a knack for sorceries, and he developed many from the magma of Mount Gelmir. The magma shot sorcery reads, after discovering the ancient hexes of Gelmir, Rykard, son of Queen Rennala, brought them back into practical use as new forms of sorcery. In this sense, magma sorceries are kind of a type of hex magic. The volcano is the Great Serpent's home, magma is its aspect, so maybe lava sorceries, being a type of hex magic, has something to do with all of the sacrifices that had been made to the serpent god here. So we've established that magma is an aspect of the serpent, and so were hexes, but there's a third aspect: poison. The man-serpents inflict it, as does the coil shield, the serpent bone blade, and the serpent bow and arrows. Plus, of course, the god-devouring serpent itself spits a great deal of poison at you during its boss fight. Considering this, I wonder if Mount Gelmir is somehow the source of the poison that has pooled at the Shaded Castle. Now, you could argue that this poison here is different, and that this is more of a poison that's born of stagnant, unmoving water. But I don't think that's the case. I think there's a couple of things that suggest this poisoned water comes from Mount Gelmir, perhaps even from the Great Serpent itself. To start, there's actually a link between the Mirai and the serpent that I don't think many people know about. The cut description of the serpent arrow reads, arrow carved to resemble a slender serpent, its fangs daubed with a fast-acting venom. These arrows were used by the people of the Shaded Castle, making them all the more hated by their enemies. The serpent bow then elaborates, stating that it was used by heretical assassins, and then
I
the
was
release
spamming
version
these
of the
in
serpent
PvP.
bow specifies that these assassins were known as the Formless Serpents, with a bow that supernaturally infuses any arrow with poison. So yeah, there was once a lot of overlap between the Mirai and the serpent. I looked up this cut description to see if anyone else had commented on this connection, and I stumbled upon some comments by Reddit user Na McGrath, who had made some excellent observations about how serpent worship might have influenced the culture of the Mirai family. I'll leave a link to their ideas in the description, but basically they argue that the Mirai might have been a part of the sacrificial execution rituals that we know took place at Mount Gelmir in the ancient past, since the Mirai culture in the current age also involves execution as a family tradition, a tradition that was eventually put to use on behalf of Leyndell. And to add some more support of my own to this theory, the sacrificial blade, once used for offerings to the serpent, is a weapon that's meant to be wielded by humans, so it would make sense that humans, maybe the Mirai clan, might have once been in charge of such sacrificial executions. Again, all of this is cut content, but I think it might give us a valuable insight into what the devs were thinking when they designed the Mirai family. Anyway, to bring things back around to my original point, I think all of this is at the very least decent proof that the poison in this environment evokes the Great Serpent, and I think it's decent proof that this poison probably flows from Mount Gelmir, which is the Great Serpent's home. This brings us to Seethe Water Cave, brimming with poison, with a name that implies poisoned water is seething and flowing underground. It's located here on the northeastern side of Mount Gelmir, and the most curious thing about this cave, I think, is that it's located directly below a minor Erd tree, and this minor Erd tree is dead. So I'd like to propose a bit of a theory. I think this tree might be dead, at least partly because of the poison at its roots. I think the Volcano Manor wanted this tree dead, and I think that this desecration of an Erd tree was the catalyst for the terrible war that would come to this region. So let me expand on that a little bit. First, what are the minor Erd trees? Well, it seems they only came to exist after the Shattering. This is explained by the Golden Seed description, which reads, when the Elden Ring was shattered, these seeds flew from the Erd tree, scattering across the various lands as if life itself knew its end had come. The seed talismans go on to say that the Erd tree was once perfect and eternal, and thus it was believed that Erd tree seeds could not exist. But exist they did, eventually growing into minor Erd trees that spread the ailing tree's influence farther across the lands between. And at the feet of minor Erd trees, basins were set up in order to collect their crystallized tears, which physic chemists would then use to brew powerful concoctions. And these minor Erd trees, these offspring of the Erd tree, were defended by the Erd tree avatars and the Erd tree guardians. The avatars seem born of the tree itself, and wield a ceremonial staff that depicts the Erd tree in its historic radiance. They were determined to protect the withering Erd tree's offspring in the wake of the Elden Ring's shattering. The guardians, too, are clearly part tree, although their tree-like aspect seems like it has blossomed over time instead. These were probably humans originally, and their weapon says that they are known as experts in the art of combat.
They burn really
At some point,
nice
though,
too.
They made what is now an ancient pact with the Erd tree, whereupon their deaths would lead not to destruction, but instead to renewed, eternal lives as guardians. The description asserts that it is said that the blood-red flowers blooming on their backs mark the senescence, or deterioration, of that ancient pact. And I think that's a sly reference to how the Erd tree isn't really eternal, and thus neither was their ancient pact. Incidentally, these guardians are perhaps proof that the Erd tree is capable of rebirth.
Oh yeah,
Something the
those
community
guys.
has long speculated
They also
about
never really
based
got
on
explained.
some murals
They
found
just
in the game.
exist.
And I say that they're proof of rebirth
The
since
worm
their
face.
weapon description makes it clear that they had to die before they could be renewed as eternal minor Erd tree guardians. But of all the minor Erd trees to be renewed to guard, I wouldn't have wanted to guard the one at Mount Gelmir. This one was growing right next to a faction that was becoming increasingly defined by their resistance to the Erd tree. And while fear of repercussion might have protected this minor Erd tree for a time, eventually its time ran out, and the Erd tree was desecrated and killed. Now, it might be a stretch to say that this minor Erd tree was poisoned intentionally, or even unintentionally, by the poison at its roots in Seethe Water Cave, but there are Leyndell knights and scouts who have ventured into Seethe Water Cave, and while they could just be sheltering here, I like to think they're here to investigate how the minor Erd tree died. Though I should be clear, this is largely my own headcanon. You can speculate on a few ways this minor Erd tree might have died. For example, maybe Rykard used the traces of the Rune of Death to bring down this Erd tree, since it's the unleashing of the Rune of Death that burns the actual Erd tree later in our timeline, so why not use a minor piece of destined death to burn a minor Erd tree? Whatever the case, this minor Erd tree is dead, and all around it we find the aftermath of a horrific battle. So considering fire and burning an Erd tree would be a cardinal sin, I feel pretty convinced that the death of this minor Erd tree might have been the catalyst for this, what Gideon calls the most appalling battle in the history of the Shattering. Now, Leyndell is all about defense, right? And there's evidence that it has successfully weathered many assaults upon its walls. It is said that the soldiers of Leyndell fight their battles defensively, and their purpose is to protect that which deserves protection, and thus the shield always comes before the sword. The one exception to that, it seems, was the assault on Volcano Manor. Here, Leyndell actually launched an offensive. There are numbered sites of grace at Gelmir, called 1st Mount Gelmir Campsite, located here, and then there's 9th Mount Gelmir Campsite, located here, and the fact that there were so many campsites, clearly, I think, suggests a sort of slow progression in their campaign to assault Mount Gelmir. But the battle itself clearly took place here, leading up to the Minor Erd Tree, where there are mountains of the dead, and the bodies of crucified giants and other folk. It's a pretty grim scene. The only note of brevity comes from the Jar Cannon, an experimental firearm brought to the assault on Volcano Manor, where it was discovered that no one knew how to use it. While that's kind of funny, the aftermath isn't. The dead are piled and rotting, and have been for quite a while. Bodies are even seen on both sides of a broken bridge here, and assuming they didn't just throw half the bodies off this broken bridge for some reason, I feel like another logical conclusion to draw is that the war occurred so long ago and the bodies have been here for so long that a land upheaval broke the bridge in two and separated it with the bodies still upon it. We do learn from the Gelmir map that the land in this area has experienced such an upheaval, but please let me know if I'm missing something here. So basically all of the living that fought on Rykard's side are dead and gone. But what about those who fought on his side but were never alive? These are the marionette soldiers, and they're commonly employed by sorcerers, so these soldiers likely belonged to Rykard, considering his heritage as Renala's son. And they're the only ones that really fight on here now, since they're puppets. They're uncaring of their master's blasphemy or the state of the battlefield. A nearby sword gravestone comments on the battle. The assault on Volcano Manor, the squalid, the sick, the blasphemous, a wretched, unending war with no glory. The fact that the assault on Volcano Manor involved the squalid and the sick makes me think again of the serpent's poison. Human defenders of the manor in the current age do attack with poison pods.
Golden Order
so
feel
it's
kind of weak.
not ridiculous
They
to
lose
think
to everyone.
some sort of chemical warfare might have been used against the House of
Can't beat these monsters here.
Wretched
Can't beat the Carian
Speaking of which,
wizards.
The nearby grace references the nearby road.
Barely
of
beat
iniquity.
dragons.
Iniquity is a word that means immoral or grossly unfair behavior, and I think we experience the aftermath of that iniquity firsthand when we encounter this troll warrior. It's hard to say for sure which side this troll fought on, but I lean towards it fighting on Rykard's side since it's flanked by marionette soldiers. Whatever the case though, this troll warrior has seen some shit, and now it has eyes that burn with the flames of frenzy. Frenzy, as you might know from our Age of Despair video, is contagious, but it also commonly visits those who have simply experienced some sort of horror or despair. So it is with the troll here, and with many of the Leyndell Knights as well, who you find despairing around Mount Gelmir. A bunch of Leyndell Knights can even be found cannibalizing their comrades, adding to the horror of this stage. So it's no wonder then that the land itself has even become afflicted, and Eyes of Yellow, which grow in lands afflicted by frenzy, have started to flourish in this place. A spirit once allied with Rykard muses on the squalor of this battlefield. I think this dialogue helps to sell the idea that morale was fading during the war, even amongst Rykard's faithful, but things would only get worse, as Rykard was about to feed himself to the Great Serpent.
I don't think I'm checking the birthday Discord today. I think I'm gonna do it tomorrow.
I don't think Rykard had
This
yet
got later
fed
than
himself
expected.
to the Serpent. This is mostly because of Tanith. Tanith wears the consort's robe, which reads, "Long ago, when Rykard first set eyes on Tanith, she was working as a dancer in a foreign land. Soon, he made her his consort." The description then goes on to state, she was the only human to remain by his side when he became the Serpent of Blasphemy. So, since Rykard supposedly had no more humans at his side when he became the Serpent, the war must have taken place before this transition, since he obviously still had humans at his side when he was fighting in the war. That said, you definitely could still argue that Rykard had already fed himself to the Serpent by the time of this war, and that's because of these tattered flags that fly over the battlefield. The symbol shows a depiction of Rykard and the Great Serpent. Not to mention, Giza, his inquisitor, had a weapon decorated with serpent symbolism. So yeah, as it stands, I probably lean towards Rykard not having fed himself to the serpent yet. I think maybe he was just enraptured with it, or maybe this serpent symbolism on the banner and in Giza's weapon just showed up later in the timeline, closer to when we explore. But it's hard to say for sure, and if you guys know the answer to this, feel free to let me know in the comments. Whatever the case, I do think this assault from Leyndell was the beginning of the end, and I think the final straw was when Rykard doubled down and fed himself to the serpent, great rune and all. It was in this moment that Tanith was truly charmed by him. We know that Rykard delved into Mount Gelmir and came out with new Death Hex sorceries, but he must have uncovered a lot more within. Legends of an ancient culture of sacrifice and a serpent god that could not die. But why did Rykard feed himself to such a creature? Well, for one, it's certainly possible that losses from the assault from Leyndell factored into things. With his troops pushed to the brink, the serpent might have represented a new promising path forward. But that's just speculation. In terms of concrete proof, we have the remembrance of the blasphemous, which makes it very clear that Rykard took the form of a giant serpent that he might devour, grow, and live eternally. Rykard is then quoted as saying, "I understand. The road of blasphemy is long and perilous. One cannot walk it unprepared to sin." In the concept art for this scene, the so-called giant serpent consuming Rykard is actually pretty small, looking nowhere near as vast as the great serpent that we fight in-game. But if this actually is the great serpent, well, it might make some sense that it would be this small in this scene. The serpent hunter seems to suggest the great serpent was actually defeated in the past.
Yeah, Rykard could be huge too, right?
It was eventually reborn as a smaller creature.
Like if Rykard was the same size as Radahn or something, this snake would be fucking huge.
Consuming Rykard that it's able to begin growing back to its former glory. The details in this scene are amazing. If you look closely, you realize that Rykard literally served himself up on a golden platter to the snake. Off to the side, there are even a couple of what look like small eggs on a silver platter, and only one of them has hatched, so did the great serpent hatch from this egg? What about the other eggs? I don't really know what to make of this, but again, this scene is concept art, essentially, so maybe I shouldn't be taking it too literally. We also learn from the Devourer's Scepter that in his final moments, Rykard briefly saw a vision of the future, the shape of a serpent devouring the world. A vision of the future. This reminds me a lot of a description from Dark Souls 3, that a lot of you might remember, where another god-devouring being called Aldrich also saw a vision of the future, except where Rykard foresaw a serpent devouring the world, Aldrich foresaw the coming age of the deep sea. The question is, can we trust either of these visions as legitimate visions of the future, or are they more like visions of what may or may not come to pass? It's hard to say, but given enough time in these universes, I suppose it's impossible to rule out that these things would never happen. Also, both of these visions are worded ambiguously enough that even if Rykard or Aldrich were to die, their visions could still come to pass. And in Rykard's case, after all,
I servant never die.
To Rykard's knights, this blasphemy with the serpent was one step too far.
Someone please kill him. That horrendous serpent.
Horrendous. It's funny.
You're tarnished. Here to put the demigods to the sword. Then please, kill the great serpent. Praetor Rykard's ambitions, though blasphemous, marked him a worthy sovereign, but they were reduced to gluttonous depravity once he gave himself to the serpent. Whatever that thing is, it is no longer Praetor Rykard. Someone must kill him to spare him and his ambitions from further dishonor.
This is the armor of the Gelmir Knights. It bears an emblem that none wear any longer, standing as it does for a lord that fell from loft ambition into gluttonous depravity. Indeed, there are no living Gelmir Knights left in-game, and as the lord lost his dignity, so too did these knights lose their master. This is the Serpent Hunter, a weapon that serves as both greatsword and spear. Thought to have been used to hunt an immortal great serpent in the distant past, it manifests a long blade of light when facing such a creature. When their master's heroic aspirations degenerated into mere greed, his men searched for a weapon with which they might halt their lord. The fact this weapon exists obviously suggests the Great Serpent had enemies that wanted to kill it in the past. I guess sacrificing everything around you might do that. Curiously, the weapon uses a type of white light power that I don't think manifests anywhere else in Elden Ring, and I wish we knew more about whatever enemy of the Great Serpent created this weapon long ago. Regardless, this was the perfect weapon for the Gelmir Knights to find, so they heroically tried to use it against Rykard and failed.
I left the serpent-slaying spear in the Lord's chamber. Worthy tarnished. Brandish the spear and run him through. The Great Serpent. That unspeakable monstrosity.
In a way, these knights were still loyal to Rykard, or the memory of him, at least. They wanted to kill Rykard to spare him and his ambitions from dishonor, but Rykard was simply remaining loyal to his ideals, if you think about it, even if he had to abandon his dignity to go down this path. The serpent takes, bolstering itself with the strength of others, and to Rykard this was just an extension of his current practice, as taking by force became the rule when he had turned to heresy long ago. He believed that the gods were no different, and there might be more truth to that than we know. Look at the Erd Tree, assimilating the dead to feed itself, for example. Or look at Godric using an ancient ritual of grafting to bolster his own strength. All things can be conjoined, indeed. But while Rykard kept his will and remained loyal to his ideals, his forces signed up to usurp the Order, not really to become worse than it. And so Rykard lost the favor with the majority of his forces. But speaking of his forces, the marionettes actually weren't the only automatons who fought on, incapable of death or despair. Rykard also had the Iron Virgins. Also known as abductor virgins, these undying iron monstrosities have a lot going on with their designs. For one, they each cradle a baby, which is some fascinating symbolism that I hope might be explained in the DLC, but it's what's on the inside that counts here. And I'm not talking about the strips of meat on the inside, which keep their victims nice and cozy. I'm talking about the snakes. If you look closely inside these creatures,
what the
you'll realize
fuck?
that the snakes are actually wrapped around a sort of central mechanism. Thus, I think these abductors are likely piloted by snakes. The insides and the snakes even take extra damage when hit, which is a bit more evidence for the snakes being the most important part of the machine. The fact that snakes appear
those were
here
even just
seems to
snakes. I thought they
suggest
were
that these
arms.
machines were created after the shattering and after Rykard took on the serpent as his aspect. So that's why I only mention these at this latter point in the video, as I'm trying to present things in order with the timeline, and I think these entities showed up later in that timeline. Clearly, Rykard was still keeping up his habit of abducting people, and now it was the snakes who fulfilled that role, spiriting their victims away, not unlike the snakes of Dark Souls and Sekiro. Interestingly, the texture of these snakes is quite metallic, almost as if they're inorganic, animated creatures. And when it comes to snakes having a metallic appearance, there actually is quite a lot of precedence for that phenomenon in Elden Ring. The Coil Shield, for example, is a bronze snake that becomes animated, to the point where it's able to bite and still inflict poison upon enemies. The Gravekeepers, too, wear armbands that are embellished with bronze snakes, and there are some Gravekeepers whose bronze snakes briefly actually come to life in a grab attack. So yeah, there's definitely something going on with bronze snakes in particular. Incidentally, these Gravekeepers have lore that explains that the snake has become a hated symbol in the Lands Between. The Gravekeepers were actually once gladiators who were driven from the Colosseum, and their cloak reads, "The snake is viewed as a traitor to the Erd Tree," and the audience delighted in seeing these bronze effigies beaten and battered in gladiatorial combat. Now, at first you'd think that the snake is viewed as a traitor to the Erd Tree thanks to Rykard. However, I'm not too sure if that works with the timeline of Elden Ring. Rykard was only consumed by the serpent after the shattering, and the arenas where the gladiators would have fought were used primarily in the age of Lord Godfrey, and the practice was said to have died out by the age of King Consort Radagon. So if audiences were delighting in seeing the symbol of a snake being beaten and battered, you'd think that would have occurred in Godfrey's age then, which was long before Rykard. Therefore, the snake must have already had an ill reputation in the Lands Between. This is where Mesmer comes in. So the DLC is not yet out as of the making of this video, but the recent trailer seems to suggest that Mesmer and his serpentine aspect has existed from very early on in the timeline. And Since Messmer, as a character, has clearly done something worthy of being sealed away in the Land of Shadow, I wonder, what could he have done? Did he assault the Erd Tree, perhaps? Did this event have anything to do with the Great Serpent, or even the serpent-slaying greatsword, maybe? Could it have something to do with the Giant's Forge, which has snakes on its design, and a fire that can burn down the Erd Tree?
I thought it was a dragon.
Or could Messmer have once attempted to burn down the Erd Tree with his own flames? So many questions, and I think we should all go into the DLC looking for answers to questions like these. At any rate, the Abductor Virgins certainly aren't doing the snake's reputation any favors in this modern age. Their iconic weapon is this, the same wheel as Inquisitor Giza's signature weapon, which was adopted for use by the Iron Virgins. Therefore, I wouldn't be surprised if Giza invented them. Our only other source of information on the Abductors comes from patches.
You're making your way to the Erd Tree, no? Well, I heard something that might help. A special means of reaching your destination. Have you ever seen an Iron Virgin? The clunky contraptions are whirlwinds of sickles and spiked wheels. But long ago, they were endowed with a spell of transposition. And get this, a surviving virgin sits at the bottom of the big water wheel in the Academy of Rhea Lucaria. Its transpositional powers fully intact. So right, if you get caught in it on purpose, it'll chuck you out straight at the base of the Erd Tree. Or so I'm told.
This explains why this abductor in particular is still capable of transporting you while the others can't. Their abduction powers are a spell. It might have even been Rykard who cast it. You'd think a son of Renala would be capable of casting an enchantment that could last all this time. This one intact abduction spell takes victims to a subterranean Inquisition chamber, where they could be interrogated. Rykard's abductions clearly adapted to include these war machines. Obviously, after making an enemy of Leyndell, he couldn't just invite nobles to the Volcano Manor for interrogation anymore. The world has become hostile to him now, and for a time after the Shattering, I imagine these machines were probably a very important way of getting intel about the state of the world from widely across the Lands Between. And these machines are found widely across the Lands Between. They're endlessly fighting and endlessly attempting to abduct, even though their teleportation enchantments are long faded away. There's a couple of interesting machines. One in Gelmir is missing a head and has a more wild attack pattern. It's become a part of a demi-human ambush here. Maybe they beheaded it so that they could better use it to their advantage? That same sort of thing seems to have happened to this one in the Altus Plateau as well, which is stuck at the bottom of a cave. Here, the Volga militia have weaponized it, and it's clearly defeated many intruders within this death pit. Incidentally, that's also what's happened to the one in Rhea Lucaria. It can't get out of this hole, and apparently that's the best way to deal with these machines. When you explore the subterranean interrogation chamber that this abductor takes you to, you realize that no torturers are left here. The need for that seems to have long faded, along with the teleportation spells on the abductors. Somewhat ironically, these days it seems that the Albinaurics, now driven to insanity, have become the only remaining line of defense in this place. Some even still wear the Black Dumpling, which is a mask forced on a victim's head to lend torture an extra degree of cruelty. It magnifies one's fears and makes them acutely aware of all forms of pain. I'm not sure why Rykard was so keen to torture Albinaurics, but everyone hates Albinaurics in the Lands Between, it seems, so I guess Rykard was
This is the last video.
Indeed, torture with the Black Dumpling wasn't done to get intel. To quote the item, when the Black Dumpling goes on, the torturer no longer seeks answers, only to inflict suffering without hope of relief. And so we arrive at the state of the Volcano Manor as it stands when our character explores it, long after the Shattering. It's now a place crawling with grotesque creatures, and chief among them are the man-serpents. As the name implies, the man-serpents were born of man and serpent. But what human would copulate with another species? At first glance, you might think that they might have been born of a union between Tanith and Rykard. Rykard had become one with the snake
Them
at this late
scalies.
point in our timeline, and Tanith was utterly devoted to him, to the point where Rykard actually offered Tanith a tonic of forgetfulness to wipe her memories of him, but she refused, saying, "My lord, there could be no greater distress than to forget you." So Rykard clearly cared enough about her well-being to the point where he wanted her to forget what he had become, and Tanith was so charmed by him that she refused. However, despite this dedication to each other, Tanith would not become the mother of the man-serpents. Maybe that was another trauma that Rykard did not want to subject her to.
I will never be a good mother. My heart is too frail. Our Lord must have known this all along. My meekness is all too clear.
Let's learn more about Tanith. We've learned from the consort's robe that Rykard met Tanith when she was working as a dancer in a foreign land. We learn more about her talents from her dancers' castanets, which are these small instruments that some dancers clap together in their hands as they perform. Tanith's reveal that her passionate dance comprises no seductiveness, but merely a dignified beauty. And I think they're making a point of Tanith's lack of seductiveness for a reason. After her meeting with Rykard, she became his consort, yes, but I don't think that Rykard wanted to have children with her.
Lady Tanith is my mother. I am told I was born by the grace of a glorious king, that my mother cherishes this form I inhabit.
The origins of the man-serpents are explored more deeply when we meet Raya, who is a scout for the Volcano Manor who quickly reveals herself as Zorias, a man-serpent who is starting to question her birthright. In the end, Zorias comes to the conclusion that she was not born by the grace of a great king. Rather, she was born in some repellent birthing ritual. And what's more, the Lady Tanith isn't her true mother.
Funny, isn't it? I am certain of it. I was born inside this. It's a part of my birth, mother.
The truth of Zorias' birth is revealed by the serpent's amnion, which reads, "Amnion from the mother's womb, which cradled the poor unwanted offspring of a repellent birthing ritual. It will never dry out, remaining damp indefinitely." The truth is, Zorias' birth mother is almost certainly this terrible woman named Daedeka. We can surmise this because of the talisman that Zorias leaves behind at the end of the questline. Its description reads, "Disturbing likeness of a woman whose skin was flayed. She smiles with a serene tenderness, increases damage taken. It is said that this woman, named Daedeka, indulged in every form of adultery and wicked pleasure imaginable, giving birth to a myriad of grotesque children." According to our translator, Loki, the Japanese word for grotesque used here is actually the same one the game uses to describe the deformed man-serpents in English. The clear implication being that this woman consented to what the serpent's amnion calls a repellent birthing ritual with a serpent giving birth to the man-serpents. The serpent she consorted with was almost certainly Rykard himself. I suggest this because in the 1.0 version of the Daedeka talisman, Daedeka was actually a soft-featured man who was one of Captain Rykard's paramours. It seems this description was eventually changed so that Daedeka's character could support the law of them giving birth to the man-serpents. Therefore, they needed to be a woman. However, I imagine the part where Daedeka was one of Rykard's lovers could conceivably still be intact. Therefore, I think it's likely that Rykard is the father of the man-serpents. Not to mention, the man-serpent spirit ashes more explicitly state that long ago, the elder serpent that dwelled on Mount Gelmir devoured a demigod, and then the birth of the man-serpents followed. Also, the similar naming convention that Raya and Rykard share is another piece of evidence. And finally, the serpent amnion Raya was born from says it cradled the poor, unwanted offspring. I'm told the Japanese word for unwanted could perhaps more accurately be stating that Raya is a noble's bastard child, which she kind of is if Rykard is her father, since Tanith is not her birth mother. So it is that the man-serpents actually might not have been completely unwanted at all. An older version of the serpent's amnion states that there are some man-serpents with particularly intelligent offspring. And while this is cut content, it's obviously still true, not just because of Raya, but because of this guy. This bloat-headed man-serpent is presented as if they're royalty, with a lavish cloak, jeweled chest, and large throne.
What the hell's the egg?
They stand here surrounded by human remains, and they're in a position of dominance over the surviving human nobles who are at the foot of the steps as well. These nobles are tormented by what is likely the serpent's poison. Clearly, man is no longer valued in this place, and the man-serpents now rule in their stead. Indeed, the man-serpents are actually closest to the waygate that takes you to Rykard, suggesting that they might speak on his behalf somewhat. Speaking of which, it makes sense that a carrion, a former one at least, like Rykard, would have a waygate in their domain, but I'm getting off topic. The Bloathead Serpent itself casts some very advanced glintstone magics, and the Gelmir glintstone staff they wield talks about how the man-serpents draw from faith, in addition to intelligence, to enhance the potency of their sorcery. Their faith, I assume, would likely be directed at the serpent god, which once had a religion of its own, after all, and the man-serpent's intelligence that they use to cast spells would make sense as well, considering the Carrion influence and maybe even heritage that they have thanks to Rykard. The staff itself even makes a lot of sense for a man-serpent to wield, as it has red glintstone at the tip as the catalyst, and red glintstone is specifically formed from the blood of sacrifices.
Philosopher's
and
stones.
Serpents once had a culture of sacrifice as well. In addition to this man-serpent's mastery of sorcery, the man-serpents in general seem to have learned how to fashion weapons and shields, like the copper round shield, for example, which has been tempered in lava. And then there's also the magma blade, which was fashioned from actual lava and is considered impossible for a human to have made. Clearly these serpents have an affinity with magma, and according to the sorcery, Gelmir's Fury, the arrogance of attempting to harness the fury of the volcano belongs to men and serpents alone. Speaking of serpents also, there are a few magma worms in Mount Gelmir, and they're at home here in the lava of the volcano. The magma worms are explicitly former heroes who aspired to become dragons, but turned into worms instead, and their lore actually doesn't relate too much to Mount Gelmir. However, I think their lore could still be a nod towards serpents being lesser dragons. Again, serpents being lesser dragons is a From Software staple at this point. Within the Volcano Manor, we also see serpent statues, many with wings, which could be a reference to their once heavenly draconic origins. But hopefully Messmer and his draconic eye and his wings and snakes elaborate on this point in the DLC, since I feel like there's some ancient history we're missing. Speaking of ancient history, one of the biggest mysteries in all of Mount Gelmir is this place, the Temple of Iglay. This place is where we loot the Serpent's Amnion, that product of a birthing ritual that Raya recognizes and was born from. This item is overshadowed, though, by this, the flayed skin and head of a serpent, which I would assume might be Iglay, who the temple is named after, though that's just speculation. Another piece of speculation is that this large serpent's skin is flayed in the first place, though I think that might be explained by the presence of the Godskin Noble who defends it. To sum up the Godskins lore briefly, the Godskin Nobles once served a character called the Glowmide Queen, who was clearly a character who was a proponent of bringing death to the gods. And what's interesting about the Glowmide Queen is that there's some dialogue from Melina that suggests that the Glowmide Queen doesn't just care about death, but births as well. And so, what if the Serpent's Amnion, this product of new birth, might actually be what's being defended by the Godskin here? Or maybe the Godskin wants to bring death to the Serpent God. Maybe this Godskin, like so many other Godskins in-game, is allied with blasphemous forces in order to strike back at Queen Marika. Or maybe the Godskins have ties to the snake, since their necks can do this extendy thing. Maybe they were involved with the man-serpent birthing ritual. Maybe we just have no idea, because you can speculate in a ton of different directions when it comes to this place. So I'm going to stop myself here until we have the DLC, just in case that brings some new information to light. I'm also going to hold off on discussing the recusants of Volcano Manor in this video, as we'd love to cover them in a more cinematic Prepare to Cry episode, and I don't really like treading the same ground twice on my channel if I can avoid it. And if you're interested in supporting my videos and seeing that Prepare to Cry video early, as well as many other videos, check out my Patreon. We have some new Patreon merch. We've got these new Seekers t-shirts.
Holy, that was a lot of info.
Get if you subscribe to the Patreon exclusively.
Well, I actually put a lot of effort into uncovering stuff myself, and I still feel like I missed.
For now, though, I'll end this video
like two-thirds of it, you know?
In the current age.
There's a lot of connections I missed on.
It's two here that Tarnished are invited, so that they might join the ranks of the Recusants and prove themselves as a champion. They fight against their fellow Tarnished, who are commonly seen as followers of Grace and therefore are the enemy. And a Recusant's
Man, I never knew it was so detailed on
Lord Rykard,
like just armor pieces, like the visuals, the logos, the symbols,
so that
the
they
shapes.
might all become one with him and his blasphemy.
Very well.
It's always so together. Enemy placement is always so big, yeah. They put so much effort into it, right? It's like so rare that an enemy is randomly placed somewhere.
Allow me some time. Our lord's carcass is vast and not easily consumed. Dear Rykard, please find purchase within me. I wish to be your serpent, your family. One day, let us devour the gods together.
One day we'll do a proper Prepare to Cry episode on these characters.
Okay. Oh, thank you, Vati, for the permission to watch these on stream. Thank you very much. Don't forget to check out his channel. It's Vati Video on YouTube. And that marks the end of my stream too. Tomorrow I'll check out the birthday messages on Discord. I'll watch the trailer for the DLC. Where do you check when it's out? Is it like
Peggy 16?
Is it here somewhere?Maybe here. It doesn't tell me the hours. I think it's supposed to be 6 PM tomorrow my time. So if that's the case, I'm gonna just straight up play it tomorrow evening. But yeah, if it's not, then I'll play the day after if it's on midnight. Sin, thank you for the 20. Druid, thank you for the 91. Condasis, thank you for the 40. Waterfall, thank you for the 9. And JCUN, thank you for the 34, man. Done for the day. Thank you all for watching. I wish all of you a nice evening. It was actually really nice to go through this. Maybe we can check out like the other ones too, the Prepare to Cry ones, but not today. Yeah, so much shit, dude. Oh, that's quite a lot. It's like, oh my god, dude. This is already like what? At least like 2.5 hours or something. Yeah, not today. Okay, good night everyone. See you all tomorrow. Bye bye and good